Well, I clicked the go live button, so let's see what happens here. I guess we should get a link to the YouTube.
We just shared that in the Discord. Someone just shared it.
Where's my YouTube channel? Your channel. Always takes a couple seconds to show up. Okay. See how far behind it is. The YouTube stream's like 10 seconds behind.
Okay. We'll have to see if it works at all on Twitter.
It doesn't look like it.
You're showing your DMs to everyone right now.
I shouldn't do that, huh? I was just trying to find your
right
your page. Okay. Yeah. So, like, even in the thing, it doesn't say that it's streaming on
yeah,
Twitter.
my Twitter is not loading at all.
Well,
this will be fun.
Could be fun.
Could be fun. Who do you guys have? You know what? It's funny. Where's the chat on here on Restream, Jake?
It's on the right side. At the bottom, there's a bunch of buttons.
I see. Yep.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. Does anyone have anyone on Blue Sky that is consistently updating for football news? We had Rappaport brought up, but he had one tweet or whatever that is on Blue Sky. If you have someone that we should follow or put up there, yeah, you're right. Time to put on NFL Network. I guess I probably should pull that up.
Yeah, it might need to be you.
YouTube.
So I wanted to talk about Azeez Ojulari this one. Actually, I wanted to weigh in on the Carl Lawson stuff too, but
Carl Lawson?
Not Carl Lawson.
Joseph Osai.
Joseph Osai. Same idea. Different generation. The last that I had heard, which was over a week ago now, on Osai was that they were just ready to move on, essentially. And they'll be updating in Instagram on NFL Network. Okay, so you need me to follow these people on Instagram?
So NFL Network on Instagram will be updating.
Is it NFL Network on Instagram, or is it the individual accounts?
Or are you telling me to watch NFL Network?
Okay, first things first. Let's
say NFL Network isn't showing me anything right now, but
I guess I'll just. So Osai, last thing I heard, which was over a week ago, was that they weren't interested in bringing him back necessarily, or he wasn't a priority. And then since then, I think it'll change because Trey changed, and I didn't put together that the Trey situation changing may want them to bring Osai back as insurance. On Azeez Ojulari, though, I have said, I think, a number of times, I just am not interested unless he is making, like, the Harold Landry deal there is scary to me.
Oh, that's scary.
Because if he goes and gets a Harold Landry deal or anything close to it,
I'm hoping for like 1 year, $5 million, and I don't think that's like
that's fine because that doesn't do anything,
right?
But like then you're spending $5 million on a move that doesn't do anything,
unless he can accumulate some sacks as a DN3, right?
He's a dead average pass rusher, right? Like he's right in the middle of the pack for pass rush win rate on true pass sets. On non-true pass sets, he's in like the bottom half. And he doesn't really do anything for you as a run defender. So the fact that name has come up a number of times does not bring me joy, unfortunately. So who am I supposed to follow on Instagram here, guys?
Also, Andrew Miller just texted me, said Mina Kimes posted a starter pack on Blue Sky. If you did not follow that, so
Yeah, I'm in the starter pack. That's why I have any Blue Sky followers.
Gotcha.
She put me in the starter pack, and despite having only made
nice
132 posts, I have 13,000 followers.
Good
And
Lord.
there's so many happening right now because Twitter is down.
Now's the time then. You have 13,000 followers on here?
Yeah, because Mina put me in the thing, and a bunch of just like random NFL fans just clicked the thing.
I can't get Mina to follow me.
I've talked to Mina a few times.
You have. I know.
Rappaport is on Instagram. I just followed him there.
Okay.
Evan Brown sticks with Arizona is the last thing he posted. Let's see. Let's look.
Which we should talk about as well. Evan Brown, 2 years. What was it, 11.5?
Yep.
Yeah. So 5.75 per year.
Yeah, it's actually right in line with like Alex Kappa's deal.
Yeah.
A little bit more than Cody Ford. Cody Ford is getting paid backup money, and this is low-end starter money for Evan Brown. Which, where's Evan Brown in here?
He is Evan a low-end starter, to be fair.
I ended up on a 3 for Evan Brown. How am I higher on Evan Brown than everybody else?
That should be my guy.
Yeah. What happened there? How did I talk myself into a 3 here? Good pass blocking data and probably favorable. He's the gap heaviest. Yeah, this is what I was looking at.
Yeah,
for Evan Brown. He's the gap experience heaviest guy out of like the guards that are available. And I thought, okay, there's a fit there in the run game from an experience perspective.
That's a fine conclusion to come to, I think.
And his pass blocking data was good.
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
he's always been a pretty solid pass blocker.
These years weren't great, but like this is really good. And this year in Detroit was really good. This year in Arizona is good.
Position with Seattle? Can you scroll to the right?
Seattle and Detroit.
You just do it. You can do it from here. From blocking.
It's not on this page. It's not on the pass blocking page.
Oh, you're right. It's just on blocking.
Yeah, center, right guard. But this year it was at center too. And then he went back. Then he went to left guard for the first time, and he was pretty good there.
Yeah. Zadarius Smith from the chat. Yeah, he can still pass block. He's old. He'll be a 1-year deal. Pass rush. Thank you. He's old. It'll be a 1-year deal. But yeah, he can still rush the passer.
Zadarius Smith. Not really doing anything for you in run defense anymore. I looked at this yesterday. Like he'll occasionally have a couple of and again, PFF grades take with a grain of salt. But he's never really been like the run defender type. These 2 years, these 2 years in Green Bay were
it's his prime.
His best years.
You know what I noticed lately looking at guys? Their tackling falls off as they get older.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think so too.
Now that you pointed out. Got 188 people here, apparently, which is getting close to the numbers you had in the YouTube or in the
I couldn't see what the numbers were.
Space. They're up at the top there? You don't see that?
No, I'm talking when I was in Spaces.
On Twitter. Got it.
I was like, I don't know what it is. What's going on? I just kept talking.
Rappaport is actively posting on Blue Sky.
All right. Well, that'll help. That'll be helpful then.
I mean, oh yeah, here it is. All right. Well, Rappaport, today is your day. And also, like, let's see how big this number gets with Twitter being down right now. 13.9.
You know what it was yesterday?
No.
That's pretty impressive, though. Where are you at on Twitter?
28, 27, 26. So I'm halfway there.
Yeah, you're gonna have to start posting on Blue Sky.
I posted a couple things there. Oh, but not a ton.
Is your Twitter refreshing?
My Twitter has been fine the whole time.
Really?
I've had no problems with it. We need a sports-only site that acts like Twitter. The problem with that would be that it would immediately not be sports-only. And someone would have to enforce it being sports-only, which is a Losing proposition. John Allen visiting the Vikings, per John Sheeran in the chat.
All right. Getting started right away then, huh?
He's allowed to do whatever he wants.
Question from the Discord. How much does having T still on the tag affect them as free agency kicks off?
John had a good take on this yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Which was, it doesn't. The cap hit is going to be the same anyway.
Damn you, John. If you're not a huge nerd and why that's not fun, why you're wondering why that's funny to us, is because the cap hit should not be the same. The Bengals should be reducing that cap hit, but since they operate the way they do and don't try to maximize the roster, they should know exactly what the cap hit is, and they should still have flexibility.
And that was in response to the structure on Mike Gesicki, which
exactly, yeah.
I said at the time they did the deal, I wouldn't be surprised if it's an oversized cap hit, and it was, in fact.
Most of them are. Most of their deals. I mean, I think
but even for them,
point it out.
Even for them, that one's big.
Oh, I saw your percentages. It was really good. Look at that, by the way. I wanted to say something.
Thank you.
That's not because I was like, I can tell it's oversized, but when you did the numbers, I was like, oh, it is really oversized.
Okay.
And oversized is a good way to put it. I've been calling it overinflated, but that's much harder to type out sometimes. We're going to go with oversized. Trademark, Jake.
So comments that YouTube automatically moderates.
I see. Yeah.
Do not get filtered out of our restream comment feed. I was just going over there to
handle that
moderation, and it's not there. Thanks, YouTube.
You can take it from the YouTube restream, though.
Yeah. I was also trying to see if we could get the Twitch thing going here, since the Twitter thing isn't working.
That's right.
And it is. So that will be going up on Twitch as well for anybody who wants to watch.
Were you able to just switch it?
Yeah.
Not bad then. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like that works okay. Let's see. Oh, I'm gonna hear myself here. Yep. So
it's on Twitch if you prefer that app as well.
Also up on Twitch for anyone who wants to see it on Twitch.
Question about Grady Jarrett. Is he finally coming to the Bengals, Joe? Yeah, that's also that's one of my guys there. He's older. He can still help. They may need a veteran with Chris Jenkins and McKinley Jackson. Jarrett's played the nose and 3 tech, so I mean he could probably help both those guys. Yeah, that front load Drew Sample contract though was probably the one where I was like, this is not a serious deal.
Yeah, that was a no signing bonus deal, right?
I believe so, yeah, because they can cut him anytime.
And that is very weird in the first place, even for them. And also just bad structure. It's less significant because it's such a small deal. Yeah. And like the Cody Ford structure is the same as the Gesicki structure, really. But again, it's like less significant because it's such little money. So I don't really care if they have even cap hits on a $2.5 million, $3.5 million kind of thing.
Yeah. But
it starts to matter. Like Gesicki's getting $12 million cash this year, which is fine. And
yep.
That ends up eating like 10% of the cash we expect them to spend this offseason.
That's fine, but whatever. It's $12 million.
Which will go up if they trade Trey, right? Because they're going to have to spend that money somewhere else. But the cap hit did not need to be that large. Like if they were going to spend more cash than expected, then they wouldn't have made that cap hit so big. But since the cap hit is big, it tells us that they're not going to spend more cash than expected. Which is why I reacted to it the way I did. Some people are like, "You're just being a hater to be a hater."
Right. They didn't
when
realize
I did that stuff, and it's like, no, it's because it's a worrisome sign.
Yep.
And maybe it's because they plan to do smaller hits for T and Jamar, and they're like, okay, we'll do our very conservative structure for
on the other guys,
these smaller deals, and it'll be fine. Maybe we're going to need to do
that would require a plan and executing it, which they've been failing to do so far.
Look, Joe, I'm trying not to be a hater.
Don't listen. I'm with you. I'm vibing. I'm like, yeah, you're right. They could do it, and then I'm like, no, stop.
Yeah,
they're
no,
not,
you're right.
They're not hitting any of this.
But like if they knew they needed to do bigger signing bonuses for certain free agents or something, right? And they knew that they had a plan with T and Jamar, and they knew that they had a plan to potentially restructure part of Burrow's salary if they need to, because they can do that whenever they want. Like if they have thought about these things, which I agree with you, I'm not convinced they have. I do not trust them an iota when it comes to cap management and structuring things in a way that will get them.
It's not hate, it's math from Bengalorean.
Yeah, there you go. Bengalorean, who thinks I have him muted.
People think I have them muted as well. I'll see that every once in a while. And I'm like, listen, I'm at times getting 5,000 to 10,000 mentions per day on a football day or a news day. I cannot see them all.
Sheppy on some hopium. T deal will be done in 13 minutes, I hope. What are the insiders saying? We need a term for these guys. That sometimes know stuff.
The real insiders or like the
I don't know if they're real or not, man.
We need a term for them. What would it be though?
I don't know. Kroger employees.
I don't want to disrespect.
Yeah, I don't want to disrespect them either. Yeah, you know.
Someone's got to work at Kroger.
I don't want to disrespect the Kroger workers or these guys. Jonathan Jones said agents are telling him to expect free agency to last all of 13 seconds. One NFL executive said to me earlier today to expect free agency to last all of 13 seconds.
What does that mean? Like a dumping of... Well, I'm mad that I can't see my DMs at this moment, though.
Yeah, that is not good for you.
I've reached out to multiple agents that I will talk to and like, hey, let me know if anything happens. And they're like, will do. I don't know. I don't have their phone numbers. I haven't asked for someone's phone number in a decade.
This is why it's important to get phone numbers. So
it is why it's important.
Yeah, I mean, I'll let you know if I get anything too. I don't know that I will. I guess I should keep
Insiders is solid. Del Roth.
Free agency lasts longer than Jake.
Wow. 13 seconds. Damn.
Wow.
Damn. You did have a date recently.
Noon
right?
is going to be a bloodbath. Sorry, what?
You did have a date recently, right?
I had 2 dates yesterday.
Whoa. Okay. Relax. Damn, Jake.
People think I need help.
I don't know that people think you need help.
I've seen the comments on Twitter.
This stream is just Jake refreshing Twitter for the people that don't have it.
I am looking at Twitter right now. The last tweet from an insider is Schefter, the Jonathan Allen visit. He's said to have a good amount of interest.
From other teams, you're saying? From multiple teams?
Yeah, multiple teams.
Okay. A question here I want to answer. Dragon84, Joe, how do I get access to the Discord channel? That is for subscribers on Twitter. So if you subscribe, I will routinely post the link because it expires 24 or 48 hours after I post it. So if you're not a subscriber, you don't see that. But it's a thriving community at this point. It's pretty fun.
I like to drop in there.
They like when you drop in
and say something and then leave.
You stir them up. It's like hitting the bee's nest.
Yeah. What did Slick Rick just tweet? So is this the dog? Is that
the
Slick
dog.
Rick?
He must know somebody that works at an agency.
What's his thing? Slick Rick. What's his?
Rick.
No, there's more. There's got to be more. Somebody tell me what Slick Rick's
his handle?
Twitter handle is.
Because the Josh Allen thing was agents knew about it at about 3 to 4 p.m. and he was tweeting about it, and I'm like, yeah, this is apparently supposed to happen, and then the news didn't break for a few hours, and I'm like, he must know someone or work at an agency. That's what it has to be.
And maybe he's a Slick Rick Scoops. Maybe he's like
an underwriter
friends with multiple agents or something.
Sure.
Maybe he was going through agency school.
Sure.
Or something. There's not Rick hasn't posted anything. Oh, Giants' preference would be to land Charvarius Ward. They will target Byron Murphy or DJ Reed if they miss out on Ward. The other thing I was trying to do is I'm trying to put Cody Ford in here.
Oh, for the cash cap?
Yeah. Because that deal went in real quick. It is wrong on over the cap for anybody wondering.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I didn't know you posted it yesterday. So when I posted it and then yours popped up and I was like, oh, I'm late.
$3.1 million in cash to Cody Ford, the 17th most on the team.
I think Ricky is at least interesting enough to pay attention to because the last few he's had were correct in terms of knowing that big contracts were coming, which makes me think he knows someone at agencies, works for an agency, or has some connections there. That doesn't mean everything he says is going to come true because sometimes deals fall through. So, that would make sense in a lot of ways.
Well, this is why I'm so annoyed with the Bengals this year is because they make us look like idiots.
Oh, yeah.
Man,
by not following through.
But by not doing I feel like I've been lied to.
I know.
Somebody asked to be an editor of our free agency sheet. I don't think we're going to approve that request. Sorry, Kyle.
Where did that come from?
I just got an email like so-and-so was asked to. Jake runs his monitor at 160p. What do you mean?
If you want to zoom in on any of this.
Right. But then it cuts stuff off. Why is this so big? There's no way player names are that long. Let's see. I guess I could take Mulligetta out here and we can save some space in our tier columns.
Neil, thanks for putting the spreadsheet in the Discord again for the people that don't have it. It's moving quickly, though. I mean, already we are taking a big dent out of first wave of free agency as expected, as it always does, right?
We don't need date of birth right now. Gonna hide this.
I usually hide it.
Don't really care about the type of free agent either, do we?
Can you put a score on Grady Jarrett while you're here? He was just cut. That's why I say you probably haven't got to it yet.
Can I? Good question. How old is this guy? 32?
Yep, 32. His numbers have been falling off the last few years slightly. Still a average level starter. You get the Discord by being a subscriber on Twitter. For the people I mentioned Discord a couple times, people are asking. It's a perk for subscribers.
I'm hedging for aging risk here and going with a 4 on Jarrett.
That's fine.
My cousin in here, Kevin, hello. Does
Kevin?
The Metcalf deal undercut? And this is a Steelers fan, so forgive him. He's from Pittsburgh. Actually, I don't know if he's still a Steelers fan. He hasn't lived in Pittsburgh for a while now. I shouldn't tell you too much about him. Sorry, Kevin. Does the Metcalf deal undercut the efforts to sign Chase and Higgins significantly? I don't think significantly. I think it just costs them more money.
Yeah.
and this is what we talked about on the podcast yesterday on Locked On Bengals. It was a costly day for the Bengals financially, but they should still be able to get those two things done. That's for sure.
Yeah, and
Twitter's still down.
I assume, and maybe I shouldn't because the deal's not done yet. I assume this whole time that Higgins was more open to a Bengals style contract, but yet here we are still. And now I'm wondering.
I'm thinking. Well, I'm becoming more skeptical of it.
Yeah.
What is chat? Oh, DMs. I guess James. James, you have my phone number, dog.
You could also look at it on your phone if you don't want to.
I don't. Oh yeah, I could. Gets harder by the day to like the Steelers, to be honest. That's what we like to hear, Kevin.
That's right.
You're not so bad. You're preaching to the choir here. You're in the right place to say stuff like that.
Hell yeah.
The Bengals are very much in on bringing Joseph Osai back, writes my co-host James Rapine. He could have a hot market, though. Could get done in the first hours of free agency. Well, we're told free agency is only going to be 13 seconds long here.
And yes, you can't subscribe right now on Twitter because it's broken. Fine. You're right.
Guard market running friendly. What do you mean friendly, Willie? Like guard friendly or team
the price?
Friendly? Ari Myrav just tweeted, so is this thing working?
Well, that's good. So, he was one of the first ones that was on it when it rebooted last time. So I don't know if Ari's got a Blue Sky or Instagram because he is on top of every move. That would be pretty useful.
He does have an Blue Sky, but he doesn't seem to post on it.
Does a Joe restructure need to happen before a Chase deal? No, it does not. They don't need to restructure Joe. Now, if they go crazy in free agency, we may have to change our tune. But
is this live or a restream? This is live. Mine just reloaded. Twitter is working, but it's slow.
I think it just says restream up at the top.
Yeah, it's just the platform we are using to stream is called Restream. That way we can put it on two platforms. But well, how many people are watching on Twitch before I take it down on Twitch? Because if it's working on Twitter, we would like to put it on Twitter.
Yeah, if it is your Twitter working right now?
Mine has been working the whole time.
Well, that's not very helpful.
I know it is not. There's 77 people watching on Twitch.
I get notifications for tweets, but they won't load. So people are still able to tweet. And we're a minute off here. This sucks.
It's working for me.
Great. Make that really big for us if you can. Just give us the feed of your timeline. Yeah, that's great.
Of course, we're missing DMs.
I mean, you're gonna have to check that on your phone, I would assume.
No. Like you're missing DMs.
Oh, no doubt. I'd love to know if Ojolari signed within fucking 2 minutes. But here I am.
Okay, I guess we're going.
Free agency is kicked off, boys and girls. West Coast Twitter is fine, yeah. But they haven't crashed yet. It wasn't crashed at 8 a.m. 9 now.
What's happened? Where's the moves? There should be moves.
Remember when the Bengals had their first move? Ah, those days.
I do.
We thought they changed their stripes when that happened.
And they did, sort of.
We had two offensive linemen within minutes. 13 seconds, nothing happened. Yeah.
Well, free agency's over, guys. Good stream.
What'd you guys get for Christmas this year? Socks.
Twitter being tampered with. So
That's
true.
Right. That's right. I feel useless, by the way.
You're doing great.
I'm pulling up Instagram.
Oh, yeah, Instagram. I had that on my phone. I meant to look. I followed people. The thing that sucks about Instagram is that it is not chronological. There's no way to get it to be chronological.
But open to.
Nothing new on Instagram that I can see.
My sports update is on Instagram as a private account. What are we doing?
Maybe it's a different guy.
Maybe it is.
No, it is not a different guy. He just doesn't use it, I guess. Jake, refresh, bro. Okay.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Guys, I'm trying to check so many things. Okay.
Other people are on this.
Look, there's nobody. It's Bengals fans. Look, guys.
How? You got an NFL tab, don't you? Breaking news tab?
No.
I do.
Oh, well. Whoop-de-doo.
I'm just saying you can go to mine and follow the list, but
yeah, I will in a second. Ian Rappaport says, just watch TV. Is anybody watching NFL Network? Are you watching NFL Network?
I do have NFL Network going.
Nothing happening there?
They're just introducing their people. Steve Weish is on. Talking about potential landing spots for Kirk Cousins. Because we have to talk about quarterbacks at all times. Willie Lutz said Hassan Reddick to the Bucks, 1 year, $14 million. Hey, that's a good. That's not bad.
How do I find your lists?
I don't know.
Weird
remember how that
lists.
There we go. There is a. Oh, it's not. It's just one I follow, so it's not my list. That may not work. Rumors may help. No, I don't know who those people are.
Okay.
Yeah, so that doesn't help.
Who had the Hassan Reddick? Oh, Matt Miller per Adam Schefter on ESPN. Jesus, this is brutal.
That's how we're gonna have to do it, huh?
ESPN's live tracker is 11 minutes behind. Not good. Not good, Jim. Schefter fumbled the open since he was posting.
That's funny. And we don't have a NFL Network doesn't. They're showing me showing me Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft on the bottom. Like, what are we doing, guys? Change because Twitter is down. We need this. All right, back to Instagram. See if there's any news.
Very anticlimactic day here.
But he does have. What was the one free agency? Do you remember when like nothing happened for a while? It kicks off. What year was that? 2020.
There was a year, so it might have been the year after the Bengals did those deals at 1 o'clock, or like it right at, and then the next year they're like, "Oh, we better wait a couple minutes."
Right, I think it might have been 2023 because even Jesse Bates is like 4 or 5 hours later, and everyone's like, "It's going to happen to the Falcons. What's going on?"
Could be a big payday for Osai elsewhere.
Someone's
a text that I received. Oh, Rappaport's tweet came through 1 second ago.
All right, we'll take that.
Let's see if he posted it over here too.
You got dogs.
He did. Nope,
All
that's
right.
Matt Miller.
Okay. Hello, Matt Miller.
All right. There's no way to like simultaneously post on both. Threads? I'm not getting threads. Oh, do I have threads? I have threads. I don't need to get it.
Are people on Threads?
Schefter is. Yeah. Here's Schefter on Threads. I don't know. It's probably way too small for you guys to see.
Jalen Moore to the Chiefs. He's a left tackle from the 49ers. 28 years old. 2 years. What did someone just say when I scroll up? I didn't hear you, Jake.
Jalen Moore Chiefs.
Yeah, 2 years, 30 million. So we got 15 million per year. Holy shit, they are desperate.
Who's Jalen Moore?
He's a tier 4 free agent. has played, but like the 49ers don't go into any true pass set situations too often. That's the thing with like Aaron Banks as
15
well.
million a year?
Yeah, they are tripping. They are desperate.
Bro, the Chiefs are about to be the Bengals. Wait a second. Look at this. This guy's awesome.
He finished fine. I mean, look at his career. There's just not enough snaps to know what you're getting, really. And I think if we put him in true pass sets, we've got that data actually on the spreadsheet.
Not great.
His true pass set grade 72.6 on 73 snaps. That's actually not bad.
The grade is good, but like,
right. He had a couple of games where he got. This is a former 5th-round pick out of Western Michigan, the Broncos, in the 2021 draft, 6'4", 311.
This is going to work out for them.
Right.
They are really bad at offensive line, though. So there's that.
Yeah, they got a situation.
I guess I have to log in. Let's move this while I try to log. Because Pelissero said he's posting on Threads.
Okay.
I can't put that on my screen, though. Okay. I will just have it on my phone.
21.24 guaranteed for Jalen Moore.
Free agent Evan Engram is visiting the Broncos because he's been cut, so he's allowed to visit. Yeah. Steelers free agent offensive tackle Dan Moore could get over $20 million a year, according to Jordan
if Jalen Moore's getting 15.
What else we got here? I guess I need to follow these people. Great day for other social media platforms to find their footing.
Oh, they're loving it right now. Blue Sky is probably killing it. If they'd actually post over there.
Yeah, people need to post here.
I was getting subscribers, Jake. Today was going to be a good day. Twitter owes me money for this.
Yeah. Sue him.
Yeah, we saw Jonathan Allen visiting Minnesota today. Hopefully, I would love if the Bengals were interested in him. I still think he can help. My Twitter's still not working.
Like you just can't get anything when you're on the app?
It will not show me anything. I can't even log in on the website on my computer here. It won't even go to Twitter.
Maybe it is just an East Coast thing. Godwin back to the Bucks, 3 years, $66 million, up to 24. That is not a lot of money for the top free agent wide receiver.
Not a lot at all. $44 million guaranteed, though. So
that's just your
2 years guaranteed.
Which is for him, a guy that's been hurt, I'm sure, a nice thing. Yeah, I mean, people are posting here, just not many people. Like Raps here, Ben Albright's posting stuff. Jalen Moore, 2 year, $30 million, 21 guaranteed at signing, fully guaranteed at signing with the Chiefs. That's a real upside swing for a lot of money.
And the chat is killing it right now, guys. If you see any of these, keep putting them in. If you can source them too, like I saw Diana Rossini with the Godwin news, I appreciate that as well. We'd like to shout that out and make sure it's legit. We are appreciating the chat and the people listening, audio only. We will repeat what's going on as much as we can. I know many of you are working and got an earbud in.
Jalen Moore for $15 million a year when the Bengals got Orlando Brown for $16 million a year 2 years ago.
It's crazy, actually. Yeah, that's
Mike Sands is trying to get a hold of you all.
What does that mean?
Like what?
Does he want to come in here?
We can't get another person in here, I don't think. That's the downs unless we pay for it.
Well, Twitter says I have DMs right now, but I can't see them. So maybe that's progress.
I'm texting Mike. See what I am.
Mike just said in here, I am. Where did that come from then?
I was able to get Twitter working by connecting to a Vancouver VPN. Do you have a VPN, Joe?
No, I don't even know what that means.
It's a virtual private network.
Oh.
It allows you to so these are used often by corporations to connect to intranets.
So sounds very futuristic.
It's been around for a very long time.
Okay.
It just kind of sets you up, like it routes your traffic through another place. It's like your internet is now in Seattle. Is the food good in Canada? Depends on where you are in Canada.
Any thoughts on JC Horn and his deal?
It seems like a lot of money for him. Is he good? I haven't watched the Panthers. What do you think?
I have no idea. I didn't think much of it. I said, okay, he must be good. Panthers are in a situation anyways. They need to keep their stars right now.
The Panthers pay a Panthers tax, it appears.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to do that. Sounds like New England was heavy in on Godwin. I'm sure they need receivers bad. Someone just said Twitter is now back up.
My Twitter just came back up. Twitter back.
Fingers crossed, boys and girls.
Let's see. What do we got here? 19 new posts. That's a lot.
You a big poutine guy, Jake? Someone says. I am. Listen, I can see
poutine.
Canada out my window. So, we get poutine over here too.
VPN trick works like a charm. Paulson Adebo, Giants. That's too bad.
That is too bad.
I like poutine, but I'm not eating so much potato anymore in my life. So, who had Paulson Adebo?
Yeah, where'd you get that from? Fake news? Don't do the fake news on here. Oh, according to Slick Rick, we've got.
Oh, here we go.
Well, we'll put a pin in that then. All right.
But Dakotas also got it.
Oh, they're hanging out together. Same time?
Dakotas had it 20 seconds after Slick Rick.
Oh, okay. So who knows? It's hard to craft a tweet in 20 seconds, so.
Is it?
Yeah.
Let's see. Being told Paulson Adebo signing with Giants. How long did that take me?
You would have to read it the second it's posted and retype it.
New York Giants. Yeah.
Oh, I got Twitter to load.
Oh, look at you go.
DMs did not load. Well, we're making progress.
No. Got a Jamar Chase tweet here that is not to do with him signing a contract.
Okay, great.
Kind of a dick move. Ian Harris, hard tits.
All right, I'm gonna
never actually read his name. Reddick to Tampa. Yep, got that one earlier. Rappaport tweeted what? Somebody's potentially moving to Vancouver later this year. I don't live in Vancouver, fun fact. I live near Vancouver. I live on an island.
Should I tell people your address?
No.
Okay. You do anything to your house since you bought it?
What do you mean?
Any upgrades? Any projects? Anything you're working on?
Not really, no. I might try to degrub my grass this year.
Degrub the grass.
There's some birds tearing it up.
Because the grubs are in there? They're eating good.
Yeah. But if that prevents the bugs from living, like the birds are kind of my degrubbers, so why do I need to pay somebody to do it, you know?
Agreed. It's a circle of life.
Just a torn up lawn.
Yeah, Twitter's now not loading anymore. It's going to be a fun day.
That sucks.
Confirmed Jake Lisco hates grubs. I mean, it's not like you're digging in the... You're not gardening. Normally gardeners hate their grubs because they eat their stuff. Plus, when you're digging into the ground, you are like, ugh. They're eating your strawberries? Is that what you said? You have strawberries?
I planted strawberries in my friend's garden because I don't have good garden space here.
Gotcha.
I'm going on vacation in Vancouver this Friday. Any recommendations? I don't live in Vancouver, unfortunately, so I don't really know anything.
Oh, you don't go
Vancouver.
there too often?
No, it's like a 2-hour boat ride. So, It's work. So we can look at a map here while we wait for free agency news.
That's
Godwin left around $20 million on the table to go back to the Bucks.
taxes.
That certainly helps, I would think.
Massachusetts tax.
But that's crazy. The weather in Vancouver is a lot like the weather in Seattle.
This alleviates some pressure from T, though. If T was going to take a below market deal, I would do it right after Godwin signed. You know what I'm saying? If you were concerned with it in any way of how it would look and appear, now's the time.
Taking less money to stay with Baker, Mike, and the Bucks. So here's Vancouver, right?
Okay.
Over here. This is where Vancouver is. And then here's the ocean.
Yeah.
And then here's where I am.
That's weird. That island's gigantic, though.
Big island.
That's not an island.
Seattle's down here, right?
That's not an island.
Yes,
I see the river. Okay, I see it now.
This isn't a river. This is ocean. These are all little islands.
Can oceans not be rivers?
I don't think so. It's a strait.
Sure, they can.
I think it's a strait. I think this is called a strait. Because this is a strait, the Johnston Strait, and then this is a strait, the Strait of Georgia here. So
Dahlman to the Bears' worst kept secret, right? Drew Dahlman.
Was that a tampering?
People are all point. Yeah. They were going to go hard after Trey Smith as well. That's which is funny. They ended up trading for Tooney.
So the Bears have a new center who's going to run zone for Ben Johnson because he's a great fit for his zone team. And they got Tooney.
Yep.
Who's the other guard they traded for?
Jonah Jackson. I also live on an island, Jake.
Yeah.
It's about 1 mile in length.
Island. Yeah.
I have to drive over a bridge to get home every day. It's a very tiny bridge, more like a moat.
Is it a drawbridge?
I've never seen it down, or we wonder about it because the winters tear up our streets, and then my wife and I go, what are we going to do if this bridge is down for collision?
Yeah. My parents also live on an island, but it's a drawbridge island down in Florida. I think it's a man-made island. I'm not sure. Any
Bengals news? No. We would like some Bengals news.
There might be in Joe's DMs.
There might be. I have no idea. Yeah.
Let's see what Slick Rick's saying. Just Paulson Adebo.
Check the chat though here. If you're not watching the chat while you're watching the stream, the chat.
Braxton Berrios, $2 million to the Texans. How about that for
a day one
first
signing?
20 minutes of free agency move.
Ben Bredesen, we saw staying with Tampa. So Tampa has done good today to get two of their guys retained after the opening of free agency, or just around the time of opening.
I live just east of the Mississippi Ocean.
That's good. Right. At what point does an ocean become a river?
I don't know.
There's rivers everywhere.
Can the ocean be a river? No, the ocean cannot be.
As rivers are fresh bodies that flow towards other bodies of water. What is a river that has salt water then?
What is a saltwater river? I think it's just a brackish river, right? Saltwater river, riverway that flows into the ocean or sea. So it has to come from freshwater
to be considered a river.
All right. We learned some geology today.
It's where it's from.
Yeah. Water source determines riverness.
This is what you expected to learn today on this stream. No doubt about it.
Ben Johnson recruited an entirely new Bears offensive line in 7 days. Yeah, but is it good? Dahlman will be fine, I think, there.
Tooney is still a tremendous pass protector.
Tooney's still good, but there's definitely a cliff.
Right. Is Darnell Wright going to be good? We'll find out.
He's solid.
Yeah. But, are they going to – it's not Penei Sewell. It's not Frank Ragnow. Thinking of Ben Johnson, right?
An estuary is where a river meets an ocean.
Okay.
Um,
But you're telling me no water flows from the ocean to the ocean.
then it's just all ocean.
It's just ocean. Like that doesn't, to me, that doesn't, I feel like we need that there should be something for that.
What's a canal? Artificial waterways. I was thinking of like the Suez Canal, Panama Canal, like that's ocean to ocean, but those are artificial. Panama is a pretty crazy thing when you think about it. You ever think about Panama, Joe?
No.
This little tiny stretch of land that separates two oceans. Like you got two giant oceans, and there's this little tiny stretch of land here that's just big enough to be over the ocean.
That's pretty cool. And they're like, you know what? We can slice right through this thing.
Yep. Where is the Panama Canal? This is what we're doing today, guys. Where's the Panama Canal?
See, because I was thinking of the Savannah River. My dad used to live in Savannah, Georgia. The Savannah River estuary is a mixing zone of fresh and salt water in Georgia. Yeah.
Well, this is a river right here, the Chagres River.
Well, how about that?
But this starts from this lake right here.
Damn it.
I think this is pretty consistent. Let's see if we have any free agent moves.
What's he asking us to do? Get on the app? Oh, man, all the execs are like, push them to our app. This is the time. We can finally get off Twitter where we're giving away information for free.
Oh, Mike Gesicki is now official. That was delayed apparently a little bit today, but is now official.
Maybe you need to come and sign, right? Or you can sign.
No, like they had a press conference planned today and everything, but I think maybe his flight was delayed or something. I don't know. Maybe he slept in. How much was a Dahlman deal for?
Do we have numbers on Dahlman? Because so far the O-line, interior guys haven't been too crazy.
Well, some have and some haven't.
What was the crazy interior one?
It was a re-signing. Weren't there some? Like, I get this, that people are upset about the Bengals social account posting things, but they just do that when things become official. It's just
right. That's their job.
I get it. It's annoying. I sent numbers.
Can you? 3 for 42. Everyone's on there. 28 guaranteed. So 2 years guaranteed. 3 for 42.
$14 million for a center.
That's about 18 is for the high end.
That is the second highest paid center in football.
Yeah, 18, right, for Creed? I can't see it.
Yeah.
It's too small.
You guys need to get glasses.
No, it's just there's no way to make those out. They're pixels.
Just go full screen. Then you can't see the chat at all. Don't blame the marketing team for the front office's decision making.
Right. They don't deserve that. They're just people. Typically, I assume, I don't know how much they get paid, but I can't imagine it's a crazy amount.
They definitely have interns in there. They have full-time people doing social media too, but sure. They have interns working on the social accounts too, for sure. If your team hasn't signed 900 free agents 20 minutes into the legal tampering period, you should probably just die. It's over for you.
That's accurate. Well, who said that? I want to know who speaks the truth.
Victoria Zeller, who is only on Blue Sky.
Okay, well, she speaks the truth.
Mike Gesicki, picture of signing extension in a baggy sweater that looks like it was crocheted.
Zoom in on that Twitter.
I can't. How do I open this image? How do I make? There we go. Let's get in on. Let's analyze.
I think you're correct. I think you're pretty correct here. I don't know how you saw that.
Any knitting
experts in here?
Or
where's knitting Twitter?
My screen is not low resolution. It's just zoomed out, and we're limited to 720p on this stream. So
sweater with a front pocket, very loose pocket.
I mean, look. That's not a sweater.
The sleeves are loose.
There's a hood on it.
That seems like a Mike Gesicki vibe. If we were like, that's his shirt, that's the type of sweater he'd wear. Clearly.
What is Blue Sky? Blue Sky is a Twitter alternative that is called Blue Sky. It's bsky.app.
That sweater looks more expensive than your house. No, I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, houses are expensive. This number's gone up 3,000.
Good God. You're going to pass your Twitter today. That's it. Twitter's done for you.
But it's a bunch of NFL fans. They're not Bengals fans. It's not my audience. If I tweet like an unhinged person about,
if you just were tweeting what these deals are and then crediting them,
yeah,
you can make one Blue Sky. What do they call it? One tweet of all the deals that have happened right now. You'd be a savior.
But there are people posting here.
Okay,
like Jonathan Jones is here, and Field Yates is here, and
Gesicki speaking with the media, apparently.
Yeah, he is.
This is how it used to be back in the day, guys, without the streaming and chat, but you just had to wait for news. Let me take you back 20 years ago.
Here's Mike speaking.
2005. We can listen to
it. Can we? I would need to let me 1 second. I don't want it to echo. I got to change my speaker settings to send it through my earphones here. We're hilarious, Joe.
Thanks. I appreciate that. BJ Hill back. Everyone's tweeting. BJ Hill back. BJ Hill back. We may have Bengals news.
Where'd you guys see that?
Yeah, Adam Schefter.
Schefter where?
We need numbers as soon as you guys have them. How about that?
ESPN app?
That's their defensive tackle, veteran defensive tackle then. Securing that room a little bit. I didn't know that I'm kind of surprised, Jake. 3 for 33 for BJ. That's right around. That's less, but a little right around where the Bengals I thought would stay if his market didn't materialize.
Where did you guys see this from, Schefter? ESPN app?
16 guaranteed is interesting. That's probably year one big signing bonus.
Where are you guys seeing this, guys?
Yes, notifications. They're saying.
It's not on the ESPN webpage.
Twitter. Other people are saying. There you go.
All right.
I wish I could retweet it with you guys. So, what do you think about that 16 million guaranteed, right? It's got to be a big signing bonus plus base salary. Probably roster
bonus. Year one roster bonus.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Most likely. Go ahead and talk about it for a second. I got to write something.
Yeah, the Bengals needed a veteran defensive tackle, obviously, in that room with McKinley Jackson and Chris Jenkins. We kept scouring the free agent list and going, it's not great, right? They're still probably, I wouldn't be shocked if they're bringing one more guy in that can rush the passer a little bit better, but they needed a veteran to go with the two young guys and then probably a draft pick. But they just spent 2 draft picks. I did a mock draft recently, and I'm like, you know what? I didn't get a defensive tackle till the 4th, 5th round. You can't expect that guy to come in and help you out right away. So they're going to need to attack defensive tackle in free agency. Getting BJ Hill back works. I was thinking, I think the projections had 14, 15, 16 million, depending on where you looked. And I always thought they won't do that. But at 11 million, that makes a ton of sense. Whether his market didn't materialize or they offered this and he said, you know what, I'd rather be in Cincinnati and wanted to stay there. But this is a decent deal. 16 guaranteed basically means 1 year for them. They could probably get out before year 3. At 11 million per year is very, very fine with me for BJ Hill.
Yeah, the thing that's interesting about Hill is here's a player that is on the wrong side of 30 for the Bengals to give him 3 years, and Mike Gesicki 3 years, 2 players on the wrong side of 30 is kind of fascinating. It's not much of a raise for BJ Hill. He'll get probably a solid year 1 cash flow kind of thing, and I'm going to mute this Gesicki thing because
I can hear it, but yeah.
Okay, it's annoying for me. It's probably a very similar deal to what he signed before, right?
People are saying Kinlaw to the Jets while you're going. So
okay. I'm 3 for 45 for Kinlaw.
He was good last year, but geez, good for him.
Let's take a look at our free agency sheet here.
Right.
Kinlaw. What?
He can rush the passer.
Washington. That's a lot of money for him, man.
Oh, Washington. I see. Jets Kinlaw to Washington. Yeah. All right. Jet, we got it. Commanders. Yep. And where do we have BJ Hill? At a 3. Yeah.
I think BJ is still solid. Like, if I was worried about a cliff coming, though, it's for a guy like BJ Hill. And that's where I thought, like, maybe they wouldn't be interested. But he was still good last year.
He's been the exact same for how many years, other than his tackling now is starting to dip. Like we talked about.
Well, that was like 3 games, 4 games.
Okay. You're right. He cleaned it up second half. All their tackling was shit in the beginning of the year. So maybe that was it.
He was hurt early in the year
a
couple times.
Go to his career. If you can zoom in down to the bottom left at the career. I mean, this guy has honestly been the model of consistency with the Bengals. 40 pressures, 5 sacks. I mean, it's hard to find that.
Solid player. Really solid player. But I would guess, like I said, $33 million over 3 years. 3 years later, this is like
a smaller percentage of the cap.
It's relatively speaking, a smaller deal. BJ still gets some solid money here. I would imagine, like I said, it's a very similar structure. Apparently, they did guarantee some salary in year 2. That's got to be the roster bonus. Yeah, that's the roster bonus. So probably a similar structure here, where it's probably a 2-year deal.
But what do we expect this cap 1 year 1 to be? Maybe the 10 million this time? You know, the 10
no, I would guess it'll probably be like 8-6.
Okay.
It'll be a very similar deal. 8-6, and then it'll be 11.
It's a reduction from last year. Then that's beneficial.
It should be a slight reduction in the cap hit. Mike's antagonist said he saw a tiny bit of drop off this year compared to last year and the year before, and that makes sense. I think that you should expect to see some of that, but he's still a solid player to me. He was dealing with injuries this year too. I don't know. I think that it's a fine move. They needed to have some level of floor there, and continues to be one of the best trades in Bengals history.
Oh, my Twitter is up right now. I gotta try and get a tweet out with our link too. Can we try and get the stream on Twitter again?
Okay. We'd have to take it off of Twitch, probably. We have 700 people here, 115 on Twitch. So if you're watching on Twitch,
we're gonna try something. We may come back.
The stream might go down for a second here. We're going to try to put it on Joe's Twitter page, Joe's X page, and see what happens. So apologies if you're watching on Twitch only. If you've only been there on Twitch, you can find it on Twitter. You can go over to YouTube as well. There is YouTube as well. Here is, I'll put in the chat real quick, a YouTube link before we take it down so that people can jump over to the YouTube if they want. I wish we could stay on Twitch too, to be honest. We could pay some money and we could stream to 3 places at once, but it costs a fair amount of money.
And we think we can probably reach thousands of people if we stream on Twitter. We'd like to try it.
Yeah, so we're going to try that now. We might bring the Twitch stream back if we can't get it up on Twitter. So Twitch is going down. Go over to YouTube. Go over to Twitter, hopefully. But if not, we'll bring it back on Twitch. Okay, let's see if it works on Twitter here. I tried to turn it off. It says offline. Sending data? Progress? Sending data? Shouldn't take this long.
Yeah, my Twitter just got super slow.
Did not work.
I tried to send a tweet, and now my Twitter is crashing again.
Twitter was up for approximately 10 seconds.
This is the worst.
Schefter said he's not as confident that the Browns take a QB at 2 overall. Who cares?
I was
John
able to.
on Javon Kinlaw. He's not good, man.
Kinlaw?
Yeah.
Not 15 million a year good. He's 6 million a year good. 7 million a year good.
Milton Williams is going to get
25.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Twitter is working at the moment. So I'm going to go back onto Twitch here.
My tweet just sent. So if you want to try it one more time real quick.
Okay, we'll try it again. What's wrong with Twitter today? Who knows?
Yeah.
It's a company that's been gutted by an owner who ran it into the ground. That's probably what's wrong with it.
One of the greatest inventions in modern history.
Just absolutely demolished from the inside. Dakotas reporting a running back signing.
For the Bengals?
I don't know.
We get to see the tweet in real time, guys. Look at this. It's a genius at work.
Come on.
Jake's going to have over like 50,000 followers on 2 apps by the end of the day. Oh, yeah. See how mistakes happen? He's a real person just like you and me. Washington is Johnny Newton. Why would they do that? Well, they lost Jonathan Allen, if you remember. Their whole defensive tackle room underperformed last year. I think they are desperate to fix that, and that includes bringing in other people. You need 3 good defensive tackles, guys. I was saying this yesterday about Jackson and Jenkins. People were like, you got to let them be the number 2. You don't, actually. Milton Williams was defensive tackle number 3 for the Eagles. And they had 4 good ones.
You just need a lot of players.
Yeah. Does this elevate the greatest trade in Bengals history with BJ Hill? It's not the greatest trade, but you know what I mean.
I said that. I said one of the best trades in Bengals history. Continues.
Yeah, but does it elevate it or just continue?
Elevate it?
Yeah, you've now got this is the second extension you've given him. That's rare for Bengals. That is really rare.
It is rare, but they're also desperate. Like talking about teams that are desperate, the Chiefs, the Commanders, with the deals that they've done there, that look like big money for players you weren't expecting to get that level of money. This isn't that for the Bengals. This isn't an overpay, but they were desperate, I think, for, like I said in the tweet, a floor player.
They needed a floor player.
They needed somebody who could be like, I'm going to do my job at an okay level. Like, think about what we think Al Golden's going to want from his defensive lineman, right? He wants them to read out the run. He wants them to slow play stuff.
And I think he wants 2 waves to send at you if possible, which, I mean, maybe you reduce some of the snaps on BJ Hill and you keep him effective.
Steelers are close to a deal with Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, my gosh.
Jesus Christ. They're going to be so annoying next year. I don't think they're going to be relevant enough to matter, but they're going to win games and make the AFC North harder.
No doubt. They did last year. When we said this, we were on this when they signed Russell Wilson, and it was so cheap. We said this. That's going to allow them to be competitive. They won't win a Super Bowl. They're just annoying. I like the way you put that. Steelers are annoying.
I watched you type this.
Men of the people. They love it.
Showing people where I live, that's a huge mistake.
You just circled an area. We're Americans mostly. We don't. You can show us a map of anything. We don't know where it's at.
It's actually the Middle East is what I was showing you guys.
Right.
It's actually in Africa, according to the internet. Slick Rick said Adebo is looking up to $18 million a year from the Giants.
We got paid.
Mike said T. Higgins texted Charlie Jones right after he heard about the tight end's extension. Let's see. And said, Mike's rich. Higgins hit up Gesicki to congratulate him shortly after. I don't get it.
Mike Gesicki said he texted Charlie Jones because they all live together.
I don't get it.
He just
Robert
did not.
Spillane to Patriots.
Good player. I would have taken him.
You go too fast.
When what?
Yeah.
Typing?
I don't get it.
Zoom in on your Twitter while you're here.
I'm hoping for that Aziz Ojulari post. I don't want him. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but we're thirsty. You ever be like so hungry that
No.
you'll take anything?
Mm-mm.
Like, I'll just fuck it. I'll eat it right now. I don't care.
Bengals fans don't want to ever give the Steelers credit, but they stay winning 9 games.
Did local
Last year they
guys
won
say
10
what
games.
was happening today? Bengalian just asked, is there any weight to this? Were they just
They were speculating. I'm
Okay.
99% sure they were speculating.
They were just betting on like when it would happen, right? If you had to pick a day, when will this happen?
I don't think anyone heard anything yesterday.
Okay.
What is this?
Join us, Devante.
18 million. Holy. See,
So
look, this guy definitely knows something.
But he also contradicted himself there, right? Giants are signing him. Giants willing to go up to 18. Meaning that could mean they were willing.
Mm-hmm.
And another team wasn't. Good for Adibo, though.
Jordan Lewis, Jaguars.
Good player. Honestly,
player.
Good slot guy.
Mm-hmm. I don't think the Bengals are going to make a move for a slot, and I would have been fine with that if they had. But am I supposed to do any content on BJ Hill for Locked On?
No, I think that's more of a recap situation.
I just mean like a 1-minute short kind of thing. Should we go see what Dakotas is saying?
You guys are doing great on the subtext. If you guys aren't subscribed to the Lockdown Boys subtext, I get a lot of news. You know, I used to have a little bit of, I'm going to give you an ad real quick, right, Jake? I used to have a little bit of angst when I'd be out at my kids' softball games or at practices or whatever. Like, I got to check Twitter, see if anything's happening, something's supposed to be happening. Instead, I get a tweet, or not a tweet, a text to my phone from the Lockdown subtext that says, hey, this is what's happening right now. Deal for the Bengals, BJ Hill. If you weren't paying attention, if Twitter wasn't working for you and you were subscribed to the subtext, you got that text from Jake himself.
Thank you, Joe. That is what subtext is. Join subtext.com/LockedOnBengals. We've added like 50 people to this lately. This is probably the best time of year for it. You will get 2 weeks free. I should really lower that to 1 week free because a bunch of people are just going to do it for free agency and then they're going to bounce.
You should put the link at the bottom in the chat here.
I should put it in the chat. Join subtext.com/LockedOnBengals.
Following Dakotas is a meme, right?
I'm not following Dakotas. I
don't either.
Look, guys, I follow like 300. Okay, I'm up to 500 people, which means I need to go through this and cut a bunch of fat. Like, I don't follow very many people on Twitter. So don't be offended if I don't follow you. Okay. Yeah, Jordan Lewis of the Jaguars. We talked about that one. Just to confirm, Joe, it did not work. Trying to go to Twitter there.
Yeah, my Twitter is still giving me major problems. So
I hope this falls through for the Steelers. I don't know how Mike Tomlin is signed off on coaching Aaron Rodgers. I guess he just is desperate.
Is there 500 people in here? No. What's Bengals? You guys get
500 people I follow.
Oh, I thought you were going to say subtext. You guys got 500?
No, we have 187 going on subtext right now.
Not bad. Is that a new high?
It is. Sometimes we share things that we share whatever we can there. You can also text us, but as that number keeps going up, it gets harder for us to.
Do people text back?
They do. A lot of them don't know that they can, but you can. And it'll get harder for us to answer people. Like, currently I have 21 unread messages in here to reply to. So we
Jake,
will get behind there.
The fact that Twitter's working for you
Yeah.
is saving our stream right now. Tell your friends and your family, people in the chat, it's working for Jake, and he's streaming his Twitter.
Calvin Beecham back to Cardinals. Sorry.
Got it 1 year?
1 year. Bears being aggressive for O-line has been awesome to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, they got to for Ben Johnson, rookie quarterback deal, all that stuff. Makes a lot of sense, right? I knew I was going to take the Joe Burrow tax, Mike Gesicki, on why he signed with Bengals rather than testing free agency market.
That was a tax? Come on. Although I will say one benefit of the Bengals contract structure of the Gesicki, while they could have limited year one, really if it ends up being a 2-year deal, 7.7, 7.8 per year is not bad.
Yeah.
On the cap hit?
Yeah. And they'd end up paying him like $8.5 million over 2 years.
Right.
Where are you guys seeing this Hilton news? What Hilton news? Hilton to Saints.
Are we seeing that? We're not seeing it yet. I need maybe
might be ESPN recent or ESPN notifications. Mike Hilton.
I got nothing. Where'd you guys get the Hilton news from?
Mina Kimes is
she on it?
She is my patron saint. No, just of Blue Sky.
Oh, where are you at on Blue Sky now?
It's almost up to 18.
Good God, man. Blue Sky gonna start paying out?
I don't know. It's still so in its infancy.
We got a message in the chat saying Hufanga to Denver soon, according to Jeremy Fowler. You're on it. Thanks, Dan.
Are we still depressed being Cincy fans? Are we going to get some deals soon?
Both?
Yeah.
Both is the right answer. I think it's part of the fun, because we do this every year, is to crash, burn, and then to figure out how to rebuild the team. And maybe it's because I have Stockholm syndrome.
I'm just writing a subtext.
I do expect Mike Hilton to be gone, though, guys. I know some people are sad face. Thank God it's misinformation. No, things like that. All the reactions in the chat. I thought BJ Hill would be gone as well. So maybe the market's not there.
I would say BJ Hill's deal is an indication that he did not have a robust market.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a solid player.
No doubt.
Are we just settling for BJ Hill and not trying to upgrade? I think they're still trying to upgrade. I'm characterizing the BJ Hill move as a floor raising move. Is the way I've continued to talk about it. That's the way I see it. He might be a starter for you.
He might be a captain.
He will be a captain.
Right. You know what I'm saying?
He's going to be the elder statesman on the defense. Like he's going to be like him and
Logan.
Cam Taylor-Britt and Logan.
It'll be Logan then and BJ for defensive captains.
Yeah, and they might have 3. But I still think that like the only way you're really getting better there is in the draft. It is not a good group in free agency. There's some guys that could help.
Yeah.
And
that's what we need to look for. Look at those tier 3.5 to 4.5 free agents on the spreadsheet and find a guy that can rush the passer. Scroll to the right, look for their true pass set, pass rush data, and be like, you know what? That Solomon Thomas can help you. Someone like that can help you. Tershawn Wharton, if the numbers don't get crazy, can help you as a pass rusher. They may also, because let's rewind a year to this point when they lost DJ Reader and we were saying, well, what D tackle, what nose tackle are you going to bring in? maybe less of a need now in a more even front, but they may also say, hey, we need a nose tackle still ahead of McKinley Jackson. That's where Roy Lopez and guys like that come into play. I wouldn't be mad at a Roy Lopez, BJ Hill, and then a draft pick to go with the guys you have. Is that your 5? They kept 5 last year. That's not terrible.
Go with those guys, Calais Campbell, and draft a guy and see what sticks. We got a chatter here who says they're running back the same exact roster. No shot we're going to defend this. So here's where I'm at right now overall.
Yeah.
They're worse than last year.
No doubt.
You
should be at this point because we're just kicked off free agency.
Yep. They have a long way to go to start to actually make improvements, but I do think BJ Hill can be part of the solution. You can have the Mike Gesicki deal and the Cody Ford deal, which isn't my favorite, to be clear. I would rather have a different player be the 6th offensive lineman. But you can have those kinds of deals and still get better because those are solid pieces for you last year, right? And so I think that that's a start.
And you really only gave a raise so far to Gesicki.
Yeah.
So, like, you haven't wasted any of your extra resources yet. Guys, we are an hour into free agency almost. You don't need to completely crash out yet. We have crashed out due to them not extending those guys. Fair. But free agency, they're going to play in free agency. They have to play in free agency. They have too many holes. They've got too much money. They will sign players. What'd you say?
Robert Spillane for almost $13 a year.
Oof. Linebackers are getting paid. That's why I drafted Jihad Campbell in the first round of the mock I did earlier today for subscribers. That probably many people didn't get to see because Twitter crashed.
That Zach Bond deal really elevated the linebacker market. 7-9 win roster. What are we doing here?
We are attempting to get better currently. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, they like nobody is better right now except maybe the Bears.
Right.
Decoldus is saying OL signing now. I love keep the Decoldus updates coming. We can keep track of what hits. We got a running back and an offensive lineman. Although I think a guard is a move that I would expect today.
I expect them to be aggressive at guard, actually. So
does everyone. Not to say that you're getting that from everyone or whatever, but like I think that is a common expectation. Yeah,
it should be a common expectation.
Yeah,
to be fair. Are we only on YouTube now? Someone asked. Are we on?
Yes, we are only on YouTube now. I can put it back on Twitch, but
no, I'd rather not toy with people back and forth. But I would like if Twitter would work and we could stream on there. I really wanted to test that out.
Got a nice response here in the subtext from a 614 area code number that said I look good on the stream today. So
all right, that's a girl.
Thank you. Date number 3 coming up.
Question for me: am I planning to do a Jihad Campbell film review? I am. It's already done. I had to kind of pull it back because free agency. And then tomorrow's episode will be more of a recap of what the Bengals did today. Look at some defensive ends as well. After the Trey Hendrickson news, we'll probably jump, and I'm going to watch film of whoever they sign. Like if they go sign Tevin Jenkins or Aziz Ojulari, I'm going to watch film on them first. We will get back to prospects. I may just end up posting them for subscribers on Twitter because I won't be able to get to all of them.
Dakotas has sources saying Jake has a package coming soon. Is that like a threat? It feels like a threat.
What does that mean?
So we've got 2 different numbers here on Spillane. One's 3 years, 37, and one is 3 years, 33.
Up to 37 then probably?
Could be up to 37. Jade didn't know I was single. People are learning things today. Derek Pennington, a fellow Princeton high school graduate from 1995. Is it possible that the Browns are just not going to chase championships?
I mean,
sure.
Yes.
Like the family does not value winning overall, I would say. Paulson Adebo confirmed, according to Ian Rappaport. Let's
nice,
see if we got it
like
here.
Rick. I wanted a Debo.
The Giants have agreed to terms with Paulson and Debo, sources tell. Yeah, I did too.
He got too much.
I would have been down. 18.
Yeah. Look for the Bengals to maybe be interested in a corner if the right one's there. If it's a tier 2 guy that they feel can be an upgrade, Carlton Davis.
This is too big. Can you still see it?
I can't read it at this level.
Oh, it's so big. That's what she said. Jordan Lewis, 3 years, $30 million. That's a pretty reasonable deal. I want to know what the Devo money is. The Devo money is 3 years, 30.
So that can't be right. That can't be right. A Devo can't be 3 for 30.
They're willing to go up to 18 million. That's Jordan Lewis is 3 for 30.
Yep.
I can't. I don't like that.
Question though on that I was thinking, and then someone posted it as well. Do the linebackers getting overpaid change anything about Jermaine Pratt's situation or his market?
Good.
Yeah.
He's very cheap compared to these guys.
Yeah. Logan's getting cheaper.
And Logan's deal hasn't aged the best. Now it's doing
right until this offseason, maybe.
Yeah, now it's in a pretty good spot. 2 years left.
I need to stand up for a second. These old bones.
These old bones.
Oh.
Logan Wilson. 29 years old. He's under contract till he's 31. He has 3 years left.
No.
Yeah.
They signed him a 4-year deal when he had 1 year left.
His deal just started last year for cap purposes.
Interesting.
He's about to get way cheaper for cat. Like they do a pretty good job with cash flow. 16 million in the first 2 years.
That's why they should be. They have set it up. If they wanted to make a run, they could. If they wanted to spend some cash,
and
that's one of the things how we came to the conclusion that they're going to spend a little bit more this offseason. Fingers are crossed.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't trust anything anymore.
Need a 40 time for Goodberry. Hey, last Father's Day, whenever that is, I don't remember like minor holidays. I know when Christmas and Halloween is. Everything else, no idea. But last Father's Day, 588 for your boy at 37.
I don't sprint anymore. Milton Williams to Carolina. Really? Is that a Schefter ESPN notification? Finalizing it now.
Jeff Dan TV said Milton to Carolina. Good for Milton Williams. One of my sons getting that money.
If it's Carolina, what do we think? Like 28 million a year?
Paying the Carolina tax, the overpay. I'm gonna say 26.
Let's see. Carolina Panthers.
4 years, over 100 million.
Pairing him with Derek Brown on the interior there. Jadeveon Clowney.
And Brian Burns. No.
Ashawn Robinson. That's their other big spend. Shy Tuttle. Man, they're spending a lot of money on
Dan Moore Titans. The chat is saying Dan Moore Titans.
Wow.
They want another. So that's going to keep Peter Skoronski definitely at guard. And I thought about Peter Skoronski recently when I was thinking of Will Campbell.
Derek Barnett for $5 million. I would have been all over that.
No doubt.
But he's going back to the Texans, so who knows there. 4 years, $82 million with 50 guaranteed, 30 million year one.
Good Lord. Dan Moore. Hey, the best contract on the Bengals is Orlando Brown Jr.
There is now. Holy. Orlando Brown is going to ask for a new contract.
He should. If he stays healthy this year, he should ask for a new contract.
100%. That guy right now, let's take a look. Let's take a look at our left tackles here on overthecap.com. Orlando Brown is the
I wish they'd number these.
14th highest paid left tackle in the NFL. Now 15th highest paid left tackle in the NFL.
15th left tackle. There's not even 15 good left tackles.
It does it here. I guess 14th because Dan Moore jumps him.
Okay.
I guess I just can't count.
Yeah, look underneath him. Jonah Williams, who's not left right now. Walker Little. Teron Armstead, right? He did reduce his recently. That's just cap hit. Oh, that's average per year.
The average per year.
Can you go to 2025 then up there when you go back?
Yeah, he's retiring.
Is that what's happening?
Why. They redid his deal so he can retire.
When you go back, go to the top instead of full contract, go to 2025. I wonder where the cap hits rank. I like to see that too.
What?
You see where it says full contract?
I've never done this.
Yeah, it's interesting to see where they rank this year. To kind of see what teams are overspending, which teams are pushing the cap hits to later.
Very light cash year for
like if you go to quarterback, it's interesting. You see where Joe Burrow ranks just for this season.
That Josh Allen extension is so cheap, by the way.
They got him cheap last time.
It's crazy.
It's twice now they've gotten Allen really cheap. He loves it there, so I mean maybe that's it. He's like, just fuck it. I know you guys are in cap situations.
The third round 2026 compensatory pick on the board to the Steelers.
Good call. I was going to say, because someone made out good, we both at the same time, but the Chiefs' fourth replacement for Orlando Brown Jr. so far at left tackle. Yeah, it's not easy to replace these guys, even for good franchises. They really haven't replaced Tyreek Hill. People champion that all the time, but they have spent an entire draft class and money to try and replace Tyreek Hill and have not.
What is this? Oh.
Now Rossini's on Milton Williams Panthers, they said.
I want to see the money on Milton Williams of the Panthers. Why are we signing all our rejects? BJ Hill, yes, our DT spot is still going to suck. I'm done.
JC,
a little bit earlier.
You want to take care of that? Yeah, go ahead.
Again, just to reiterate, if you weren't here, I see this as a floor move. This is a solid veteran starter that I think they needed to have on the team. I think they're still going to add to this spot. At this point in free agency, yes, they're a worse team. No way around that. They have made mistakes in the last 2 years of team building. They haven't developed well enough in the draft. All of that remains true. But BJ Hill is a good player, at least a solid player. And I don't think that we should be crashing out over BJ Hill. I don't even agree with some people on Blue Sky that are like, oh, the Bengals couldn't have spent some of that guaranteed money on Gesicki and Hill on Trey Hendrickson. Like, it's not really one or the other. With Trey, they're just not offering the amount of money they need to offer. It's not a let's choose one or the other kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now, it might be that they're expecting to trade Trey Hendrickson, and so that's why they went and chose to bring back BJ Hill. It might be a decision they made, but yeah, I mean, I don't think that it's been a good offseason by any stretch of the imagination. It's just not done yet. Like,
I can also, Jake, if you can pull up our spreadsheet, our free agent spreadsheet, go all the way to the right on the bottom, the tabs. Go to a different page here. Go to pass rush. Scroll down. And now these are the defensive tackles, right? And they're ranked based on where we had them. BJ Hill there is only behind Calais Campbell, Draymond Jones, Milton Williams, obviously Poona Ford. It's not like we're going down deep on the list here. If you thought there was a lot of free agents available, there really isn't. And now if you just take pass rush win rate, there are better pass rushers. And I've been saying this. Hill is still a fine player. There's not many that have played more snaps than him either. We could probably reduce that a little bit. But then now I expect the next signing to be somebody that can rush the passer a little bit. You see Kinlaw over there with the 15.3 getting $15 million per year. You want Kinlaw at 15 or you want BJ Hill at 11 million? Yeah, Ozarike would be a fun guy to add next to BJ Hill. And I still think that could be a possibility.
I think Ozarike is the one that would be like the solid upside second contract kind of signing that you would be hoping to elevate a little bit. It is a bad free agent class, though. As
Can you
Nate
scroll
Johnson,
down a little bit more? I want to see if there's anyone else that Solomon
Solly,
Thomas with his
we love to
14.
talk about Solly Thomas,
I'm telling you.
Taquan
Graham.
How about Sheldon Rankins getting $7 million this year? LJ Collier.
Mm-hmm. He had 130 snaps, true pass sets too.
I mean, a tier 5 guy here, Benito Jones.
How about that?
J. Tufele.
Other people are saying 3 for 30 for a Debo too. That can't be correct. Can't be.
I mean, it could be, I guess. That seems very, very cheap.
But I was also saying this about BJ. It shouldn't frustrate you because this was the level of guy they were going to sign the whole time. It ends up being someone that they know and trust and appreciate a lot. While also, I assume they're going to look, again, guys, they're going to sign 8 to 10 players. They've already signed a couple, Cody Ford, Mike Gesicki, BJ Hill. If that leaves 7 more, we've got a lot of signings still to come.
Are you doing your math based on how many players they need to roster?
Yeah.
That was?
Yeah, it's a rough estimation, because you could always end up with a huge undrafted class, but they haven't recently. So probably because teams are starting to pay crazy money for these undrafted guys. He can play nose. He can play 5-tech. He can play 3-tech.
Carlton Davis to the Patriots for $20 million a year per Adam Schefter.
Well, never mind then.
What?
Never mind on Carlton Davis.
Did you just mention Carlton Davis?
I did earlier. I said if there's any of those tier 2 corners, the Bengals may be interested if the money's around 15, I'm thinking.
Really?
But these guys are getting over that. Yeah.
I was thinking that they were just like not interested in the corner market.
I think they were interested in the upgrade corner market. So a tier 2 guy that would start.
Give us a good old Goodberry percent on T.
That is not easy to say.
Monday.
So originally I said I expect T. Higgins to be extended 85%. I got to at one point. And that wasn't just a play on his old number. I have reduced it to 75 as of last week, and now I'm down to like 60%. I'm growing concerned that they're not going to be able to get an extension with him. There's still a chance. I think anything below 50 means it's not going to happen. Or we're trending on that side. So if you're wondering, like, calibrate that in your mind. Now that we're nearing 60, I'm getting concerned.
Is that because of like Hendrickson?
No, well, yeah, there's some of Hendrickson, a little bit of a low ball, not understanding his value, I think. And then with T, if 2 things were true, number one, if they were serious, they would have gotten it done. And if T was willing to take a Bengal style contract, it'd probably already be done. So now I'm concerned.
I think this could very well just be the Bengals being dumbasses. The DK Metcalf thing could have screwed stuff up, though.
No doubt. And that's why we were saying you probably should get this done before DK gets an extension.
They should have gotten Jamar done. Like, all these things are avoided because even Duke talked about it at the combine, like the importance of getting these deals done quickly. Dana was pretty sure it would happen today. I think he'll regret that comment. I think Dana was speculating.
Yeah, I think it's hard to read Paul Dana sometimes when he is either speculating in tweet form, definitely. Because we had this a little bit yesterday. People were freaking out a little bit about, is he saying Cody Ford's going to start? And I'm like, even when I read it, I'm like, I don't know. I don't think so.
I do think that Paul's plugged in with the team, but
no doubt.
I don't think that one had the vibe of, I've heard something recently, it will get done. All our cap space is meaningless. So a bunch of things just happened at once here. I have said, I think a few times, that I thought that the cap wasn't going to be the issue for them this year. They were going to have issues spending cash, and so they might inflate cap hits as a result. And we have seen the start of that. We'll see if that continues. We'll see what BJ Hill structure looks like. Like, that could be another $8 million cap hit. And that would be significant. Waldo Rodriguez. If T and Trey are gone, is Burrow and Chase the only 2 blue chip players on the roster? Yes. Maybe Mims eventually, as he points out.
Sure.
Nick B. So we just continue to follow a team that operates like it's the 60s. I love this team, but losing Burrow is a literal death sentence. I agree.
Agreed. I think if Burrow, and I don't even like to talk about it yet because I still feel like we're a ways away from that.
Well, don't. Just say, like, if we get there with Burrow, then yeah, it's a death sentence.
It's the event horizon, right? Like, you get there, that's it. There's no coming back, I think. I think the franchise is done.
You alienate way too many fans. Like, so many new fans are here just because of Burrow.
Is
like
event horizon the correct word there?
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? You get to the tip of the black hole, and like that's it.
I think that's event horizon.
I actually think that works. I'm going to use that more. All right, let's go.
Twitter's back, says Kyle Smith.
Great. I just did hear my phone buzz.
Took surprisingly long today for everyone to start crashing out over nothing. ESPN going in on the Bengals out, arguing how New England needs to pry T. Higgins away. Serious question, are the Bengals cash poor? No. How does not having T signed affect the free agents we can go after? It doesn't affect anything technically until Wednesday, when teams have to be cap compliant. But if it's still $26 million at that point, that's a bigger cap hit than it needs to be. Again, I don't think the cap is the issue. I think that they're going to run out of money before they run out of cap space. But, what do you got, Joe?
J.C. Latham obviously going to right tackle with Dan Moore. Did not consider that.
Back to
where he should be. Yeah. Okay, so my Twitter did actually just upload. Let's see if the DMs are working or not.
Carlton Davis, 3 years, $54 million, that can go up to $60 million.
Okay. All right. 54 divided by 3, 18. So still a little bit higher than what I thought the Bengals may have interest in. There's a couple tier 2 corners, though. I don't know if you want to pull that up unless you got news. Or is that Jordan Lewis?
Just trying to catch up here on.
Okay.
Guess I'm not going to the gym today. Okay, what are we doing? You want to see corners?
Yeah, or overall. I thought there was
maybe I'll filter out the guys that are.
Now we're talking. Can you do that? Yeah.
Only the guys that are still out there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, Rasul Douglas. No, Travarius Ward. I'm not really interested in either one of those guys.
Rasul Douglas is visible on this page? Wow. You had 2.5 on him.
He's still a good player.
I doubt it. I guess you watched him more than I did in Buffalo. Yeah, so for corner, I'm still on the
Is there any others?
Nate Hobbs train.
Yeah, so that's it then. If the top guys are off, then that's it for corner for the Bengals. I don't think I think you can find a value guy. There's a few of them in here that are interesting. We've talked about, but yeah, that's it. I thought maybe if one of the top guys didn't get paid, Byron Murphy would expect to get paid, right? If he's still there in 3 days, maybe that's a different, right?
Asante Samuel Jr. would be the one.
Oh yeah, I forget about him.
Dismiss. There you go. Yeah, Asante Samuel, second contract play. Had the Bengals made any moves, they re-signed BJ Hill to a 3-year, $33 million deal.
DMs are still not loading for me if people are interested. People
are interested.
Yeah, I can't get the load. I can't get my front page to load either. I just was able to see my mentions for a second, and then that disappeared. Maybe I can get it on up here.
There's definitely an expectation that Cam Taylor-Britt bounces back. Maybe not definitely. There sounds like there's an expectation that Cam Taylor-Britt bounces back, but I wouldn't count on that plan if I were the Bengals.
I haven't heard great things.
Yeah.
About if we're wondering why he never took a step and why he looks so incredibly inconsistent, it's because of the effort he puts in, I think.
I don't know why Mike Tomlin would want to deal with Aaron Rodgers shit. I guess he just wants to have a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, you're desperate for a quarterback. It's the situation, right?
Zim doesn't like the BJ Hill move.
Well,
He said it's like re-signing Sam Hubbard.
No. Hubbard was
First
spent.
Mike Brown to the golf course.
Nice.
Yeah, Hubbard was spent. And he just kept getting hurt. All right. I need to reply to some subtext, Joe.
All right, you do your thing.
Let me know if I need to.
No, I've got my Twitter going right
and
now
stuff.
as well, so I'm at least able to see. I'm at least able to refresh a little bit.
So many. I have 29 unread messages here to reply to.
Oh, that's a lot. You guys get a lot of those, then, huh?
Yeah, sometimes.
All right, put it in the chat then. I'll do this with you guys on the BJ Hill thing. BJ Hill, 3 years, $11 million per year. That cap hit could probably be anywhere between $6 to $10 million this year, depending on what they do. Probably 8 and some change. We want to rank it or grade it. How do you feel about having BJ Hill on the roster now for at least the next 2 years? Give it an A, a B, a C, a D, an F. Again, in my eyes, hasn't precluded them from doing anything. Hasn't stopped them from signing anyone else. They have tons of cap space, which is why it doesn't bother me. They give him $16 million guaranteed, which I tried to set the line at 15 for any free agents. 16. Hey, maybe we could push that line to 20. I did say 20 in the spreadsheet when I did it the other day, but I was thinking like 15 if they're going to go cheap with needing to sign potentially 3 big stars. But to me, I think it's a B signing. I'm letting you guys put it in. Great. You guys are all getting in there now. I don't want to give it away. I tried to hold it too long. It's B. It's a player. It's a position they needed to sign. You didn't spend a lot. You didn't give a lot of guaranteed money. And it's someone we're familiar with that we know what his role is. It doesn't fix defensive tackle, clearly, so it can't be an A. They didn't break contract structure more than likely, so it can't be an A. It's a solid B.
I'm not upgrading them for breaking contract structure, by the way.
Oh, I would.
I'm not. It's just like a footnote to me. It's not actually an upgrade.
You wouldn't feel so. Let's switch it to if it was T. Higgins and they gave him 2 years guaranteed, right? They gave him $60 million guaranteed. Would you say that is significant or a footnote?
It's a significant footnote, but it's a footnote that doesn't change the grade. Getting the player back is the grade for me.
So you're just thinking from a roster construction. I think these moves can signify our feeling towards the franchise, the direction they're going, and their modernization too. Could kind of
for sure. But like that just doesn't change the way that I grade a deal in a vacuum. The way I think about deals in a vacuum is probably what do I think about the player? What do I think about the contract overall in terms of like where the cap hits are coming, what the guarantees are, et cetera, et cetera. In terms of like Bengals financial obligation, ability to get out of the deal if they need to. But like then later, if I'm thinking about something and they've guaranteed year 2 money to T, then I'm thinking, okay, they can actually do this now. They can actually go sign some free agents that maybe they otherwise wouldn't have. But I don't think that's the direction they want to go. They remain philosophically opposed to exposing themselves to dead money risk. They remain philosophically opposed to guaranteeing money outside of year 1.
So would you say it's a C or a C plus? Where would you land then?
For what?
BJ Hill, grade this re-signing.
Let me think. What's my evaluate? I think it's a C. I think it's a C plus. I think it's a C plus. I think if they didn't have him on the roster, that would make their offseason hard. Like it alleviates pressure on the position because he's a solid player. Yeah. And I think like they needed that. I think it's an above average move, but not by much.
So C plus. Mm-hmm. All right. I think most people were in that range from C to B, C plus, B minus. I saw a few. There was a couple C minus. I saw a D in there, but
it might be a B minus. It's on the bubble for me.
I hear you. That's pretty much that.
I might say B minus on the podcast if you talk about it because people will be less angry. I'm an anger management counselor now.
What is we should do this then for the rest of the guys. Cody Ford, Great on Cody Ford re-signing. Now, because this is different. This is a much lesser player. He does not provide an answer for the position, right? Because they needed 2 guards, they needed 2 defensive tackles. So to me, while they didn't pay him anything, they didn't give him starter money. They gave him a little bit of an increase because he's played and he is valuable for backing up multiple positions. But I think I'm grading the player more here than I am, that the fact that they haven't had a solution. I think re-signing Cody Ford to me is a C-. I'll take him as a backup, but other than that, like, it doesn't move the needle. You didn't get better because of it.
I would be lower than that. Can I be lower than that? Okay, let me think about this. So like a D is a passing grade, but it's not good.
Right.
So probably like a D plus in that range. I think that it's a good move to pay a backup guard who
because
has
they don't pay
a lot of
backups, right?
experience. Yeah. And in that sense, and his best position was left guard.
Yeah.
And they have the most questions at left guard. I think they're going to sign a right guard. Mm-hmm. Well, I guess right now they have questions equally at both guards.
Yeah, that's true.
Until they sign somebody. But it's like, because of who the player is, it's not very exciting.
I agree.
And like, I don't like when he has to go into a game, I'm still going to be holding my breath, which I probably would for most backup guards. But I think that they're like, you compare his contract to other guards in a similar bucket, in a similar range of money. I think you can do better for that money for a backup guard.
I do too, especially when we see a few of these guys going for $5.5, $6 million. I'm like, just a couple more, and you got a baseline or low end starter. And I'd rather spend that money that way. But the Bengals couldn't stomach a low end guy getting 5, and Evan Brown getting 5, and then he doesn't win the starting job, right? They would not stomach that. That'd be a problem for them. All right, we're gonna move to I looking at the comments here. D's to C's, most people. Some people really like it.
I saw some people say you can't be lower than a B plus as a backup, B as a starter, C minus, C plus, B for backup, F for starter. A lot of people higher than us on this move.
Yeah, a lot of people, for some reason, a lot of people liked Cody Ford more than I think. Every time I went and watched the film, I came away lower on Cody Ford than my feeling during the game. Is that you know what I'm saying there?
Except for maybe the Steelers game.
Yes. But even then, they gave a lot of help towards TJ Watt's side.
Well, he was playing guard in that game.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking the one he stepped in for Mims.
No, at tackle, he's a disaster, period.
Yeah.
Never want to see him at tackle. If he's thought to be the first lineman off the bench at any position, the grade goes down for me.
You're talking the game they could run the ball decently, right?
The first week 13.
Yeah.
He was solid in that game, and the Steelers had all of their interior defensive guys.
I would say you're right on that. I agree. I came away, I was like, he did
well.
That
was a left guard game.
Yeah, he did well in that game. He was fine on tape. But most of the time I came away on tape like, oh, you can't play him.
At tackle, you absolutely cannot. And he's still a risk at guard, but
no doubt
he's better at guard.
So that's why people may be higher on him if you didn't go and critically watch him in every snap, because it got shaky. So there may be a divide there. And then one other signing, unless we have any news. Mike Gesicki, what do you grade that? They gave him a raise, significant raise from last year. It's the only player they've really spent more money on so far this year, tangible money.
I think he's make me a hypocrite if I'm considering the structure for this grade and don't consider
it's hard not to, right?
Because this one has an impact on this year, where year 2 guarantees, like, I don't give a shit about overall.
Right.
Like, it's important for them.
It makes it harder to build your roster this year.
What's that?
When you overinflate the cap.
Yeah.
Well, having said that, Gesicki, I think, is a good fit in the offense. He is, in my mind, a wide receiver 3. I don't see him much at tight end. I think he caught just a couple balls from the actual tight end spot. Now, a lot of guys get their production out wide in the slot. That is not rare, but he's not a blocker. He's not going to dig a defensive end out at the point of attack. So the player evaluation, I don't think it could be an A. I'm going to sit at this one and say it's a B, teetering on B plus, because I like him and I like the fit. 3 years for a guy over 30. I do start thinking about that. I don't think they get better at the position again. They haven't gotten better yet. They haven't brought in an outside guy, so I can't go to an A. I still think they need a tight end too at some point, because Drew Sample can't be taking the most tight end snaps on the team. I think that's too many snaps to go 10 players on your offense, because Sample can't do anything. And maybe I'm overly critical of Sample, and that's overflowing onto Gesicki here. But to me, it's a B plus.
For Gesicki or B plus?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm at solid B. It's an above average move. It's a useful piece in the offense. There's still ideally you have the Eric All type of tight end as well to complement.
Yeah,
the Gesicki type of player. He's a good. The thing that I didn't really think about, and this is this shout out to the Growler podcast here on this one. Didn't really think about this point until I heard them talk about it. Late in the year, they figured out how to unlock Gesicki when teams were sending extra emphasis on T and Jamar. And it wasn't just Gesicki producing when one of those guys was gone. It was Gesicki producing when teams as a third option. And so the fact that they found that at the end of the year gives me some hope that they have a better plan for him going forward. Not that I thought there was a bad plan for him before. Necessarily, he shouldn't be like a featured option most of the time. But yeah, I think it's a solid move. I think it's a B.
Can we try to stream again on Twitter?
I sure can.
My Twitter loaded instantly right there, if you guys are wondering.
I am attempting it now, and I'm back to writing subtexts.
Okay. I enjoy seeing your guys' grades for these. We don't seem too far off on a lot of these. Yeah, I can be a bit harsh on Drew Sample. I don't think he's a great blocker. I don't think he's an athletic enough to use his power to become a better blocker. Are we saying, I'm reading the comments too, Milt Williams is not official to the Panthers? Not a done deal from Diana Rossini?
It's not a done deal, but Schefter also tweeted that they're working to finalize the deal. I think it's very close.
They probably just wanted to clarify it to finalize the last few details. Like, it's not done yet.
Yeah.
You know, from an agent perspective.
Yeah.
Cornerback Tremont Smith to the Texans, 2-year deal.
Who?
Tremont Smith, cornerback from the Texans. Morgan Moses to Patriots. Someone tweets down or in the chat.
I like Steve Palazzolo. His only evergreen advice for free agency is always sign Morgan Moses. 3 years, $24 million. Wow.
Is that it?
3 years though?
Maybe that's why the Bengals were semi-interested.
3 years at 34 years old?
Okay, so the last year is probably done, but 2 years for 16, $8 million a year? Not bad.
He saw Gesicki saw the stuff about like the guy pointing to himself on the couch. He's like, yeah, that was literally me on my couch. Mike's a funny guy. All right, so they're signing 30-year-olds. This is 2 straight years, as John Sheeran points out. John, you still here? That's a good point. If so,
then let's get Trey done.
Yeah, maybe this is all a sign that Trey is gonna get done. Copium. I'm huffing it. Copium. I'm getting hungry, Joe.
I am too. I'm about to order something. Have it delivered?
Been sitting here for 2 hours. Who knew? Twitter seems to be turning on Hendrickson's agent.
All right. He might be a dumbass. Hendrickson's agent.
Doesn't look like a.
Is that too strong?
Well, no. I mean, the 1-year extension in the first place was definitely a mistake.
The original deal. He got nothing. And then the 1-year extension, again, was stupid. And then now, we can get you a first-round pick. Like, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, he does represent other players. I think Trey is by far his highest profile client, but it's not like it's like that's the only business he has in the NFL. Doesn't look like Twitter stream is working still.
Really?
Yeah. Do we know what Al's view on Trey is? I mean, in interviews, Al sounded very excited to have Trey Hendrickson and add pieces to help him play better. There are some people out there who I respect, though, that think Trey Hendrickson is not a good fit when you don't have complementary pieces.
It says it's on, though, on mine. When I look at it, it doesn't say it's streaming, though.
When you're on your page?
No, hang on. I was looking on the restream options, just bouncing around because I really never messed with it.
Yeah, it's on. So you see how it's like it says under YouTube, there's that green thing that says streaming.
And this says offline.
Yeah, and so before when I tried with Twitter, it said it was sending data and it was like blue when it was trying to fire up, and then it just never got past that. And this time it's not even doing the blue thing where it's firing it up. So, I mean, the spaces would probably work now, but I don't know how you could simulcast those spaces with this. It'd be great if the only thing I can think to do, and I don't really want to do it because there's apparently 850 people here on YouTube, is to bring it all down and try to relaunch it all.
Not worth it, but
Javon Holland's market expected to exceed 15 million a year. I mean, right?
That's what we expected.
Of course, right?
Good tweet, Underdog. I do like Underdog, though.
20 million is what PFF had him projected at, which is a lot. Underdog is good at aggregating. They do aggregation well because they credit the people.
Yeah, and they make a lot of content.
You don't follow Drew. Who?
Are you Drew?
Oh, did you see like my suggested follows or something somewhere?
Drew Garrison?
Joe Goodberry, anything juicy in the DMs?
No, well, I can't. I will let you know if there is.
I guess because I don't follow Drew Garrison, that's a scandal.
There's a scandal.
I talked about this earlier, guys. I don't follow many people on Twitter.
If you see my head down, though, I am probably tweeting or DMing. But it's fast. Elon saying there was a massive cyber attack.
I'm sure he did. Probably just forgot to pay a bill. And by forgot, I'm being generous.
Is it a crime to claim somebody committed a crime?
Not if you're very vague about it. Probably. I'm watching Joe's mood carefully. If he gets perky for no reason, I'll get hopeful. Wow.
Oh, damn it.
We got people reading body language over here.
Let's see if I was like, oh, really? Yeah. Okay. So would that do it?
Dakotas is saying, man, I love the Dakotas updates. Keep them coming.
Jake, Dakotas, let's go.
The Bengals are getting more protection from Burrow from a team they've played in the last 2 seasons, which is most of the NFL. That excludes 8 teams.
Well, we could double check this. I think we could cross
check. 8 teams versus 10 teams. Anyway, that's most of the NFL.
They haven't played the Bears, okay, in 2 years.
So it's not Tevin Jenkins.
Have they played Kevin Zeitler with the Lions?
Did they play the Lions last year? Was last year NFC North year? No, because they had the joint practice with the Packers.
Right.
Did they play the Lions? No.
They play the Jags, yes, with Jake Browning, Brandon Scherf.
Sure. They played the Colts.
For Freeze, right? Is it Fries or Freeze?
Mike Santagata has a list. Hernandez, Freeze or Fries, Becton, Dude, it's anyone.
Well, come on. He doesn't have a list then. Have they played the Vikings?
That's a pretty good list.
Yes, they played the Vikings for Reisner.
When did they play the Vikings? When did they play the
last
NFC
year? Jake Browning, 2 years ago, I should say.
And that was our only NFC North opponent last year?
Because I don't remember playing the Lions or the Packers. Had to be.
Were you blacking out last year?
Could be. Patrick McCurry, obviously. Ravens.
Rap Sheet just dropped a bomb on Pat McAfee. He said the Bengals were actually really close to that 40 number for Chase, and he would be shocked if T and Jamar aren't re-signed. Rappaport on. Thank you, Brandon Hamilton, for the information.
So we got to clip that somehow.
Yeah, if somebody can get that clip from the McAfee show, that would be awesome.
I'm heading over
what
there.
What do we have
now.
here? Somebody says a deal. Malik said it's like French fries for the pronunciation.
It's fries?
DJ Reed to the Lions. Hey, Zach. Good to see you, buddy. Zach Kirshner was a senior when I was a freshman at Northwestern University, and I remember going with him to an apartment to watch a Bengals game. And like the first couple of weeks, I was
going to try and clip this while you're talking.
Oh, I was about to do other things. He took his headset off. He can't even hear me now. Now I need to do this stream by myself. Where the stream at? I guess I should repost the link. Hell yeah, what, Nick? Are we reacting to the Pat McAfee thing? Okay, got it. Pat McAfee show will put it up. Joe, come back. Joe. He can't hear me. I gotta text him.
If you guys want to listen, I'll play the rap report while I'm recording it here if you want. They're talking about Jamar Chase and will he get that deal?
Highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. And now since then, Myles Garrett got his deal. Does Jamar Chase get up to that $40 million mark?
You know, I think he probably does. And I don't get the sense that the Bengals are that far from it now. I mean, I know it's weird. Like, I understand the Bengals get criticized. People are like, why have they not gotten the deal done? It takes two to get the deal done, right? And if you're Jamar Chase, I think Bengals would like it done immediately, and they've offered really close to that. But if you're Jamar Chase, I mean, it sounds to me like he's like, I got time. There's no rush. I mean, they're not playing until September, which is, you know, I don't know, many months, some months away, however many months that is away. So I think Jamar Chase is waiting, and like, even though it's awesome to get deals immediately, if you wait, they just get higher. So, like, I think you're right. I think Jamar Chase is in an unbelievable place. It's going to sting for the Bengals, but I really think they get it done, and I actually think they probably get both of these guys done.
Wow, I didn't expect to hear that about the Cincinnati Bengals. Obviously, Trey Hendrickson was allowed the right to go find a trade partner if he wanted to. Let's stay in the AFC North and Trey Hendrickson's world. Bruce Brown has a question for you, Rap.
Yeah, how do you think that Myles Garrett deal at $40 million a year immediately affects Trey Hendrickson, and then down the line a little bit more with TJ? Do you think that they're automatically going to bump up to that $40 million average a year, or could it be a little different where maybe they go bigger on the guarantee but a little less on the average?
Trey is an awesome player, NFL sack leader. I'm not sure he's in that $40 million category. My guess would be his starts with the three. Well, plays on one side, isn't as much of a run player, I would say, as Myles Garrett, and TJ Watt gets a ton of sacks.
Yeah, sack king, bro. Sack king.
He is the sack king, the literal sack king. My guess is his number starts with a 3, which is awesome. It is. And then, you know, I would say TJ Watt is, to me, the more interesting one because the Steelers want to get it done. It is a priority. But again, like, if you wait, like if you're TJ Watt, would you accept something that's less than Myles Garrett? Maybe you would. Maybe you accept a hometown something, but guys don't often do that.
Well, I kicked his agent out of the way the last deal, and he said, "Oh, mama, I'm in fear."
All right, we're not going to listen to the Renegade song.
So he just said that he thinks both deals get done, right?
Yeah,
like they're close.
He'll be shocked if they don't get done. If you want me to replay it,
did he say that?
Yes, I'll go back just a little bit.
Is that just deals getting done in different fashions or different levels?
Yeah.
waiting and like.
Here we go.
Sting for the Bengals, but I really think they get it done, and I actually think they probably get both of these guys done.
Wow.
Okay, so that was it.
They just get higher. So, like, I think you're right. I think Jamar Chase is in an unbelievable place. It's going to sting for the Bengals, but I really think they get it done, and I actually think they probably get both of these guys done.
Wow. I didn't expect to hear that.
Yeah, he didn't say shocked.
Did not. No. It
So
was
you-
McAfee. McAfee goes, I'm shocked to hear that. You tweeting something out or subtexting it?
Subtexting it.
He wanted to. Let's stay in the
And I'm going to tweet out that video. I know Pat McAfee will, but sometimes they're like 10 to 20 minutes after. So,
Yeah, it'll be a few minutes at least.
yeah, so I'm going to try and get it out now.
Sorry, I'm still trying to catch up on subtext. It's
Your
hard to
thing.
do all this stuff.
We're also, you control the board here too. So
I know.
I could do a little more talking. All
All
right,
that
back over-
happened while X was out. So Paulson Adebo, 3 years, $30 million. That is cheap. I would have
Fuck.
done that deal.
Damn.
NFL must not think highly of him because he's going to the Giants for 3 years, 30. Did the Giants bring it up? Yeah, it's a loud keyboard. Sorry. Did the Giants bring Saints coach? It's not a mechanical keyboard. Just don't have good gain control. Good gain control here, I guess. Derek Barnett deal I would have done. 1 year, $5 million. Jordan Lewis deal I would have considered.
Mhm.
BJ Hill deal I think is fine. I think that's it. I think, and obviously Chris Godwin, that's extremely cheap for the Bucks. But a lot of these deals are significant overpays or slight overpays. What two deals are close? Oh, somebody's listening to the stream, but not in chat. I was talking about T and Jamar. I don't know how like close they are, but I don't think there's like a huge gap per se. I still think it's reasonable to say that T could get done in the next 2 days. It's just not clear that it will.
Whoops. I just banged my knee on this.
Okay.
I just went a little crazy. That's all.
Oh my God. David
What?
Pollock's wife has brain cancer.
Fuck.
Fuck is right. Brain cancer surgery Wednesday at Duke. If you're the religious type, he is asking for prayers.
And he is. So
He is religious. Yeah. Damn. That's brutal, man. Debo's coming off a broken leg. Good point. Yeah, if you guys want to click the subscribe button if you're on YouTube, maybe we'll get this channel monetized at some point. That's why we've done Twitch in the past, is because it's automatically monetized. Like people could subscribe there, people can donate there. So Milton Williams is now talking to the Cardinals apparently. So maybe that Panthers deal was less done than we thought. Paulson Adebo is doing backflips after breaking his femur in October. He apparently posted a video on March 6th of him doing some stuff. I think he's feeling pretty good on that broken leg. He'll be fine. But he didn't play a full year, so I get that. I feel a little bad for Callie Gary. I don't know how much say he has in
And the quarterback. So
Personnel
it's always
moves.
comes down to the quarterback too.
Yeah.
I would say they should try and go get Sam Darnold. If I was the Titans.
It's just
If you're not able to trade up and get Cam Ward, then you know what? Get a guy with some pedigree. Callie, you think your system works? There's reason to believe your system works. Get a high talent guy in there.
Do we think Khalil Herbert is back?
Is it you're getting rumblings of that?
No, I'm asking.
If he is as running back 3, I think they'll still look to get running back 2 solved.
Yeah, I wonder what their plan is for running back. They're just so limited on draft picks. Like, they have to try to address these things to some degree going into the draft. DJ Reed to the Lions.
Yeah, he tweeted that out himself. So
Interesting. I think that will be seen as a good move because it's the Lions right now can do no wrong, I think, in many ways.
He's also a good player. But he's hitting he's hitting the 30 mark soon.
He's like an okay player. Wow. Garofalo said Paulson Adebo's contract is one of the bigger we're going to see today. So that 3 for 30 deal might be wrong. Interesting. Got to keep our eyes out on that. A lot of people, I guess Malik said something about them pushing guard today or soon.
I think that is the feeling a lot of people that cover the team is that the Bengals will go sign a starting guard.
Yeah.
And
Milton Williams in talks with the Cardinals and Vikings, according to Caden Steele. Who's Caden Steele? Philly reporter. Got it.
Are there any running backs that you're interested though, Jake? Free agency?
Free agency. I see we've got all the players back on here.
Yeah, Neil's got us if we ever get sidetracked.
I'm filtering it. I'm just going to filter to running
While we're
backs.
here, feel free.
No? Yes? How much?
6, they're saying.
Rico?
Yeah.
He signed?
Cowboys. No, $6 million per year. Bobby Belt, if you don't follow him for the Cowboys, he reached out to pretty much every free agent they have and got a range in roundabout. And
don't know if I'd pay him 6.
Good podcast.
Don't know if I'd pay him 6. What about J.K. Dobbins as a backup?
Yeah.
Or as an alternative piece? Sure.
3.5.
That's probably it.
There's not much.
We got Hines on here twice.
So nice. We got him twice.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah, there's not much going
not
on.
really interested in much of this low end.
Ty Johnson?
I mean, sure, but I would still want another guy. He's like a 3 to me.
I think Ty Johnson's good.
I think he's good too, but I think because you have Chase Brown, he's a 3.
Bit redundant?
Yeah. Like, not a 3 necessarily. He'd be like a 2A. They would need a 2B. Guys, I'm enjoying the Dakota stuff. All right? It's funny. It's fun. Not funny. I guess maybe it's a little funny. Yeah, the free agent running back group is not great.
Not great. One of my nightmare scenarios is that the Bengals sign Najee Harris. So,
Jesus.
I don't expect it to happen at all. So, no.
Why would you put that into the world?
I look at like the list and I go, Kenneth Gainwell, sure. Nick Chubb, I think Chubb is spent. I have no interest in that.
James would like them to call Nick Chubb, at least. The thing with Nick Chubb is, like, you need to get him in for a workout. Like, maybe a year removed, he'd be better, but, man, I don't know.
Yeah, you can't sign him now. I don't expect him to sign for a while.
How about an update on that date you went on the other day?
Yeah, you got anything for us?
I'll tell you that I've gone on dates, but I will
food?
not. Yeah, we had breakfast.
Breakfast? What do you order then when you never been on a breakfast date? Are you going like full Grand Slam, or is it like, you know what, maybe I just get the crepes today and class it up?
I had a scramble, a hash.
Okay.
You know, potatoes, eggs, a bunch of vegetables, some pulled pork.
Yeah.
Mike says, looking at that list, I don't give a shit. Just roll Khalil Herbert back out there. TZA
Sure.
is. Can I just put the Twitch back on, Joe?
You can. Yeah. If it didn't go through Twitter again.
I'll try
sure.
Twitter one last time.
All right. Might as well. Maybe they'll get it going.
I mean, it was like, I don't know.
We're over 1,100 people in the stream right now.
That's not quite right because it's still counting Twitch viewers from when I turned it off. It's 1,000 on YouTube though, so that's a lot.
Gotcha. Didn't work?
I would say it did not work. I'm gonna put Twitch back on if I can.
Yep. We'll try it another time. Cadillac just stopped in front of my house. I don't know what's going on.
You
Just
pulled
bought
your
a
cork.
Cadillac.
Jesus, John. Jake shared a box of Timbits. I don't go to Tim Hortons, believe it or no.
You know what's funny about that?
What's that?
Is that you get
you
called
do
out
go
for
to-
Tim Hortons?
You be
And
doing your Timmy's
Western
coffees?
New York is like a Tim Hortons hub central.
Yeah. Najee Harris began some goodbyes to Steelers on Sunday.
People are saying Twitter's down.
Oh no.
Well, at least I got a tweet out there to say, that we're live. So hopefully people will come on over.
Checking back in on my Blue Sky follower count, 18,500.
God
That's
damn.
up. That's up 4,500 today. Probably more than that. That's the coldest in the Cadillac.
The coldest is coming.
Uh,
I didn't see anyone in there. No, I do.
well, Zim used your video to draw attention to his point yesterday that Jamar Chase has no incentive to sign early, which is true.
Yep.
But the Bengals should have just offered an extra $1 million before anything got close and say, hey, we're going to make this worth your while right now.
Teams that want to get deals done operate very differently. If we're inside a Bengals bubble and we don't really watch how other teams move sometimes, and a lot of fans don't, I understand. Teams that want to sign players, watch what the Bills did this offseason already, right? They're on like their 5th extension. They go and they pay them, and it's done. You only haggle over $1 million when the length or the guaranteed money or your fucking structure is goofy.
I'm almost cut off on my subtext here.
All right. I like this one. Twitter is down because they forgot to set their clocks ahead an hour.
Y2K, baby.
Seriously, this Cadillac's still out there.
What do we think is happening with Trey? Trade's still the most likely thing, right? Like, I haven't really changed off of.
I imagine that if another team says, hey, we'll give you $30 million for 2 years and guarantee 35 of it or whatever, that he's going to say, okay, I can get this deal as long as the Bengals will accept the trade compensation. But also, would the Bengals not just say, we will give you that?
I don't know how far away. Like, so I heard you talking in the space about the 25 offer.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
I do wonder if that's the agent averaging.
I do wonder too. Yeah.
But also why would it be phrased as 1 year 25? They did get to multiple years.
Oh, good.
Standing. And they got, I think, up a little bit from 25, but obviously they didn't get to 30. I think if they got to 2 for 30, deal's done.
And I did have one person say something to me the other night that I thought was interesting, that there is room for reconsideration on the Bengals side of how they want to handle this, how they want to get to whatever decision I don't think they've made a decision.
Well, on Trey?
Yeah, clearly they haven't because, right, there's so many moving parts, but I don't think that they are completely shut off to the idea that, hey, if multiple teams are offering you this, then maybe we would. Like, there is, some people have speculated that a Stafford situation, it does sound like there is parts of that where they're like, hey, if enough teams would value you there, maybe we're incorrect here. We're okay to be incorrect and we would reevaluate.
I hope they have that mentality.
I hope so too.
I'm not confident that they do.
Neither am I.
Yeah. Yeah, DJ, we've heard the 23 million. I mean, we've heard separately from sources that it was 25 was the initial offer, that it got up to 2 years, that the money did get up from there. Maybe the initial offer was discussed as 23 for reasons that Joe talked about, but
you can find this free agent spreadsheet. Actually, I can put it in the chat here. If you're looking for the free agent spreadsheet, here you go. I'm reading some of the comments here. Sorry if I'm quiet.
what is this B- for? Did you just ask for a grade?
He might be way behind.
Oh, just gone back in time. We're back. Where are we back? The Bengals bungled free agency. Did they?
Free agency
what deal happened that you wanted them to do?
We've only had a
about a
kickoff
couple
in free agency so far. We've received the opening kickoff. We've returned it to the 25 with BJ Hill signing. That is all that's happened so far in free agency. If you're calling the game over, sorry.
We got the offense on the field.
Cadillac's gone.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Who is the other running back? Cadillac Williams. Who is Ronnie Brown?
And
those were the two guys.
It was 3.
I thought.
But you're right. No, I'm thinking of the Arkansas trio. Why? What makes you think of this?
Cadillac.
Oh, Cadillac. Yeah, that's right.
What do you mean?
What a great name.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the Arkansas trio, though, when you brought that up, of Darren McFadden, Felix Jones, Peyton Hillis. How about that?
Isaiah Rodgers to the Vikings. 2 years, 7.5. I don't know about that. Veterans just get paid in the NFL, man. The Lions have both DJ Reed and DJ Reader. People were thinking DJ Reader could get cut.
I would take him.
Greenlaw signed with Washington.
Greg Greenlaw did. Didn't they just keep their linebacker?
I'm not seeing this Dre Greenlaw. There's a rumor out there, apparently.
Okay. How many free agents do we expect the Bengals to sign? They need to sign, still from here, 7 or 8 players. Could be a little bit more. Could be 1 less, I guess. Could be 6. So if we just say 7 players from here, how do you want to divvy it up? 1 more D tackle, 1 linebacker, and because it depends on if Jermaine Pratt and Geno Stone and guys like that, and Zach Moss, which we still expect to be released. 1 running back, 2 guards, 1 more defensive tackle, maybe 2 defensive ends. Is how I get the 6, and a linebacker, 7.
Greenlaw got 3 years, 45.
Good Lord.
That's Kinlaw.
Yeah, Greenlaw, Kinlaw. So they're cousins.
Yeah.
Cousins-in-law.
Cousins-in-law. Sorry, say again. Where do we have? We don't have the current roster in here, do we?
We don't. I thought maybe you might have it on the cap or something tracker, but I looked at it the other day. I said, yeah. So I added them up and went from there.
I mean, we have it in this sense, but this isn't like the visual representation I want. John Sheeran tweeted one today.
Of the roster? Oh, yeah, he did. So there's a mountain to climb still, which he is correct.
So we're looking at this. We're talking about this. Just helps me to think about what they need to sign. So obviously they need 2 starting guards.
There's 2 running back.
And yep, I would say probably 2 running backs, probably 2 more defensive tackles, Probably 2 more edge rushers, 2 linebackers. Those are like the bare minimum.
Yeah. And that's if you don't cut Stone. And that some of those can be drafted, clearly. But even with the drafted players, because they only have 6 picks, and you should only expect maybe the top 3 to contribute positively. That still means you need a lot of free agents still.
Did you mention, Joe, that there's like that you said the Bengals would potentially reconsider on Trey? That you had heard something to that effect, or am I not?
It was, but it's not something I haven't tweeted it out or said anything like that. Just that there was someone with knowledge of the situation was like, I think there's room for them to reconsider or change or trying to.
That they haven't decided, right?
Yeah, right. It's not decided that they are either going to extend, trade, or make them play, right?
Yeah.
The situation's fluid.
The disrespect to future All-Pro Muma Jong Meta is noted. I was one of the first people on the Jong Meta hype train in training camp, man. That guy popped when I was down in Cincinnati.
No doubt. The only time I even came low on John Meadows watching the film and watching him in coverage. He just was extremely clunky.
He's not a great athlete.
No. He's very stiff, just was not aware in coverage, which could be fixed and helped. But yeah, as of now. Not draft a running back? No, we do think they'll draft a running back. I would expect them to draft a running back.
I don't know if I'm on expect.
What positions would you say expect then?
I'm only to expect. So my expectations for the draft, I've said this a number of times, are 2 defensive linemen and 4 picks for running back, tight end, safety, linebacker, guard,
tight end,
another defensive lineman. I think I said tight end.
Okay.
If I didn't, then tight end too. But and wide receiver.
You don't have enough picks, right?
You don't have enough picks. You got 4 picks for 6 or 7 positions, and they could want 3 defensive linemen. So
yes, right. And that's why free agency here is going to clear up some of that, because if you sign 2 starting guards, you don't have to draft a guard. I would like them to, but you don't absolutely have to.
If that's not J.K. Dobbins, probably don't need to draft a running back. If you sign J.K. Dobbins and Khalil Herbert, and that's your three-man running back room.
They should be able to have their pick of the undrafted guys this year. And there's some people that have 30 draftable running backs. There's going to be a good undrafted. So if they're looking at that, and since they don't participate in the 7th round this year, they can get calling on those guys real early. I would say to any agent out there, the Bengals for your undrafted running back would be the spot to be.
Yeah, they don't pay undrafted players, so this is something else that I would like to be more critical of them for if it mattered. But it's not the most important thing. I do think they're missing an avenue for team building that should be very valuable to them.
To them, it should be, yeah.
But they don't pay undrafted free agents as well as team. Like the Cowboys, for all they don't spend.
Throw money at undrafted.
They do spend more on undrafted guys. John Sheeran. Comment in the chat. Crazy linebacker market is going to put more pressure on Al Golden to flex those linebacker coaching muscles, which is honestly fine. Oh, man. Got up early here on the West Coast. Trayvon Moehrig. I don't think that's how his name is pronounced. To Carolina. Carolina is spending money. They think Bryce Young has figured it out and they're ready to continue building a roster around him. This is it reminds me a little bit of how the Bengals tried to do things, but Carolina just didn't hit right away. But they're really adding a lot of players in free agency, Carolina.
Twitter go down for everyone else?
Sorry? Oh.
Twitter go down for everyone else again? Elon, don't tweet something until you know that you've got it figured out.
Our lads here already has Milt Williams on the Panthers. They jumped the gun. But what I was saying here is what the Bengals did and what Carolina is doing similarly is their entire defense is free agents. They got all these free agents on the offensive line. trying to build up this team with a rookie with a rookie quarterback. They just haven't got receiver rate. That's a big problem for them.
For sure. And they've spent picks there.
Mm-hmm.
But when you don't have that top 5 pick of that Jamar Chase,
yeah,
it's hard to find that number 1, man. The number 1s are getting drafted at the top of the draft more and more and more. Where do the Panthers pick this year?
Do they have their first round pick this year?
I believe they do. This year they got it back. I don't remember seeing them in the mock.
5 a.m. here. Where's here? Where it's 5 a.m. right now? Is that like in the middle of the Pacific Ocean? Is that Japan? Where's it 5 a.m.? Is it 5 a.m. in New Zealand? No, New Zealand's close to 7:07 a.m. in New Zealand. So where is it 5 a.m.? Where is it 5 a.m. right now?
Jeez.
Sort by time. Nowhere. Oh, wait. Sydney, Australia.
Oh, we got a guy from Australia. Nice.
I thought New Zealand. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I got time zones backwards in my head there. Yeah, Australia makes sense.
Your Twitter's just spinning, huh? Or is it working?
Mine seems okay.
All right.
I've not had issues all day.
Australia.
I'm not good at Australian accents. I don't know why I did that.
I was just thinking Foster's Australia for beer. I don't see those commercials anymore, actually.
Spring forward did mess me up for sure. I'm still feeling it. You ever get asked to do those Bleacher Report streams anymore?
No. Ace, he got it, I think. I think that's it.
Good for him.
Yep.
Good money if you can get it. People did not come back to Twitch. I think all the Twitch viewers came over here. 7 people on Twitch.
That's fine. Got to get the YouTube up, you know?
I got to go moderate my Twitch chat.
Is it going crazy?
No,
I see you.
Just a bot.
I'll take care of it here.
You don't need to. How do I moderate? Why don't I have my mod view? Why can't I moderate this? Oh, I have to click this way.
Panthers are 8th. Thank you, Gary. I figure they're in that range.
Wait, I'm going on Twitch. All right, you go over on Twitch. International Twitter users are fine, but USA servers are down. I see. So you just need a VPN outside of the United States and you'll be fine. Milton Williams for the Patriots.
No.
Ian Rappaport, $26 million a year. You were
right
right
on
on
got
that.
it.
Nailed it.
Got it. I'm fucking twerking over here. I got that shit.
But he didn't. he didn't get the Carolina tax.
Did not get the Carolina tax. Correct. We were assuming that.
It's Patriots tax.
They were said to be going hard at him, though. Malik said that yesterday as well.
The Patriots
go hard. Yeah, and that's why they traded what's his nuts to the Saints.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Thank you.
Who haven't the Patriots signed today? So they got Milton Williams, they got Carlton Davis,
Morgan Moses,
Austin Hooper, Harold Landry. That's a bad deal, though. New England going hard in the paint. So of a tier better than 2.5, we have Zeitler, Darnold, Sweat, Holland.
Oh, we're in wave. We're about to hit wave 2. Are we in wave 2?
I mean, we were in wave 2 before it started.
No. Josh Sweat's a good one. Holland? I guess you can be in wave 2 and still have good players.
Wave 2, there's like 2 good players left. You're in wave 2 from the Jets.
We started wave 2. I mean,
that's
it wasn't
what I just said.
No, I mean before there was no wave 1 at any point.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I meant. Like when guys started re-signing in the last like 24 to 48 hours, we entered phase 2, maybe phase 3. I would say something about Drake, but I'm a UNC fan. I've shared a hotel with Joe. There's nothing for him to twerk.
The
Oh,
fuck out
no.
of here, John. Where do you say that at? I don't even see that. Oh, the chat. I was way up on the chat. John, I've seen you naked. Don't start this.
Oh, no. I don't like this. I need an adult. Patriots just big brother the Panthers. I mean, I guess.
Pat's got Robert Spillane too. Gary said, "Yep, we missed another one."
Oh
Gary.
yeah, that was a huge deal too.
Gary's been an asset down here in the chat. I don't know if you've noticed. He's
Gary Jellison,
yeah.
chat OG.
Mm-hmm. You say the chat. It's become a very different show. People are just, are we that far ahead of you guys? How is this happening?
we're like 10 seconds ahead, I think.
Yeah.
YouTube has a pretty significant lag time.
Just in case we do anything crazy.
Josh Norris, Panthers fan. What was your favorite moment of Milton Williams' career? You laughing at chat here?
No, at Josh Norris.
Oh, yeah.
Josh is a good dude. I like Josh.
This twerk replaced Good and not Barry.
Joe Twerkberry?
Joe Twerkberry.
John has a very hairy chest.
Yeah, me too.
For the people wondering.
Long snapper Trent Sieg. Yikes. Would have changed that last name probably. I guess it's just what does Sieg mean? Is that the German? Anyway, 3-year, $4.45 million deal with the Cowboys.
We're in long snapper territory of free agency. Wonder what wave we're on.
What are the percentage chances that Trey Hendrickson stays in Cincinnati? Asks noted Bengals fan Hakeem Olajuwon.
You got a percentage?
10?
Oh, that low.
15?
No, I'm not telling you to go higher. I'm just curious. I don't know.
I think Trey would return if the Bengals made an offer. That was good enough.
I agree. That's why mine's higher, because I think he wants to be here. Just pay him. And it doesn't sound like he's asking for the world, and it doesn't sound like he wants some 4-year deal.
It sounds so simple.
Right. Give him 2 years, 30 or 32 million per year, and the deal would be done. Right? Like, well, what's going on here? Jake, was there any twerking at breakfast? Made a comment.
Look, man, I'm
Or
not
after
talking
breakfast.
about that aspect of my dates.
What do you do after a brunch breakfast, though? Do you go home, or it's not like, hey, you want to come to my place? It's after brunch.
I'm not answering these questions. So Tepper,
10:30
Khan, Jones, and the Brown/Blackburn family are some of the least savvy owners in the league. Who would you say are some of the best? The Hunts, Bob Kraft. I think Jeff Lurie. Who owns the Rams?
Here's my problem with this question. Most of these owners aren't doing these deals around the league. Their GMs are.
But they are hiring the GMs and offering the money. I think the Rams and Eagles, Lions, Bills stand out as good ownership to me.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm quite there on the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs are a team that fell into Pat Mahomes and largely operate like the Bengals do. To be
Credit the Chiefs, though, for realizing the situation in the window and trying to maximize it for that 2 window. Now they're on the other, they're in the other end of it. But for a couple years though, they went for that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens here in the next few years for the Chiefs, because here now they're deep into like sustain it mode. They're continuing to lose players from their core, but they have great coaching and they have Mahomes and Chris Jones. And those guys have done a lot for them. Kroenke. From Cincy Jungle, the Bengals don't have a salary cap issue; they have a cash issue. still have no evidence the Bengals have a cash issue. I have a
They
lot
have
of
a cash
evidence.
decision-making issue.
I have a lot of evidence that the Bengals are stubborn and, on a micro perspective, cheap.
Cheap.
They're not cheap when you look at their cash spend overall. They're just below average. But when you look at their offers to individual high-end players, they are cheap.
Because you can always find ways to spend the money.
Mhm.
But are you actually aggressively spending your money? They aren't.
Bengals have got more Dakotas updates. Safety.
He says they're going after a safety?
Safety, guard, and running back are the Dakotas predictions so far. Haven't you always said the Bengals spend cash up to the cap? Yeah, so that's actually in our free agency sheet here that we've shared with everybody. We've got a cash spending by year tab here.
Mhm.
Down at the bottom, there's a bunch of numbers, and we have the Bengals cash over cap by year. And you compare that to the median cash over cap each year. They beat it in 20. They were just below average in 2021. And that was the year the cap went down.
Yeah.
And then in 2022, they were way below average. They were way cash under cap in 2022. And this is the only time I've ever thought that the Bengals are maybe cash for, because they really didn't spend cash knowing that they were going to pay Burrow the next year. But I think this is just them being stingy, because then
They
they
still
go
went
right
out
back
in free
up.
agency that year, though. You know, that was the quick signings of Kappa and Karras.
And then they go right back up in 23, and they're above average, and then they're about average in 24. And then overall, you average these out, their average cash over cap spend is 8.4%, and the NFL is at 10%, 10.6%. So they're 2% below the rest of the league in cash over cap spending. But in the last 2 years, they've been above average in the last 2 years alone, where the league average has been identical. The Bengals above it and below it, but they work out to be 11% cash over cap the last 2 years. So they have spent the last couple of years. They will spend this year, but they do not seem to have Josh Kirkendall, OG, Bengals online content creator, has described this pretty well. Poona Ford 3 for 30. Holy.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. He bet on himself last year and made some big money.
Yeah, good for him. Would have liked to have seen him with the Bengals. But what was the point that I was about to wrap up on?
You said Kirkendall explained it, and
the Bengals just they don't have the stomach for these massive deals to non-quarterbacks, and that's not like always entirely true. So one thing that's very noteworthy is nobody's coming close to Joe Burrow's number at quarterback. Like, this is still the biggest contract in NFL history, and it will be for at least a little bit longer.
probably a while. Yeah,
The Bengals also did
Allen's
this.
new one didn't get there.
The Bengals also did this in 2005. Was the only deal in a long time to get close to Brett Favre's number on a percentage basis, and the real number was like double Brett Favre, more than double Brett Favre,
because it's so many years later.
Yeah, Troy Aikman was also in that vicinity 6 years earlier, but like, there's nothing else in the early 2000s around here. This is all 1990s stuff, and then you get to 2010s before a contract gets close to what the Bengals paid Carson. So they pay quarterbacks, but they don't really pay any other position. Like AJ Green here in 2015, like, that was a pretty big deal, but it wasn't outside of the realm of like reality, right? Like, it's comparable to Percy Harvin 2 years earlier.
Right.
So Larry Ogunjobi release. I see I'm missing a lot of stuff here. People are talking about news instead of numbers because they're not nerd numbers like me.
Nick Mullins to the Vikings, which probably closes Sam Darnold going back there. As
That's it?
Mullins as the backup while JJ starts.
Oh, sure.
And then Larry Ogunjobi released, and Poona Ford back to the Rams.
Yeah, Poona Ford to the Rams is too bad. Would have liked that one. 10 for 3 years and $30 million. It's a very similar deal. So would you rather have BJ Hill or Puna Ford?
Do you have I've got the defensive tackle pass rush sheet over there, but yeah.
I apparently would rather have Puna Ford.
They're similar in age.
Mike apparently would also rather have Puna Ford.
I think Puna has. I see the only pause is if you pull up Puna Ford's PFF. When he went to Buffalo, they could not figure out how to use him. And I don't know what the fuck happened. But then he gets to last offseason and he had no market. And I'm like, man, I would like Puna Ford. He should be cheap. Because
Really
we saw
good
what he
true
could do with
pass
Seattle.
Numbers.
Yeah.
What's Ogunjobi's? We don't have Ogunjobi in here yet, but we can pull him up here.
Yeah. You won't get the true pass set, but you can get he's been who he is.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
he's always
exactly who he's always been.
He's got to go to the Ravens though to complete the AFC North round.
Yep.
8 sacks that year at the Bengals though, huh?
Yeah, one of his better career years. That was a good interior group.
Yeah, if people are just now seeing Ogunjobi's PFF profile for the first time, you can be like, what? I thought he was good for the Bengals. He is a home run or strikeout player. He will crash through. He's got a great first step. When it's on, he's a very inconsistent first step guy, but when it's on, his burst up field, he's a penetrator, causes a lot of chaos. Sometimes that's positive when you have a good defense around him. The Bengals did in 2021. And then, or at least enough good players that were making impact, that were cleaning it up. When it's bad, running backs will cut right through that hole that you create sometimes, or it causes disruption and chaos for the defense as well. And now guys are out of place and not where they should be, Ogunjobi included. He's always been a very volatile player. Seahawks.
Yep. 3 years, $100 million for Sam Darnold. That seems cheap for Darnold to me.
For the audio watchers, Seahawks, Sam Darnold. Yes.
Seems cheap.
Where did Trevon Moehrig go? Panthers?
Carolina.
Okay.
Puna Ford, best run stuffer available with great true pass set data. Great pass rushing data.
Yeah. And
do you want Ogunjobi, Joe?
No.
Me neither.
I got no interest in Ogunjobi.
Because you're going to have the 2 rookies. You're going to have BJ Hill. So now you have space for 2 more guys on the roster.
Right.
Honestly, not happy about the BJ Hill signing, says Hakeem Olajuwon. His production doesn't equate to $33 million, in my opinion.
Again, look at only the first 2 years. We need to see what that looks like, number one. Third years are normal. The last year is fake in almost all of these deals, and they're inflated to make the deals look bigger. Mm-hmm. The Bengals just cut a bunch of guys, right? That were in the last year of their deals. Kappa, Rankins, who am I missing? Hubbard. They could still do it with Geno Stone. They could do it with Jermaine Pratt. Like this, the last year doesn't have to mean anything. So if he gets, let's say, $20 million in 2 years, which I don't expect to be the case with the $16 million being guaranteed, but let's just take a contract for an example. Well, then that last $13 million, who really cares?
You can't have 6 interior defensive linemen on your active game day roster, Drew. You only get 5. Very rarely do you do 6.
It's hard to even roster 6, let alone active.
Yeah. And this is like kind of the problem with having guys you don't know about in 2
Jenkins and
players.
Jackson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they're going to be on the roster. They need to be better.
But at the same time, you can't act as if they're better.
Yeah. You're in a difficult position there.
Yeah.
Hill not seeing that 3rd year, yeah, I would say very likely it's a 2-year deal
Very
for
likely.
BJ Hill. I agree with you, John. We thought the BJ Hill signing was a B. Or no, I was C+.
A lot of people were C and B.
You were B. What else was I looking at here? Why aren't we doing anything? Joe?
This is what it looks like, guys.
This is fairly normal for you. Like, you never know when a move's happening until it happens. Then it happens. Like there might be 3 moves still today. The only moves that have happened that I'm like kind of bummed that the Bengals weren't in on, Puna Ford, Milt Williams, honestly, but I never thought they would be.
And we have to see on Paulson Adebo's actual numbers.
Paulson Adebo and Barnett.
Derek Barnett.
Barnett for $5 million, I would have done all day.
Evan Brown getting 2 for 11. I mean,
That
he
was
never actually
before
made it.
free agency. Yeah,
That's what I was gonna say. He never actually made it to free agency, so it is what it is. But I would have been interested at that rate.
Johnny Munt, a tight end I've never heard of. 2 years.
Come on, you know who Johnny Munt is? Come on.
No.
He may have scored against the Bengals.
NFC tight end. NFC like third string tight end.
What do we think
I
about Grady
love that
Jarrett?
Schefter. I love that Schefter is reporting Darnold at 110 million and everyone else is at 10 million. Like Schefter's like, look, man, you don't even have to tell me. If it's up to, I'll always report the up to number.
Yeah, that's why they love him. But you know, what kind of free agent now? People are asking about, well, can we get Grady Jarrett since they need another one? I think that'd be a bit redundant to get a Grady Jarrett with a BJ Hill. Very similar.
Isn't he a better pass rusher?
Oh, for sure. But also overall, skill-wise, what's remaining for Grady Jarrett? Right. He's at 12.9 last year. We're talking about BJ Hill 10.8, right?
I guess we're signing Tershawn Wharton as a defensive pass rusher specialist, or what do they call him? Designated pass rusher, DPR. Have you heard this terminology?
Yeah, he's 280 pounds.
Adebo confirmed 18 million per Giants reporter.
How about Slick Rick with that one, huh?
Slick Rick.
A little bit. My legs are hurting. Let's do a little 2.5 hour stretch here, boys.
Do a little 2.5 hour twerk, Joe.
Oh, you heard the knee pop.
All right, I'll stand up. I'm gonna get some water while you're doing that.
Okay, I'm out of water too. One little left.
Calais Campbell, I'd do it.
Mm-hmm. He can play a little end for you. Play some D tackle. Still
Why is everyone freaking out? They've signed Cam Grady and Jackson Kirkland.
Hey, we got ground up landscaping in here, by the way. You guys, for all your landscaping needs, whether you want to put in that arborvitae, or maybe you need some hostas on a shady side of your house, ground up landscaping has you covered. Are we listening to Jake pour water or pee? Water, for sure. That was too quick. All right.
We did not sign Tershawn Wharton. Yeah, no, I said that would be nice.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to.
How long do you want to go here, Joe?
I don't know. How long do you want to go? You starving yet?
I'm pretty hungry. That was my water dispenser. That was not me.
Just me, just being okay.
Sure. I'm just thinking I would like to go to the gym today still. I know I said earlier I wasn't going to, but
well, that would facilitate a signing for sure. So maybe we want this to happen.
Mm-hmm. Oh man.
Who was that? What was that? Larry O?
Just a big collision. Derrick Henry Roberts Spillane collision. That's a car crash right there, man.
I'm watching TJ Watt too off that line.
Where is he? There he is.
Yeah, that tight end wanted no part of that.
TJ Watt really can hand. That's a wide receiver.
Oh, it is. That's why. Yeah.
Is it?
I don't know.
84?
There's a little thickness to that guy if that's a receiver.
84 on the Titans 2 years ago. That could be
a fun project for you.
Huh? I was just gonna say that could be a tight end.
We should all order food together, I think.
No 84. So was it 3 years ago?
Jake's mic could pick up an ant fart. My God.
We demand Jake go to the gym so we can get a signing. 3 years, 54 million. There you go.
Yeah, that's right. Ground up landscaping over here, Jake, for your grub elimination issues.
Yeah, there we go. Ground up landscaping. I need a new lawn care company. I don't trust the one that I've hired. Do you service Vancouver Island?
I got asked if I could still do the Blue Chew read.
Yeah, of course you can.
Of course I can.
My
That's blue, like the color blue. Remember we had to say that?
Yeah.
Just in case you don't want to be confused with what? Like being
BLEW. Yeah.
like blue?
You got to tell us your max bench before you go. I don't max bench. I've never tried a max bench.
He's in his 30s, late 30s now. He ain't
Me?
max benching nothing.
I also have a shoulder thing right now. Like I'm not benching at all.
He's had a sore throat for a month and a half.
No, I have a delt injury. Slay to Pittsburgh. That's a pretty good move for them, I think.
He's old.
He's still good.
Yeah. Some optimism.
Yeah, that's the Rappaport stuff.
Hopefully you put the video in there.
I bet he did. Oh, he did put the video in there. Just not yours.
We've gone full circle now. Jade De Silva says Jake is in Vancouver.
Oh, yeah. Not Vancouver, though.
Right. Not to be confused with Vancouver.
Vancouver Island, which is a different place. What is my bench? Let me look. My app will tell me.
Oh, really? You got an app that tells you? How does it know? Can I lie to the app?
You can lie to the app.
I've been lying to my workout app for years.
Feels like Joe Hayden signing all over again. He could hit a cliff for sure. I mean, I think he's still a solid player. Milton Williams is the highest paid player in Patriots history. Holy.
You know, they drafted Christian Barmore before Milton Williams.
Mm-hmm. When you put it that way. 4 years, 104? It's 26 per year, right? Yeah.
The chat's getting progressively unhinged.
My best bench appears to be 175 for 5.
And since you're 150 pounds, that's not bad.
I'm about 155.
Wasn't trying to touch
maybe
that.
160. I vary between 155 and 160.
I haven't gained a pound in 18 years.
Really?
Yeah, I've been the exact same. We joke about it whenever Dad, you step on the scale. You already know what it's going to be.
So according to this 1 rep max calculator, my 1 rep max for bench is hypothetically 197.
There you go. There's a calculator for that.
Yeah, yeah. Jake, go to the gym and then fire up the stream machine again at 6 Eastern for the fans. I don't want Ojulari, CJD 222K. Sweat knows Zerike I'm in for though.
Yep. Oh, I'd be on Sweat. He's really the only guy you could stomach as a replacement for Hendrickson, but he's also 28. So
Sweat, yeah, and he's worse. You're in Delta. That's close. I know Delta. That's where the airport is or something. Wait. Is it? I don't know Vancouver very well. Yeah, I'm not trying to push for significant maxes on bench press anyway. My shoulder hurts.
Mike's got those little Italian arms though. He kills that.
But he doesn't. I thought he doesn't bench anymore.
Right off his chest. He meatballs
I
it
think
up.
he has, or no, he's only dumbbell benching, I think. Yeah, got to get it to 225 so I can compete at the NFL Combine. Agreed. I am 5'11 and 3/4 technically.
Right. The weight matters based on height, right?
5'11 and 3/4, 155. I feel like my bench is pretty solid. It's not great, but I didn't really start lifting consistently until I was 34, guys. So remember, like, I'm making gains here in my mid 30s.
Jake, you need to see this comment though. Someone says you should be a voice actor.
Oh yeah, what should I voice act?
Sometimes you get negative voice comments. That's why I said here you got a good one here.
Do I?
Yeah,
I get monotone.
Yeah,
stuff
back
sometimes.
in the day, you've gotten much better, but
Monotone for sure. I get, but I also often get soothing and people sleeping on my voice. Samaje Perine, 3 years, 22
no
million.
way.
There's no way
Ain't
that's
no
real.
way. Ain't no way. You ain't
You're
catching
lying.
that shit.
You're
That's
lying to me.
That's fucking crazy.
3 years, 2.2.
Right. 2.2 per year.
Richmond is the airport, right? Okay. Lorenzo takes issue with you calling Italian arms short.
I mean,
it is 3 years, 22. What the?
Stop it.
Stop it.
What?
Jesus.
What?
That's insane. That's the craziest deal I've seen all day. Check Discord. What am I checking Discord for?
I don't know. That the deal was real, maybe? Yeah. They're just because they posted all in here. Yikes.
We got people talking about buying stocks in here or something?
Are we?
I don't know.
I just saw someone saying 5'11", 160 is slim.
I am slim.
He's built like Spider-Man.
I had a new PR on my deadlift too. My deadlift's pretty bad. Hit what was it? 295 on a hex bar deadlift this week. Last week.
Do people ever tell you you're taller than they expect when they meet you, when you go down to Cincinnati and stuff?
I don't know.
That's what I get a lot. Samaje Perine.
I think it's crazier than Dan Moore, dude.
Yes. That's
Dan Moore is at least a baseline starting left tackle. Samaje Perine was like a backup, could barely get on the field running back.
It
Just
makes
got
no sense.
$22 million.
And they have Rashad White and Bucky Irving.
It's crazy.
This is like an embezzlement situation. They're like funneling money.
We're laundering money. Are the Bengals targeting Chase Young?
Did someone just say this?
Somebody asked. I don't know.
Slick Rick said that Chase Young deal has been done for a while, but we haven't heard a thing, which makes it weird.
New Orleans, was it? Like going back?
Lorenzo, you going to try and race me?
The Tremble deal is pretty crazy too. Nothing is going to top that Perine deal. That is
bonkers. That Perine deal is insane. I don't know what's happening. Like I can't even wrap my mind around what...
that was crazy, dude.
I enjoy all the updates from St. Palm.
Yeah, he's good.
I mean, good for Samaje, right?
Yeah, it's awesome for Samaje. I like Samaje Perine.
He was cut last year before the season started, remember?
By Denver, right?
Someone saying that Justin Fields got a 2-year, $40 million deal with $30 million guaranteed.
So Rodgers to Pittsburgh, or they're without a quarterback. Who else is going to take Rodgers on? Rodgers to Pittsburgh must be real.
That's got to be the only one. Where does Russell Wilson go?
Who cares?
Justin Fields gets one more chance
Russell Wilson
teamers.
To Minnesota.
For all you shadow teamers out there. Titans. Russell Wilson, Titans.
Titans, Vikings.
Bears. Not Bears. Browns.
Browns, sure. 2-year, $40 million from the man. That's you call it one more chance? I don't know about that. You're digging your grave.
At least one more chance.
Digging your grave with the Jets. Broncos remain motivated to land Talona Hufanga. That would be the first safety. No, Morig. Cam Bynum, Colts.
Safety.
I had heard the Bengals.
There's a free safety there. Yep.
or people were interested in him anyway.
I think his price is just going to go a little too much. That's probably why.
I have an uncle that's a Jets fan.
5'11", 220 for the Wanderer over here. We're getting him running back. It's a solid running back size. Got good size there.
That's a short, not small. No, that's not short.
No, it's not short.
5'8", 220 would be short, not small.
Anyone under 6 foot is short, to be honest.
Aaron Wilson deleted the P. Ryan tweet.
Okay. Because maybe the numbers are just insane. Maybe it's not right. Someone's trying to correct him on that shit. 3-year, $12 million. It doesn't
12 and a half guaranteed?
No, all that's incorrect.
Something's wrong there for sure. Maybe it's 1 year, 2.2 million, 1.25 guaranteed.
I mean, that would make sense.
That would make sense.
Are the Bengals expected to move Pratt or Stone? I think that they are variable on both those. I expect Stone more than Pratt. We'll see on both.
Or it's like the P. Ryan agent also represents somebody else, and he texted Wilson.
Yeah,
he's signing with Tampa for 3 for 22, and he thought it was P. Ryan, but it's actually referring to a different player they were talking about today.
Yep. 5'11", 170. Where am I lining up? Corner, slot receiver, punt returner. You're probably in the Charlie Jones range.
I'm hoping to be what's his name? The Rams wide receiver. Tutu Atwell.
Yeah,
or Dez, the Oregon kid this year.
List your height and weight in here. We'll find a spot for you, all right? We're going to get build a team off the chat.
6'4", 230, 350
linebacker.
bench. Linebacker for sure.
Or tight end, sure. Give me Eric. You want to be the Eric All? We can use you there. We got to get you up to 240 at least, though.
Yeah, we
got
linebacker
at 230. We're good at linebacker.
460 for Bynum. $15 million a year.
15 a year. Yeah, that's about right.
Bucks GM just shot it down. Who's the Bucks GM? Light? Is that right?
Licked.
Jason, right?
No, the fuck he did not.
Oh,
he did say that.
Oh, free agency is fun. Should I delete my tweet too?
Probably.
Okay.
We got some weights here. Jordan, 6 foot, 235, linebacker, middle linebacker, good density there. Dan, I'm sorry, 5'9", 185. You're in the slot corner.
Where are we? 5'11", 250. You're fullback.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, fullback. You work at fullback at 5'11", 250. I was going to say we've had linebackers in that range. I would say. J Lock, 5'9", 160. You are all you're borderline. You better be very, very fast.
Slot receiver.
Right.
You're what's his name that just got demolished multiple times last year? He had the terrible injury. Tank Dell,
yeah. Nick B, 6 foot, 195. You can play a lot of things. Wide receiver and corner at that.
Yeah, wide receiver corner. 5'11", 250. We did that one. 6'2", 220. Safety.
That's a big safety, but it is an odd size.
It's a tweener weight.
Yeah, you're a tweener weight there, Bengo.
You got to drop some weight or add some weight.
Which one you want to do? Add or drop? He's going to say drop. 6'4", 220-ish. You could be a big receiver at that.
Yeah, that's got to be receiver, right?
Yeah.
Or small tight end.
Small. That's a real small tight end. It's a good size receiver, though. 5'11", 180. You're in the slot again, whether it's receiver, corner. 6'9", 375. Get out of here. Are you really? 6'9", 375?
Nose tackle. We got a couple nose tackles back.
No, you can't be 6'9" nose tackle. That's an offensive tackle.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
You can't be can't leverage at 6'9".
Next two can be nose tackles.
Yeah, Mark Case,
6'5", you could be a tackle.
You could. We got some linemen here, though. I'm happy with the next few guys.
Or a guard, maybe. 6'5", 335, guard. Perfect. Tackle, defensive tackle.
Perfect. Brian Bell, 6 foot, 185, receiver or corner. You know, Ron, we shouldn't discredit that 6'4", 220 is great quarterback size, Bengalorian. 5'9", 226. There's running back all day long.
6'1", 250. Tight end? No, too small. Linebacker.
Yeah, linebacker, 6'1", 250. 6'4",
6'4",
235.
235. Tight end?
Small
Good
tight
hands?
end. Are you fast? Can you run the arc? Can we get you as a situational rusher? Can I add 10 to you? 10 pounds.
Okay, we got too many.
We got so many guys.
We're never going to catch up.
The chat has gone crazy. I would love to evaluate all of your height, weight, speeds. That's my favorite pastime, especially with this guy
everybody tweet your RAS cards
right.
at Goodberry. Go time yourself running a 40. Go blow out your shoulders on the bench. Get a spot. Don't hurt yourself.
6'9" can't be DT, but you want Calais Campbell. Hey, listen, Calais Campbell is one of the freakiest, weirdest shaped dudes that we've ever seen play in the NFL and be good for that long.
Calais Campbell's a monster.
Yep.
Absolute monster. That guy is easy future Hall of Famer.
14% of the population is 6 foot. Some of y'all lying. 14% of the world? What about U.S. population? Is it under 6 foot for men? 14%?
Look, all I know is what 6 inches is, Joe.
Jesus Christ, Jake. Mr. Dates over here. Multiple dates.
Actually, maybe is he a Hall of Famer? Campbell? Like a longevity Hall of Famer?
Right. It would have to be a Frank Gore Hall of Fame situation. I don't think he has the Pro Bowl All Pros, right?
He has one All Pro year.
Yeah.
But like he's on Arizona and Jacksonville too. So is this like a holding it against him because Cincinnati situation? I guess was he on Arizona's Super Bowl team? He must have been, right? When was the Arizona-Pittsburgh Super Bowl?
Man, I don't remember.
Kurt Warner.
There you go.
Between 2005 and 2009. So yeah, Calais.
Yes.
Oh no, Calais would have only been on the team for So it must have been this year. No, not that year. One of these 2 years. Was it Kurt Warner's last year or second to last year?
Second to last, right? You want to retire?
So they went 9-7. They went to the Super Bowl.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So 2008, Calais Campbell was a rookie on the Super Bowl team. Bears, Deo Odeyingbo.
Oh, really? Good job, Bears.
Just logged on for the day. How bad is it?
That's a great.
Nothing has happened yet.
He's got a bagel in the brain emoji. And
yeah, that's a Twitch chatter right there where we have our emotes.
Okay, nice.
Bears will be out of the Hendrickson sweepstakes, says Drake Burton.
Okay. 16 for Dale a year? That's not too bad. We still got people saying 3.9% of Americans are over 6'1", 6'2" in America. That's it. The longer we go, I don't feel like my height is that rare. Like I look around and I'm like, yeah,
how tall are you? 6'3"?
Just under 6'3".
That's still pretty rare.
My wife's 6 foot, so 14% of Americans. I feel like we're shrinking.
Yes, BJ Hill did sign Frank.
Yeah, if you're catching up, BJ Hill signed 3 for 33, so $11 million per year.
3 for 48 for Deo. Would you have done that deal?
I may have. Especially if you were.
I think that's in the reasonable territory.
Yeah. If you're losing Trey, there's only a couple guys I really wanted. What's his true pass win rate?
Pretty average.
Yeah. He's more of a big left end type.
But if he's going to kick inside.
He does, yeah.
That's fine.
That pass rush win rate inside is good.
We got people getting impatient. Wife being 6 foot is rarer than the man being 6'3". Yeah.
Says Hakeem Olajuwon.
Yeah, that's a tall lady. Hakeem Olajuwon would know a thing too about
He would know about that.
Is she really 6 foot? I guess I've only met her in person a couple times in that one trip.
You guys looked very similar in height when you guys were in the same room. And I was thinking maybe she's not fully 6. Maybe she's 5'11" 3/4. What are you, Jake?
5'11" 3/4.
Yeah.
But I have the hair.
You do have the hair.
That's, adding a solid inch or two on the top.
No doubt.
Jets landed their big fish. Man, that's sad. This is why are they using this picture of Cam Bynum?
He's dancing.
Poor guy. Is he? Okay.
Yeah. He's known
I thought
for
he was landing. I see the smile in the background there now.
He's known for dancing.
The Titans front office.
Not sure what they're doing.
Like, of all of those moves that Renner just listed,
Ridley is fine.
no, it's not fine. Cushenberry.
I don't know how he played this year, Cushenberry.
I think he was pretty good. Jake Lyon, I know he's 5'5". Wow. Bengals have done nothing. Unbelievable. Yeah, well.
I mean, if you expected the Bengals to sign a tier 1 or even confidently a tier 2 free agent, because there's a chance they do for that. But if you expected that, you're not living in reality and you're not actually consuming our content. Clue it up. We wouldn't have sold you that. If anyone's selling you that they're going out there and getting one of these tier 1 guys, just stop watching them.
Like, should they have tried to get Milton Williams? Yeah.
No doubt.
But we never thought they would.
No.
This is how every year starts except 2022. Yep. Joe sounds so depressed. Joe, are you depressed?
I'm not. I feel very normal. I am actually not as up and down as my Twitters and tweets may seem at times.
I texted Joe last night. I don't think I've ever been down this bad the day before free agency. And Joe's like, I feel like this is how it always goes.
Right. Yeah, if you want a perspective there, Jake's usually more flatlined. And yet he's the one who texted me and said he's feeling a little bit down. And I'm like, oh, interesting.
It's because like just nothing. It's honestly because of where our expectations were. Everything we've heard off record, on record, publicly, privately, they're behind on all of it.
Yeah. Someone said, then why are we live? Well, because signings happen. Even Kappa and Karras that happened within the first hour were tier 3 free agents.
Also, it's just a good time to be live. Like, look how many people are watching right now.
We're having a good time.
On my diet of water. Getting hungry.
Me too.
Hungrier and hungrier.
I don't know what I want, though. I've got some chicken patties that I want to cook in the air fryer and put them on this nice brioche bun from the deli.
Got some hot, some sort of spicy mayo on there.
Well, I've got multiple ways I can go. I got the Chick-fil-A sauce that I think is fantastic, but I also would go mayo, lettuce, tomato, or chicken parmet. I do have some sauce and some cheese, and I could fry it up in the air fryer.
People talking about James Rapine saying the Bengals should do stuff and expectations and stuff. James, just to be clear, James uses the word expectations differently. Like when he says when he says he expects the Bengals to do something, he said that what he means is like you should expect. The standard should be. He's using expectations that way. Where when I say I expect something, it's because I think that it will happen. I expect something to happen versus expectations that you should meet these expectations. So he uses expectations with a different definition than I think a lot of people, at least me, in this world. So just to clarify there.
In James' defense as well, you should expect them. They should be operating at a much higher level and a more aggressive level than they have over the last 3 years, because they did sign free agents a couple years ago. But they should be that aggressive right now. Burrow is not getting younger, guys. We're going to be talking about him being 30 soon. And you've got to push for this. It has to happen. And it should have happened a couple years ago. They should have been pushing as hard as they possibly could when they still had him for cheap.
Yeah, I agree. I think James discussing where expectations should be is accurate.
Is that him saying he's got something to say?
Yeah, I think.
Well, my son's coming home. Home from school. So if we're to say, when I say, so you were expecting them to do these things, different than we should expect them to go after Milton Williams. That's what they should be doing. But did you expect it? No, of course not.
Yeah. When Joe or I say we expect something to happen, it's because we think it will happen.
Can't speak like that about this team. Yeah, I try to clarify because I've caught myself doing that as well. I try to clarify when I'm talking about the standard versus expectation. I try to do that differently now.
Yeah. They're different things. We should be using different language. Kelsey Conway says Adeo Odeyingbo is a player the Bengals have held in high regard in years past. And he leaves the Colts, which is where the guy that would have held him in high regard in years past is now coaching, to go to the Bears.
It's got to just be the money. The Bengals also probably...
What do you mean I'm giving... Hold on. James is using it correctly. Jake is giving predictions. No, I'm saying when I have information about something that says that it will happen, I say I expect it to happen. I am not giving predictions. I am not talking about expectations. I'm talking about what I expect to happen in reality.
You also don't...
This shouldn't be a confusing concept.
You also don't do predictions often unless you are forced to or asked to.
And I decline to do them often.
Right.
Yeah, and and Andrew Foxmiller in here, shout out to Andrew. When Burrow says, I expect to have T back, he's saying that is something that he expects to happen. That is not him saying the standard is T returns. He's saying that I expect T to be back. That's a bit of both.
Yeah, I was going to say, we had the same thought process at the same time. You could also say that both ways, that, yeah, the expectation is that he's here.
Expectations is just a bad English word. It's an example of the English language having unclear definitions of one word.
And now that we use text more than...
Boo semantics, bring back geography hour. What's our fun fact? Let's get some geography fun facts. Fun geography facts. Africa is the only continent that spans all 4 hemispheres. That's pretty fun.
Have you seen...
Canada has more lakes than the rest of the world combined and the largest coastline in the world. That's crazy. Canada's a crazy country, though. You ever look at Canada on a map?
Yeah, it's half frozen.
Maps don't show freezing. Anyway.
Do. You look at the population.
Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, I guess this
they're
is
all at the southern border.
Look at all these lakes, though, dude.
You're right.
There's so many lakes up in this unpopulated. That might be ocean.
There's a lot of wilderness up there.
This is a lake. That's a huge lake. Look how big that lake is.
No one lives up there.
Nobody. It's so cold up there.
So are you trying to discredit it's frozen?
No.
Okay.
But I'm just saying you don't really see it on a map. Although I guess you do see it on a map. Because Greenland is also frozen. How does Greenland have no lakes? Because it's all frozen.
Yeah, it's probably lakes under there.
Look at all these lakes.
Great lakes, though.
And all these straits and oceans. And what are these things called? Ports? No. What are these things called?
Just join. Judging from the Canada Lakes talk, we haven't signed jack shit.
Bays. They're called bays. That's right.
They ain't the Great Lakes. That's all I know.
This is a Great Lake.
Yeah, it's just no one's up there at all.
It's a Great Bear Lake. Is this a Great Lake? This is a Great Slave Lake. Ooh.
Why don't like that one? You knew that.
I didn't know that. I didn't know. I would not assumed in. That's bad. Lake Winnipeg? That's a pretty big lake. That could be a Great Lake if it was connected.
The fjords, someone said? I don't think those. What are fjords?
Fjords?
Yeah. FJORDS.
Fjord. A long, narrow inlet of water that extends far inland from a coast.
Those could have been some fjords in there, then.
Fjords also often produce beautiful photos like these.
No doubt. I see that.
It's so
They,
cool.
They've cut their way through the stone over centuries.
These are your ocean rivers, Joe.
Oh, we could have been using fjords this whole time. No one told me.
All right. A bay, a sound, a delta, or a fjord. Anonymous taking credit for Twitter being down.
Are they really?
Apparently.
Come
According
on.
to chat.
Don't they realize we're trying to get things done today?
How about Jason Light having time to go on Twitter and take down Dove Kleiman?
Yeah, because people start texting him, what the hell are you guys doing?
Yeah. What do you think of St. Palmy's point here? You can't trade Trey at this point. He's much better than Deo Odeyingbo anyway.
You can't trade Trey anyways. Honestly, guys. That's where I've been the whole time.
Increasingly getting to a point where it will be just impossible to have a defensive line that's
good.
Above average, below average, like not bad.
Go to the pass rush page at the end. Because you'll go down to defensive ends too. You can see what the Eagles were at the top, what the Bengals were at the top, and then you can don't start sorting things.
I wasn't sorting. I was just looking at the
non-sorting page. True pass rush win rate and pass rush win rate over there. If you want to be like the Eagles top 8, where they combined to be 145.9 and the Bengals were at 89.5, we need to add 50% pass rush win rate to this. And I don't know if it's happening.
Yeah.
And that's with losing Trey. You want to lose Trey?
I didn't do a formula here.
I might have just pasted values. I mean, that is disgusting. Right. Because he was decent, at least serviceable. All right, you need to find 100. Yeah, take out Hubbard. Yeah, that might be helpful. Okay, so what you got here then is no rankings. You need to find 100, at least 100. Let's just say we don't need to be the Eagles, but we got to get close. You need to find 100 pass rush win rate between how many guys? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Between 5. They need to average 20, guys. They need to average 20, Jake. That's not feasible.
Oh, we only have true pass rush right down there.
Yeah, we do.
Best we can do is losing 25%. Katie Blackford.
Yeah, if you want to formulate those so that when they sign someone, we can insert and delete. I hope that makes sense though. That page there for people. Oh, you could scroll down and see all the DNs if you did want to see like who is available on that page. We had the D tackles there, and then we had the DNs below it.
Oh yeah.
Joey Bosa's not in there. I ended up making this before he was available. So if you want an idea of
this is who they're going to get.
Ojulari at 14.
So you're minus 11% so far. Man, is it bad. How old is Anthony Nelson now?
It should be on there, right? Anthony
Not
Nelson,
on this page.
28.5. It's right there. It's the last one.
Oh.
He's still quality. I would take Anthony Nelson, actually. That's an underrated left defensive end big guy.
Yeah.
James sent a subtext out. You guys should subscribe to the subtext if you haven't, but I'm going to read it if you want. But that's okay, Jake. You let me know, yes or no.
Sure.
Quick update on Osai. I'm hearing the Bengals are
yeah.
What? Don't?
I was going to say summarize it, but
tease it.
Just summarize it.
There's an update on Osai. The Bengals are still in the mix. There's a lot more words though. You should subscribe to their subtext.
Couple of the team we can mention the Cardinals and Colts. A couple of the teams interested. How about Lou Anarumo after the journey that Joseph Osai went on? I would assume signing off on Chris Ballard wanting one of his former players into a rotational role with the Colts.
Interesting that
Samaje Perine signing with the Bengals after all of
oh
this.
my God. We just had a full Samaje Perine fucking circle.
For 2 years, $3.8 million. Fine. That's 1.7 a year.
I just tweeted for subscribers a little bit. But Samaje Perine, they needed a running back. We looked at the list, said it wasn't great. They didn't give him anything, really. They're paying him less than Zach Moss. I mean, you just get a guy with a load of power that can – he was decent last year for them, for the Chiefs. But anytime you got to run back to 2021 Bengals, you got to do it. So, okay. We want a quick grade on Samaje Perine, guys. Give us a letter grade down here. This, to me, is a C-. Does not move the needle. I think Perine's on the career cliff.
You dislike Perine compared to me. That's for
He's
sure.
fine. I've got no problem with Perine. Maybe he's a C. Maybe I'm being a little critical.
You
He's a
just
C.
no. I'm not saying that to change your mind. I'm just saying you've always been lower on him than I have.
He should be running back 3.
Yeah.
Okay. So I expect them to draft running back 2 now. Does this increase that? So I'm a C.
I mean, the money they're paying him is just like inconsequential.
It's nothing.
Yeah, Perine. No, they could still. Oh, okay. Chat caught up to the. We caught up in timing. We got an F. We got a D. We got a B. We got a bunch of got several Ds. I think it's a C. I think that this is a player that is useful to have on your team. He's a player that they trust in pass protection. He's a player that is an adequate power runner, can just get downhill and get you 3 when you need 3 if it's blocked up. He's not a dynamic player in any way, shape, or form, but he has shown significant improvement as a receiver over his career, was better in that role for Kansas City and in Denver than he was with the Bengals. And was a worse pass blocker, but I think it's a player that the Bengals trust in that role, and so if that is a depth piece, I think that is a useful depth piece. Chat is catching up here.
There. We got another deal for the Bills. Wide receiver Josh Palmer signs a 3-year, $36 million deal with 18 guaranteed. I don't see how that helps them at all.
That seems like a lot of money for him. I don't know, maybe not. $12 million. Wide receivers are very expensive.
Yeah. But they keep signing these wide receiver 3s. Curtis Samuel.
That's their formula, man.
They signed MVS last year. Didn't end up keeping him.
Does this move spell the end for Moss? A question that we got on subtext, and I will answer here before I answer that person on subtext. I think that Moss was gone either way. And to Bob's comment here, if you're grading this because they haven't done another move first, I don't think that the fact that it's not a guard should impact your grade. Like, somebody could have worked this deal independently. Like, this could be Steve Radicevich doing this deal independently, and then getting the ownership group to sign off on it. Like, they might empower their director of pro personnel to negotiate small deals like this. And I think in the past I've heard things that make me think that that's possible. So
there's been other players, I think, but I can't remember who they were.
Yeah. So this doesn't mean they're not working on other things.
Sweat to the Cardinals. That takes Osai out of that one, right?
Yeah. And also probably Hendrickson.
wave one is about completely wrapped of
I agree with Charlie here. Knows the pass pro scheme and is bigger. Like I think that he's totally fine to have. Like he's not doing anything for you that Chase Brown doesn't do, except he's bigger. But they have Chase Brown now, and so like they have that dynamic piece. Would you like to see them get a better RB2? Yes, but
that's where I'm going to be at though. He feels RB3. I need RB2.
He's the best RB3 they've had.
Oh, no doubt.
Like
since
ever.
He was RB3.
And again, this is just another relieves pressure move. Judging it in a vacuum today, it's a relieves pressure move.
Comparison to the Von Bell signing last year? There's similarities, obviously. We hope it goes better. It's a 2-year deal rather than a 1 for bare minimum that Von Bell was.
He's not going to get pigeonholed into a starting job.
No, but if he gets pigeonholed into RB2, that could be an issue.
I think he's RB2 if they can't find a way to do anything at running back in the draft.
So Sweat, 4 years, $76 million, 76.4, including $41 million guaranteed.
So the guarantees were obviously an issue there for the Bengals, but
no doubt.
The overall deal I think is pretty in line. Like it's just barely over expectations.
Let me get Kevin Zeitler.
You definitely cannot replace Trey Hendrickson with free agents right now unless they're real close to a deal with Chase Young. And even then, you're getting way worse.
Yeah, but it would be at least
a player,
an understandable
like
pivot.
a real player.
Yeah,
at least on paper.
Another guy in his 30s, Samaje Perine. Hey, if we're there, Kevin Zeitler, Brandon Scherf. If we're already playing in these waters,
30 in September.
If we're playing in these waters, let's go for it. He might as well be damn near 40 and running back age.
3.8 maximum value.
Oh.
Which is 1.9. So there's 100,000 in incentives each year.
Interesting.
Wait, did I just do the numbers wrong? 3.8. Oh, I just did math wrong.
By doing what? What'd you say? I didn't know what you said.
I said 1.7. It's 1.9. I just did math wrong, but it's up to, which is a good clarifier there.
Tight end twos are getting paid. Luke Farrell has agreed to terms with the 49ers on a 3-year contract worth $20.25 million with $11 million guaranteed.
That's Gesicki's paying the Burrow tax, as he said.
He's also paying the non-blocking tax.
Yeah, I was about to say he's also paying the I'm actually a receiver tax.
Yeah, a lot of these guys that are getting signed are, we need a tight end that can block, and it makes the Drew Sample deal look a little bit better.
What?
Makes Drew Sample's deal look a little bit better because originally that was like, what are you guys doing? It's not a lot, but at the same time,
it's still very cheap. Yeah,
it is, but it makes it even better because these guys like Luke Farrell aren't good players.
The Bengals have been trying to bring Samaje Perine back every offseason since they originally lost him. Now they finally add the big body third down back to complement Chase Brown. Don't love that.
That wording, again, his wording on every signing has made me want to rip my hair out a little bit. But
it's concerning.
They originally, the year that Joe Mixon took his pay cut, they were trying to keep Samaje. And Samaje didn't go back to the Bengals, even though they offered him the same that Denver got, because he wanted clarity on what they were going to do with Mixon, and they couldn't give him an answer. And they couldn't give him clarity because they didn't have an answer. And they said they wanted to draft one as well. And they did that year. They drafted Chase Brown. And then he was cut last year, and apparently they were interested in bringing him back, and he chose the Chiefs because the Chiefs had a more clear plan of what he can do and what he would fit. And the Bengals had, at that time, Zach Moss and Chase Brown.
My nightmare, not horror story. The nightmare for me continues to be that they trade Trey and sign Ojulari and draft a guy and Miles Murphy, and that's their plan at edge, and they're just going to be so bad.
Bad. That would be bad. You thought the pass rush was bad last year? You would see the worst pass rush in the league.
One of our subtext replies points out that Samaje Perine is also a special teams guy. Not the move anybody wants to see right now, that's for sure. Sorry, the keyboard is loud, guys. Oh, I see why it's so loud. There, it should be less loud now. I should also be less loud now.
See, this is why you guys are watching. You're saying, why aren't they making any moves? And then what happens? They made a move.
Huge move.
Are you not entertained?
I don't think they are.
There's 1,000 people in here still. 1,100.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take 1,100. If we can get on Twitter, we'd be at 5,000.
Yeah. And none of it would be monetized.
No.
We're
If
doing
I could
this out of the goodness of
stream-
our hearts.
If I could click to stream the subscribers, I would probably do it every time I'm watching film. But I don't want to open it up to everyone and get all the clowns in there.
Mm.
There'd be people from other teams just trying to aggravate us. I'm not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
This move was not huge.
Who said? You said?
No, this the chat. How do I put a chat into the? Can I do
click
it?
on it?
I just click on it. Yes, I'm going to be doing this more often. I'm reading the chat like crazy. This move was not huge.
A lot of people are referencing Pat Mahomes, not Dak, and not Samaje Perine on the bench.
Mm.
Somebody did reference Von Bell 2.0 in the subtext replies. I just think it's different because he's not going to be handed the starting job. And also, if you're worried about
Everyone's
the RB2,
into who you're not following, by the way.
you're not following Obama or Joe Rogan.
Or not even ESPN. I mean, come on.
Yeah, no, like, guys. And so, Bengalorian wasn't wrong because a lot of the people I follow are muted. That's for sure. What kind of keyboard do I have? I have a basic ass Logitech keyboard here, guys. It's just loud. See, basic Logitech keyboard. Anyway, what I was going to say is you can do worse than Perine for RB2. Just look at the Bengals last year. Would have killed to have Perine. No, would have killed more for somebody better, but you muted or are you just not talking?
No, I'm just replying to a DM.
Hmm. Perine's played a solid amount of snaps the last 2 years.
Oh, yeah. Bring back Frosty Rucker. That's I'm bringing you up to the board here.
And there you go.
I lost it that fast. Where's the Frosty Rucker? There we go.
Hunter Long, 2 years, $5 million.
See, that's what I'm saying here. These guys are getting paid 2.5 a year.
Cincinnati Bengals social media tweeting out a Samaje picture. Don't love that everything is would love an external guy that hasn't been on the team before. Who isn't Azeez Ojulari?
What's that?
I would love it for them to sign a player who hasn't been on the team before besides Azeez Ojulari.
We've got no film to watch yet, you know? No one wants to do that.
I guess his snap count is bigger because that includes like 50, 60 playoff snaps. Or sorry, 50, 45 playoff snaps. So he did play a little bit less with Kansas City, but he also didn't play for them at all in the first 2 weeks. And then his role expanded.
Yeah.
He's just a good, solid player, man. He's not exciting, but I think he's a good, solid player. Sweat to the Cardinals.
Did you tweet out that this pretty much eliminates their ability to upgrade or replace adequately Trey Hendrickson in 2025?
No.
I haven't figured out a way to word it, so I'm waiting on Chase Young to sign before I do it, I think. Is Kevin Zeitler a free agent? Yes, he is. The dream. Piran can catch a screen. That he can. He can definitely catch a screen.
Pirine is a solid receiver, man.
No doubt.
I think he's again. I think
3 years ago when he played for the team last, like, what are you talking about?
Period. I think he's a
Okay.
solid player, man.
I want to be sure.
Like he's not a crazy good athlete or top it. No way. You guys can't be fucking serious.
They're fucking
But you're
around.
all saying it.
They're messing around. Don't let them get to you. Don't let them
That's got to be fake, right? You
know,
guys
Mike Santagata has so many film clips. Like, does he save them? What does he do?
He just keeps them. He got them on the hard drive.
He's got to. Bring back Chinadum and Dukeway. Now we're talking. No, 1 million. Diamond Brown got a 1-year deal. Someone saying?
Yes, 1 year, 10 million.
If I was the
Jaguars.
Bills, I'd rather have Diamond Brown over Josh Palmer.
One of the best blitz pickup running backs out there. That's why they brought him back, man. He
No
was
doubt.
good for them protecting.
Remember him blocking Micah Parsons?
Oh yeah.
I've got that somewhere. Hey, go to media. Because
I don't like the new media search thing. Here it is.
That's mine. Click on mine though before you don't
Okay.
retweet that, guys.
I wasn't gonna retweet it. I was just gonna make it big.
Retweet it.
Well, now I'll retweet it because it's yours. I wasn't gonna
Look at
retweet that
shit.
guy's all
Look at
saying.
that shit. I think it was 2 plays in a row, wasn't it? Did I get another one in there? Yeah. Oh, just a.
He's lucky as hell. This is a hanging on for dear life.
It's awesome though.
It's
awesome.
It worked out.
Of course he's hanging on for his dear life. It's fucking Micah Parsons.
Trying to jump set Micah Parsons, giving up weight.
Thank you, sir. McCurry to the Jags. Oh.
What's this one? Samaje picking up across the
eyeing it
formation.
the whole way too.
So that's so hard to do, to work across a formation like that.
That was weak. That was the bullshit game. That was the game they made him play.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
All
the
right.
search function on X is
just getting worse and worse.
Yeah. It used to be very fun to go look up old stuff and pull up old stuff. Now it's a pain in the butt.
Okay, so who do we still got out there for guard?
Well, this doesn't eliminate people, but we haven't seen Tevin Jenkins, Kevin Zeitler, Brandon Scherf.
So he's gone.
Guy Becton, Dalton Reisner, James Daniels, Will Fries.
So he's gone. Beecham is gone. I guess I shouldn't delete these. What can I do here? I can gray them.
You can gray them out, yeah. Yeah.
Beecham got signed, right?
Yeah. Evan Brown did. Dan Moore did.
Is that it? Bredesen.
Drew Dahlman. We're in still good shape. Hey, Jalen Moore's got they looked at the true pass sets and they said, yep, give us that guy.
That's what I was saying. Like when he played, he graded out really well.
Yeah. How about Kendall Lamb down there at the 77.8 right tackle?
Ford's numbers were much better at left guard. I know this is everything.
Yeah,
his numbers at tackle are so much worse.
I didn't expect them to sign him as a starter, and they didn't. But I didn't split it up because he's going to play every position of whatever.
Did Lucas sign somewhere? Or wait, who did sign? The one tackle signed. One old tackle signed. Where is he?
We're scroll down.
Who? What?
Morgan Moses wasn't here yet. He wasn't available yet.
Control Alt V. Is that that's the?
It's a great something.
Oh, okay. That's the
what?
Format painter.
Mm.
Thank you. All right. So we're still good here. We're not so good here.
Yeah, this is the hardest thing to do right now is to find a pass rusher. Especially at the end spot. These are all the D tackles. Draymond played a lot of end, so to be aware on that. Javon Hargrave, did he sign? I saw someone say Hargrave Browns earlier. Did that end up being true? Because Hargrave can still rush the passer. That's a small sample size there, but he's always been a good pass rusher.
If they sign Onwuzurike,
and give me someone here.
Which guy do we want?
DeMarcus Walker.
I keep landing on Chase Young.
I know. It would make the most sense. You're saying if they did those two in replace of Hendrickson?
No, if they just did those two today.
Oh, yeah. Add those pass rush win rates then up to the true pass set data up there. Release some guys.
16 and
who's the other one?
16.5 and 16.2. So we go 16.5 and 16.2. A couple players left to go. Got some work to do. I guess you're not here anymore either. You have so many players left to go on the edge.
They need to still sign 2 more defensive linemen.
They need to sign. Okay, so we need 2 edge rushers. So they need to sign like Chase Young and DeMarcus Walker.
Yeah,
for example,
that's what I used in my video. My Moneyball video was DeMarcus Walker, Chase Young, and Tershawn Wharton,
or Jacob Martin. I guess.
What's Tershawn Wharton on there?
Wharton's 16.
Who's the D end from the Cardinals?
Gardeck?
Yeah.
Didn't play much. Julian Okwara didn't play much. Man, none of these guys play much. Brandon Graham.
I had to get Dimu Keji off there. It's actually 44%. But because he was ruining the scale of my colors, so I said I'm just deleting him and remembering that.
You could
I could have taken him out of the formula, I'm sure.
Yeah,
but
take him out of
I was just kind of going fast with it. And
Jarrett Bears, 3 years, 43.5.
Quick, we got more than BJ Hill for sure.
Where can I find this Excel sheet? Did you pin it to your?
It's on Twitter, but I also put this in the chat real quick if you want.
Let me see if I can pin it on YouTube chat comments.
Okay, and if not, I can put it in here for restream. You guys can see when we post these things, right? In the comments. You click that, that'll get you to the spreadsheet. There's a lot of pages down there. Flip through it. Have a good time. $13 million a year for Patrick McCarry. That's probably just slightly richer than what the Bengals would like. Yes.
I'll ask you guys again if you're here. We got 1,184 people watching the stream. If you are interested in watching Joe and I stream in the future, if you're on YouTube, we're going to try to stream in other places too. But Twitter wasn't working. We wanted to try to stream on Twitter. Maybe we'll try again here now. But you can hit that subscribe button, and it gives us a chance to get monetized, and maybe we can make like a couple bucks every time we do these. That'd be cool.
Hit that subscribe button would help out a lot.
I guess we should like brand this channel too.
I was gonna say that, but probably the next step. It would probably help a little bit.
Yeah. Falcons to Bears. 3 hours from release to signing. No tampering. Bears notable additions this offseason. Odeingbo, Jarrett, Jackson, Dahlman, Tooney. Big money. Sebastian Joseph Day back with the Titans. 1 year, $7.5 million. Oh, man. I feel for the Titans.
What happened to Josh Uche? Could he be a good bounce back candidate on the cheap? He could be. I don't know what happened.
You gotta bounce the first time in order to bounce back.
Well, that's probably fair, but I do think because the Bengals are in dire situation, something like that could help.
Aaron Banks to the Packers.
Good. We did not want that. Good God. Thank you. Thank you. 6 pound, 10 ounce baby Jesus.
Aaron Banks. Control Alt V.
He's over
Where's
Cody
it?
Ford.
Right here.
51.1.
It's not working. I thought it was Control Alt V. Okay. Going back to clicking.
There you go.
Should also tell people to hit the like button. It helps with the algorithm.
Yeah, hit the like button.
Good job, Joe. You did it. Here's
Helps
your
with the
boy Brady
algorithm.
Christensen.
Yeah, not those numbers aren't good. He was also playing. He's also playing center for the first time, and he's a very tall man.
The easiest position to pass block at.
Yeah.
Give us another move. Damian Lewis deal does continue to look better and better. Macari, 3 years, $38 million. $13 million a year. It's a little bit more than I would want to pay him.
That's probably not, but look at that. 20 million guaranteed if he's getting 13 million a year. The Bengals probably could have been close to that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not extreme.
It's just a lot of money for him.
No doubt. And I think that.
And I like Macari. I was maybe
too.
higher on Macari than, let's see. Yeah, we're all in lockstep there, but that's certainly more than this number.
What are you talking about? Oh, what he got paid? Yeah.
APY 8.7 projected versus 13.
Yeah, if you had 5 million to all these linemen, then I'm gonna be it's gonna be tight for the Bengals.
I mean, this is what happens when the cap goes bananas.
And I think teams are valuing blocking tight ends, blocking, guards, centers a little bit more. So you've got to get with the times, Bengals. You can't keep falling back on these value guards that you love to start.
Let's go get Will Hernandez, man.
Seriously, he'd be
4 for 77 for Aaron Banks. We are fucked.
Dude, we did not want that at all.
No, but they were saying that's gonna demolish the guard market.
They said he could end up being the top
Aaron
guard
Holy
paid.
Shit.
There was a report saying he could be the top guard paid. So if that's the high end level, we got to figure out Tevin Jenkins underneath that. But
that might take the cake then for the craziest deal since the Samaje deal was fake.
Now the P-Ride's fake.
Any thoughts on what Peters can do with Cody Ford? Not really.
No,
I think Cody Ford's problems are not technical.
And this is why I did not want Banks. It's not that I hated him so much. It was that they were saying he was going to get crazy money.
That is crazy money.
The Packers usually are good on the offensive line with evaluations. What are they doing here?
Maybe they're right.
You see Darth?
Yeah. Look. You ain't wrong. Roy Robertson Harris to the Giants. Does he have anything left?
Yeah, but nothing crazy. I mean, 2 year, $10 million, $5 million a year. That's veteran backup old D-line money, and I wonder if the Bengals will play in that category. They never have really before.
Sure could use some depth.
No doubt.
Dakotas is saying James Daniels.
I mean, I'd be happy with that. We've been trying to get James Daniels since Billy Price.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
know,
he could be a center of the future. Is there still center in his future? I wonder.
I wonder too. He's been playing guard since he left Chicago. That was a very small sample size, 5 games before he got hurt. So
you can pull him up in here.
Yeah,
he's a good player.
He is.
If he's healthy, what was his injury?
Achilles.
Oh,
yeah.
That's
why I'm not sure.
It's just this one game
for his pass blocking.
Yeah.
I
guess it's the first 2 games. Yeah, it's just this game, I assume.
And not many, because remember, it's Justin Fields at quarterback the first few weeks. So it was very weird. Their offense is very weird. But you can go to his previous years and you can see, he's been a solid player for a while now. Oh, yeah, elite athlete. We know this.
Somebody in chat asked, wow, usually this works.
Old one, 9.25, but that's not 40-yard in there. Yeah, that's right, though. That's July. So that should be finalized.
What was his injury risk coming out of school?
He had...
Matt Pert also re-signed.
I was interested in Pert as well. Yeah, 9.24. He had back, I want to say.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember.
I don't remember either, but I remember having the conversations. He had something coming out that bounced him a little bit.
Interesting. Lots of money.
Yeah, no doubt. Base value $9 million. Okay. That was Mike Gesicki getting the deal. Me? You guys signing me first out of everyone?
James Daniels next to Matt Lee. They could actually run zone. Half of their offensive line could.
Yeah, the guard's good. Maybe we'll see what the other guard ends up being. But
Dakota's deleted it. That must mean it's true.
So you know.
Somebody yelled at him.
Too soon or just wrong? Maybe, yeah.
Daniel's Achilles a concern? Yeah.
We should probably, I should probably, while I'm sitting here. Yeah, it was an Achilles, just to be sure. September 30th, so.
James is posting some shorts on YouTube and Instagram. We got a Locked On Bengals Instagram going now. So make sure you guys are following that. We got shorts up for BJ Hill and Samaje Perine.
You know, days when Twitter crashes makes me really think I should start cross-posting somewhere else.
Yeah, you should. I'm just here to see Jake and Joe give us a good cry.
TJ Slayton to the Bengals, nose tackle. There you go.
2 years, $15 million.
Yeah. He's a capable nose. So there's your first external signing, boys. That's what we've been waiting for.
Yeah, let's go.
Here we are. Defensive tackle. Get this defense up where it needs to be. Pull up that spreadsheet. I'm gonna pull it up while you're doing your thing. You gotta get the
I don't think I had a grade on TJ Slayton.
That's all right. TJ Slayton was a 4 for us. He doesn't help in the pass rush. A 7.5 true pass set. He'll be 27 at the start of the season, 27.9. So he'll be sitting there at he'll be 28-year-old this season for the Bengals. 28 and 29 for his 2 years in Cincinnati. I need to go over here. I want to see where we're at.
Is he a good nose tackle?
He's fine. He's one of the only 4 nose tackles that were available. So
he was better when he had Montgomery as his coach.
That's right. That's probably, we should have thought about that more, huh?
Because Montgomery was there until last year, right?
Yeah. So when you pull up his PFF grades, if you haven't yet,
they're up on the screen right now.
Oh, okay, great. I'm on my thing right now. Yeah, his grades aren't going to look great. Yeah, I'm still finna crash out. But these are the tier 4 free agents we are here for. You got to make sure you get out there quickly. But yeah, he's 6'4", 330, and they needed some size on the D line. Fifth round pick out of Florida. I need to send a tweet out as well, I guess.
We can pull up some tape on this guy. I gotta pee.
Okay, you do your thing.
Should we fire up some tape? Should we fire up NFL Plus and get ourselves copyright struck?
Or see what Twitter has too. You can probably
That's where we're starting.
TJ Slayton.
I'm gonna text Bukowski as well. That's very much a Jerry Montgomery move, right? TJ Slayton here at nose tackle. Shooting up field on this one.
Yeah, it looks like fucking looks big right there.
Is that Whitehair at center? No. I have no idea who that is. This is the same play. Here he is out at 3 tech. Nope, that's Kenny Clark. No, that's TJ Slayton.
Yeah, I've seen this play. Yep. No,
Kenneth Grant.
Someone compared him to TJ Slayton.
No, saying he'd be a good replacement for him.
Loses that initial double team, slides off it, and gets a position for a tackle.
Casual TJ Slayton masterclass is the tweet description here.
Funny.
Oh, good job on that double. You see that? You watching?
Watching.
Did you see that? Oh man.
It's spinning. I was gonna say.
This one right here just gives up no ground.
Yep. As we've said, sometimes the PFF grades versus the run, not very indicative.
I mean, these are also highlights, but yeah.
True.
One-on-one with the center causes an interception. Out at 3 tech. Trying to catch him asleep with nobody in the A gaps.
Yeah, his big body makes it hard to block. I mean, there's like 4 nose tackles available in this free agency. He was one of them.
Just, it's not saying much.
No, but like that's what they look like. You know what I'm saying?
Is this the Minnesota game? Or is this the Minnesota game that was a masterclass? They needed a nose tackle. What are we grading this, chat?
And they didn't have a size at nose tackle. As much as McKinley Jackson, he was a smaller guy. You know, you need some height and length. Yep. All right.
Sounds like an overpay. What are you guys grading this one?
C, senor.
Average move?
Yeah.
Is that your definition of it? Joe?
Yeah, that's it. C. Average.
Does that mean average? Yeah, okay.
I think like C+ is average, but yeah, it's like right, it's there. It's whatever. The last time I've tweeted the word Slayton was in 2013 when I was talking about Steve Slayton.
Here's a text. Oh wow, all the grades just happened. Here's a text from Peter Bukowski on TJ Slayton. Led the league in run stop win rate, early down run stopper who can give you some juice as a rusher on early downs. Packers like their young interior defensive lineman, so that's why he's out. So there's the next.
Led the league in run stop rate.
Run stop win rate. Is that a thing?
There is. You have to go latest. You can't. It won't give you what you actually search for in the top.
That must not be the term. It's a next gen stat.
ESPN's. It's an ESPN one. Yep.
Oh, it is. Okay, so this could be it. Player, run.
Right. Run stop.
Yeah, there it is.
There you go. Snapshot that and tweet it.
Bukowski giving me a tweet to send.
Nice. Let me know when you send it, or I can see it maybe. Yeah, and I will retweet it. Good?
Yep. What were the grades here? I think I'm on C+. I think I like this move. It doesn't, it like relieves any pressure you felt to force yourself to draft Kenneth Grant in the first round.
And why I'm a little bit lower is because it means you're probably not signing another defensive tackle.
I don't know about that.
You think they would sign Levi Owens-Enrique? No, the price is too high now. You can't spend that much.
Sure they can.
They can.
The question is whether the roster spot is there for him, really. That's the real
right. Either way, but even then, what are we guessing at Slayton if he's making $6 million this year, $7 million, right? What was it? 1 for 2. Okay, 2 for 15. So if his cap it's $8 million this year because Bengals. Now you've got a $10 million cap hit on BJ Hill. It's not copium if he is a good run defender and a nose tackle. Those are two things they did not have, right? Here's the problem with the Bengals defensive tackle room we've been talking about the whole time. They cannot trust that Chris Jenkins and McKinley Jackson will provide anything for them next year, but they have to find out, which makes it very hard. It means the other two guys that they signed for that room need to be able to play and give you something. Does it mean they're good at defensive tackle? No, it's probably the worst defensive tackle room in the league. But at least they can play.
Worse in the league?
Well, we don't know what the rest of the league looks like. Yeah, I'm saying
I don't know if
we get to September and these are the top 4.
So
yes.
Maybe. Yeah, I would think it would be below average.
Bottom 10, no doubt. And I could see it being
there's like the biggest issues. There's no pass rush juice here. They spent a 3rd round pick on a nose tackle last year. I feel like they shouldn't be committed to McKinley Jackson. They kind of have to be a little bit committed to Chris Jenkins as a 2nd round pick. They obviously need to find a pass rusher here, or maybe they're looking to sign an end who can kick inside for nickel downs. Maybe that's part of the plan.
Right, because you got to spend at that spot anyways. That would make sense.
They needed to sign a nose tackle.
Yes.
So in the wake of this move, should they have not signed BJ Hill would be the question. Should they have, instead of signing BJ Hill, gone with the guy that had more pass rush juice and said, okay, well, the veteran run stopping guy on the team is going to be TJ Slayton. Hopefully we get some growth out of McKinley Jackson and Chris Jenkins. Chris Jenkins doesn't have to take on double teams anymore, right? He can hopefully be hidden from that a little bit more. Now you have a true nose tackle on the team. That should help him play up and run defense. So now the question is, well, do we need a solid all-rounder guy like BJ Hill in the wake of this move, or should we have instead used that money for a more pure pass rusher, designated pass rusher type,
right?
The interior defensive line. That's where my mind goes.
And I like your point there. It frees up McKinley or Chris Jenkins. Also frees up McKinley Jackson a little bit. He wasn't a nose in college that often, and that is where he was always being projected. So I always thought he had a little bit of 3-tech juice to him for a guy that was a little bit bigger. But it's interesting.
I shouldn't have pulled that up. That was dumb.
What?
I opened my DMs because I got a DM and I forgot I was streaming. I don't think there's anything in there, but
Do you normally sit here and go on your computer?
yeah, this is where I usually am. Yeah. Usually doing something else, not just like scrolling Twitter like this. This is a free agency thing.
Yeah, 18.5 million is a lot for guys who did not affect the quarterback from a pass rush standpoint. Especially considering Jenkins and Jackson are both run first D tackles as well. Where's the juice? Fair.
What was
Fair.
what's that?
They don't have the pass rusher, as you were saying. There was a
Yeah.
tweet, a well-crafted tweet that I read as.
That's also what I said in the subtext just now. Like same idea. What happens with Chris Jenkins and McKinley Jackson is a big question. And where's the pass rush juice?
Yeah.
It's probably going to be a fucking terrible pass rush team next year.
I mean, there's the emphasis now on Trey Hendrickson is growing, right? If we thought that they were going to add one more veteran D tackle and he'd be a pass rusher, that would make sense. Instead, they went the exact opposite direction. And that only intensifies their need to retain Trey.
You got we're all run defense pilled with the Bengals. Pass rush, we'll deal with that later. It's
Right.
fine, guys.
We got to get to pass situations. I know how many tweets I got sent to me. We got to get to pass situations first.
That is true.
I don't disagree, but you act like they weren't all, not you, but these people that I sent, you act like they also did not get into 300 pass situations last year where they had to rush the passer. It's still a major thing. We actually can check what is Trey Hendrickson's, how many opportunities did he have as a true pass rush? Won't be in there. It will be for BJ Hill. The opportunities weren't in this one.
No. I'm just
getting that's right. We want to get TJ Slayton in there. Hey, what the 7.5%? Mm-hmm.
better than JT Fele.
Upgrade. Let me upgrade you. 5.9. Where's that go? Where's that fit in?
Better than JT Fele.
Sheldon Rankins. Better than Sheldon. Hubbard was at 6.3. Good God.
I'm just going to put these over here.
Okay.
And I'm going to put these over here. I'll put these over here.
Okay. This is currently the worst pass rush team in the league.
Oh, for sure.
And this is why I was like getting to the conclusion of this could be the worst defensive tackle room in the league, because that's not good.
Here you go. Andrew Russell, when he's at nose tackle since 2022. Really good run defense stuff.
And even the pass rush at a 61 for nose tackle. Not terrible. That'll play, as he says.
He looks like he eats people. He is a big boy.
Nate Shepard, you remember him from the Canadian college coming in the draft?
No, I do not.
You're slacking on your heritage.
It's not my heritage. It is where I live now.
You got your green card?
I do have a green card. I'm working on citizenship.
What do you think? How much longer do you want to go on this, Jake?
Well, we got moves coming in now.
Well, we do, but
how much longer do you want to go?
I don't know. My kids are home. I hear them all home now. I'm getting antsy. I'm a dad at heart. You know what I mean? Chat.
I'll be right back. Then we can decide what we want to do.
All right. It does seem a little pricey. I think people, I've got that comment a couple times. It does seem a little pricey to me. You get to that 7 million range. Let's see. Actually, I'm thinking of this out loud here. Let's go check something real quick. DJ Reader's cap hit last year was $5.3 million. Don't be shocked if the Bengals have Slayton higher than that. In fact, I expect it. I know Slayton's younger, but the Bengals are going to give Slayton a higher cap hit than DJ Reader last year. This is why we look at their contracts and how they structure them. He'll be 28 this year. I know he's 27 right now. He's 27.9 on the opening kickoff. He'll be 28 week 2. So we kind of use that as how old you'll be. How old are you when you start the season? Because if I'm never going to get a snap out of you when you're 27, then what's the difference? Is Slayton better than Reader? No, he's not. But Reader was coming off injury, so that's why he was. Some of the comments. Trey isn't playing here. Well, he better be, or else you guys are not going to see a good defense in 2024 or 20. Well, we didn't see a good defense in 2024. You won't see one in 2025 either. There's no way to replace his production. If you think you can have a better defense with less production, it does not happen.
I'm back.
Hey.
Snap count shows him not really lining up at nose very often.
He said 500 snaps. That's how often do you think teams play with a nose tackle?
I mean, he's not wrong.
Do the percentage.
This year, anyway.
457. He had 74. Go down the career then.
Yeah, let's see if this is a change. Yeah, it's a bit of a yeah.
So
Montgomery here is playing a lot more even. This year was a big shift.
That's 30.6%, 30.3%. That's about as much as a nose tackle plays.
Let's compare it to the only other nose tackle anyone knows about, BJ Hill or DJ Reader.
You know, while you're gone, I said I bet the Bengals are going to give TJ Slayton a higher cap hit year 1 than the Lions gave to DJ Reader year 1.
So these are his Cincinnati years. These 4 lines here from the second 4 lines. Like DJ is playing a lot of B gap.
Yep.
Until he went to the Lions and he started playing more nose.
Yep. I think we had Reader at 20-something%, and those numbers look about right.
And then with the Lions, it was much
Great
more
nose.
even.
Yeah, at best, 50% is the best you can get. So if you get a guy at 30 to 31, that means he's playing a lot of nose.
Commanders trading a package of picks for Tunzel probably takes him off of Hendrickson.
Oh, man.
Probably.
Yeah. And the Bengals aren't going to be able to trade Trey.
Who's left?
Tunzel. What are the Texans doing with that, though?
The Texans are bad.
We got 1,300 people in here, Jake.
1,300 people in here. Yeah, which is why I'm a little bit gun shy about ending the stream.
Yeah.
People look at PFF grades, and that's the new Madden ranking, man.
That's it. No more. I hate typing on the computer so bad.
Yeah.
So much. Like I type so much faster on my phone.
Tracy McBrady says, I wouldn't end 1,300 is nuts.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
We could take like a food intermission. Not like I'll leave the stream running, but
You know what you can set up is TJ Slayton, defensive snaps, hit play,
yeah,
and just let it go for a little bit and
get a
come back.
nice copyright strike on us.
Well, the film usually doesn't, right?
Yeah, college film does.
Yeah, college film will.
I want to see this package of picks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm guessing the longer this goes, I'm guessing Trey isn't going anywhere. For quite a few reasons. The teams are spending resources elsewhere, and there's no way to get better. Not that that's ever stopped the Bengals before.
Go put those chicken patties in the air fryer, Joe.
Was that a chat?
Yeah.
Dude, I'm wilting away here. I never got to
Me
do
too.
my 6'3", usually 199, 200, just under 6'3". I'm a thin man.
I've eaten zero food today.
A 2, 3, and a 4th. What for Tunzel?
That seems like a lot.
I mean, that's all they have. They don't have a lot of picks because I've traded with them for the Trey and simulator.
They get a 4th back, so pick swap 4th. I don't know why 2025 is specified here for the 3rd. Maybe it's supposed to be 2026.
Maybe.
And then 2nd.
Yeah, they're out on Trey.
Chin, 2 years, 16 million. Raiders.
Fun for them. He always seemed like a Raider. Tall, fast, you know.
The Texans are going to be a fucking dumpster fire next year.
Yeah, what was up with that? Their O-line was shit. Are they just
second
like,
rounder and a 4th rounder next year to the Texans, plus a 3rd rounder? So it's 2026 2nd and 4th, 2025 3rd, and they get a 4th back. So they're trading future picks. So I would say that doesn't take them out of trade.
Yeah, yep. You're right. They could still give up that 2nd rounder, 1st rounder if they needed to. They don't have a lot of picks this year. They have like 3 7th rounders, and they're missing a 5th and 6th, I want to say.
The Bengals have not signed an outside free agent to more than a 2-year contract since Orlando Brown in 2023. Seems to be a big shift in philosophy. I think that's reflecting the players are signing more than a philosophy shift necessarily, but maybe we'll look back on it and see it as a philosophy shift. I think they're signing some players that are a little bit older, a little bit less certain, a little bit less premier.
Yeah.
And so as a result, you're getting some shorter deals.
Yeah, that's if they had the chance. They can't get the guys that are getting 3 and 4. Well, not 3, but guys are getting 4-year deals. They can't get them because they're not paying the guaranteed money. Like they got Orlando Brown with a unique situation.
Got some mad people out there. I get it. Enough to pay both your left tackle and running back premium money. That's funny. Couldn't be us. Nope.
We need a guard signing today still.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at. Guard at defensive end. When they come back with Tevin Jenkins and Azeez Ojulari, how would we feel about that? Because I know we're not high on Ojulari. Jenkins could be a very good player for the next 3 years. I think there's a lot still left to him. You got a quality backup in case he can't make it through a season. You may have 2 backups that can play. We'll see.
we should start a Patreon, Joe.
And then do it. Can you stream on Patreon?
I don't know. You're right. It's hard to pay. Well, you can do maybe you have to have a much bigger YouTube channel for this, but you can do like subscriber only streams on YouTube too. I think. Not that I really want to do that. What Twitch does, they have subscriber-only chat.
That's why I want to be able to do this on subscribers on Twitter. But I agree, you and I together, and that's why I think I'd like to even get more people involved, other content creators. Who are your other favorite Bengals content creators, guys, in the chat? Like, who would you watch if we had built a team of people that rotated streams and rotated discussions and rotated things like that, watching film, recapping games, whatever it was? Who would be other guys that you would like to hear from? Or girls. I don't mean that in that way. Could be either one.
I'd rather subscribe to Patreon than Twitter. There are a lot of people that would prefer you not be on Twitter. But
I can't help it, though. I built
I
100,000
know.
followers on it. Like, what am I supposed to
know.
do? Throw it away?
I know. It just means we should start building elsewhere. I think that's probably the lesson there. Is always diversify. Nick B has reached, I want the stadium empty mad. They can fix that by signing some effing players. Guys, I have heard that Joe Burrow is very displeased with the front office. Have you heard any similar rumors?
No.
No, we've not.
I think they're generally operating, coaching, and down to Burrow in lockstep in a lot of their decisions. Now, I think they've struggled to have alignment, a unified vision, because things don't always work the way they want, but I don't think he's there yet. I know we're worried. I know we're frustrated, but I don't think we're there yet.
A lot of people saying Mike, a lot of people saying Malik, a lot of people saying
John?
Sands, a lot of people saying John, got some Ace and Zim, got some
Andre P, yeah, he can come and do cap stuff.
Got some James, got some gridiron grading, got some K Adams. I can get K Adams producer, but I can't get K.
Yeah.
I could probably get K like once a year if we really tried eventually. Super Chats can bring in big money streaming on YouTube. Yeah, we need to get to the monetization point on YouTube for that. Probably need to brand the channel too.
But I bring this up and ask because I see, especially in the Buffalo area, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Cover One, but they are a group of like 14 creators. And they say, listen, for a small price, we're going to put all of our stuff together. You get it first, you get exclusive content, and you don't have to worry about those people ever getting fired from their job or fired from their writing spot or what this business closing down. They do it, and they said we're doing it together, and you guys get it all, and it's under one roof. And they mix up people together so it's fresh and new all the time, and I think they do a great job. And I was like, we could do that for the Bengals.
We could do. I don't know if we could build an app. We would need help for that. They have an app apparently.
I mean, they've grown to the point where they're doing
$60 for a year.
Yeah.
How many people pay $60 for a year if we brought Mike and Jake and Joe and probably some other people?
A lot of people, to be honest.
And put it all in one place. Don't paywall me, bro. But like, we need to get paid, right? Like, you got to remember this we're doing out of the goodness of our hearts,
and because we're going to do it anyways, right? We would sitting here talking and watching.
We do enjoy it.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, but like
gridiron grading, good call.
I would need to get a job again if I didn't get paid for Locked On Bengals.
Right.
Got some Elise Jesse. We can get Elise.
I would like to make content consistently. I've got a full-time rotating shift plant job, so it makes it tough. But
Greg without a beard is this picture?
That's fine. It's an old one.
Catfishing people. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys.
And I think that's like their full staff. They've got definitely other people below that.
Other contributors.
Yeah.
I'd pay $1,000  24/7 Dakota's access.
I really don't want to seem like we're making fun of Dakotas. That's the name that makes it funny, I think.
It's a meme to me, is all it is. Like, look, they're gonna sign James Daniels, and then we'll remember the deleted tweet.
Right. There's a lot of people agreeing here that they would pay. That sounds like a good idea.
I wonder, can we do a poll?
Do we know who the Bengals are targeting in the first round? The Bengals don't know who they're targeting in the first round. You are early on that question. Ask again in April. We may have an idea of a handful of people depending on how the draft goes, but they don't know who they're targeting yet.
Can I do a poll in this YouTube chat? Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Would you pay? What's that? That's $5 a month.
It is.
So who are we saying?
I think that's the part that would have to get figured out. It's whether we just can't say that those people would be interested. You know. Joe, have you considered doing logistics? I have not considered doing logistics, despite the sponsorship from First Star Logistics. I'm not an educated man, okay? Anything that may require all these applications where they're like, yeah, you need a 2-year, I'm out.
All right, we'll see how many people answer this poll. When will T signing be done? We don't know. There has not been any news today, unfortunately. What about guard? They need to sign a guard today. Joe already has how many people paying $5 a month, and it's just for Joe. Rohan TV says, just take my money. Or no, it says take my money.
Rohan's a content creator, very famous content creator, guys.
Check out his YouTube channel. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see he's got a little check next to his name because he's verified.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Tracy McBrady saying over in the Twitch chat. It would be nice to take out the middleman element of it.
Yeah, that's the part, is that
of Twitch getting a cut, kind of
everyone getting a cut, Twitter getting a cut.
Twitter
takes 30%.
And Twitch takes like 50%.
Yeah.
The
Bad
polls
day to ask for
over
money.
on
Did
YouTube.
the market crash again? Are we still tumbling?
Bad day to ask for money. Oh, do I dare?
I will say, though, as you guys are saying, and you're already subscribed, I appreciate you. I try to say this as much as I can. I do appreciate the people that subscribe on Twitter. I wouldn't be able to do it without you guys. You guys motivate and push me to do a lot.
That's pretty bad. About to give up the entirety of the last 6 months of
Progress.
Of gains.
Well, I just need it to be up in 30 years. All right, Jake?
Yeah, that's what we really care about. We don't react to these sorts of things as disciplined investors who have a retirement goal in mind. But Jesus, this is when you just look away.
Yeah, it's one little thing. We'll look back and.
So we got 230 people have voted, and 65% so far have said yes.
We'll take that.
So that's 150 subscribers.
Off the rip.
According to this YouTube audience.
Thoughts on your Discord? I think the Discord's awesome. It's there's 950 people in there that have taken a community and a life of its own. The Discord is consistently updating, joking, having a good time. And it seems like whenever I check in, it's fun.
Teaching me a lot of Gen Z or Gen Alpha slang. That's my favorite part of the Discord.
I definitely feel like the age range is a little bit younger on the Discord, but that's all right. I saw someone the other day said they were 36, and there was the reactions to it. I was like, okay, I'm not even gonna jump in there.
In 2022, Jerry Montgomery said, I think TJ Slayton can be a dominant run player when he's doing the right things. That's what I'm going to hold him accountable for. When he's attacking, knocking the line of scrimmage back, and using his hands and getting off blocks, he's pretty dominant. Charlie Goldsmith finding an old Jerry Montgomery quote on his reunited nose tackle, TJ Slayton.
We, at some point, will probably watch some TJ Slayton film, especially I'll probably at least do a few minutes.
Oh, yeah.
On the brain.
What
I was going to say is, Jake, we've got 4s on him. How do you feel about that for our spreadsheet? You didn't put one in previously. I don't know if you feel comfortable yet, but how do you feel about it?
How do I feel about the 4?
Where would you put him? Would you say, yeah, that's probably a 4? Or would you say, good run defender, 3?
It's very hard to do this knowing what I know now.
Cincy Daily here wants to do our graphic design. They're very adamant. We may
Let's
need a
do your
logo.
graphic design. We don't have any money yet. Is a problem. Like we're asking for money, but we don't have money yet.
For the people asking, how do you join the Discord?
You subscribe to Goodberry.
You subscribe on my Twitter. I send out links to it. Yeah, someone else said there's a lot of dooming in the Discord. That will happen. It is a very roller coaster.
It's an emotional place.
It's a lot of fun and yes, some doom.
I would probably be 3.5 or 4. Like in a vacuum, trying to just say player in a vacuum.
The only guy I really wanted over him was Roy Lopez.
Mm-hmm.
A guy wasn't
for nose tackle types.
Yeah.
And like,
Especially,
how different is he from Roy Lopez?
Uh,
Roy Lopez is not on the top 10 of DT run stop win rate, whatever that means.
Any gamers in the Discord? There is a whole section for just talking games.
I mean, this guy's playing pure nose, Roy Lopez.
Yep.
At least last year. I guess he's played a ton of B gap early in his career.
Yeah.
Like the grades are a little bit better.
They're very similar.
But they're actually like extremely similar. Let's do it. Oh, I
Right.
can't do that. I can go side by side here. Like it's just a down year for Slayton, new defensive line coach and everything. But outside of that, like, I mean, these are extremely similar.
Yep.
I mean, Roy Lopez is way better in coverage and is zero coverage now. I'll tell you what.
Right. I think that's when you bat balls, though.
There's probably some bad passes in there.
Yeah.
But he had 0 this year. Maybe screen stuff. I don't know.
Could be, yeah. Could be screens, too.
They have.
I can't drop the Discord link in here. Again, that's only for subscribers. It gets sent to the subscribers.
So Slayton has more has more stops, better missed tackle percentage, more overall tackles, more plays on the ball carrier, significantly less pressures.
Yeah.
But Lopez was playing a lot more 3-tech.
Right.
Early in his career, especially. In the last 2 years, the pressure numbers are 33 to 30. So very similar to the last 2 years for pressures. Yeah, I don't know. I could see like looking at this and like really comparing these things, I could see myself getting to a 3.5.
Mm-hmm. Someone asked if I ever have a Bengals watching parties in Buffalo area. If there was enough Bengals fans, that would be a fun idea. You're in Rochester. My wife's family's from Rochester, so we go out there pretty often too.
I think Trey's agent has made himself a complete dumbass now because of the Tunsil trade.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe the Bengals had that offer for Trey and said no, or are dragging their feet.
Sure, and they just said we're moving on. We can't be sure on that right away.
Yeah. Patrick Jones. Did we already know about this one? Patrick
No,
Jones,
we didn't.
2 years, $20 million.
Oh, okay, he didn't get nearly what they thought then. People are saying who? So many people say who. We got a spreadsheet. All right, at least help you out. Patrick Jones from Pitt.
Up to 350 votes here in the YouTube poll, staying at 63%. It's 220 people. That's $13,000. I do not have any dates planned tonight, guys. Sorry, but I am working on it for this week. One of the women lives in Vancouver, so that makes it hard. Talking to a bunch of women who don't live in the city I live in right now. Who you gonna get at guard? That's what I'm interested in.
That's what we're all interested in.
Same. All right. I am VPN, so NFL Pro.
Yep. Pro. Yeah. You got it. You're
Are
on
we
it.
totally effed? No.
We haven't even
We're not-
begun
we're
to
not.
get effed yet.
We're not there yet. Like the pass rush might be totally fucked.
Pass rush might be effed.
But
You're in postseason. You're gonna have to go to regular or all. There you go.
to Daryl Slayton.
No, that's not him.
It is him.
What?
Yeah. TJ to Daryl. Should we go end zone only?
Yeah, and then make it wide, and then I'm gonna go get a drink.
Make it wide. Full screen, you mean?
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
So 93 boys and girls. There might be a girl in here too.
90. There are some women in here.
Yeah, there are. I don't mean
This
that.
is a great play to start. Holy, let's
All right,
start.
well, all right, I'll wait a second.
I think it was a great play. Let me look again. This is against the Eagles too, early in the year, week 1. Driving that double team back. Oh yeah.
no doubt.
No cutback lanes for you. Okay. We're gonna unfull screens when it goes to the next.
You're gonna have to
play?
zoom in here, yeah. Zoom in without going full screen.
How do I get rid of this on the left?
I don't know that you can.
Okay, hold on. Nope, that doesn't work. Why does it do that?
It's when they made an update like halfway through the year, it zoomed
won't
out
stay in
after
full
every
screen?
play.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I can't even make it bigger because it's okay, there we go.
I'm gonna go grab some food, guys. You enjoy yourselves for a little bit. I'm gonna put myself on mute. Just
I
in
might do
case.
the same thing here. We're gonna lose so many viewers. Maybe I'll wait. How long are you gonna go? He's gone. All right. Inspect element. Which element? I don't know what. Click the filter button. Where's the filter button? Oh, you mean on the left? Oh, you're a big brain. I see you. Got a big brain in the chat. What happened with Trey? Nothing. Did something happen? Nothing that I know of. I got Twitter on my other screen here now. Not a third down player is TJ Slayton, of course. As people are pointing out on Twitter. Dante Jackson to the Chargers, 2 years, $13 million. Wasn't really interested. Big thing is, can we get a guard? All right. I haven't been watching this film at all. I'm going to start paying attention now. I'm going to wait for Joe to get back, and then I'm going to take a break for food. Eat on cam or I unsub? I'll eat on cam. That's fine. I got some. All right. Inside the right guard here, over the right guard, 2I. Did I see? Yeah, we talked about the money Aaron Banks got. It was bananas money. So much money. If Cam Scatterbo is sitting there in the third, do they draft him? I think there's a good chance of that. Not really giving you much as a pass rusher. Oh, that was Kenny Clark I was watching on that play, maybe. Slayton and Jackson Jenkins combo should fill in nicely. Should be good for run D. I think having a real nose tackle is like pretty good for run D. But they just need a pass rusher. Like if they signed Onzarike, Trey got traded? You joking? You're joking. Okay. Hot wings, no napkins. Where do you think I'm getting wings right now? You guys are trolling me now? Trying to watch nose tackle film here, okay? You guys are lying to me? This has to keep us away from Tyler Williams and Kenneth Grant. Yeah, I think it removes the pressure to draft one of those guys in the first round. I think in the second round, maybe you're still open to it, but when you have it's, you do need a backup. You need, and maybe Slayton ends up being the backup if they draft one of those guys, because I think they're both really good. They're both more athletic than Slayton. Becton and Aziz. Why do people want Aziz Ojulari? He's not good, man. Maybe he's getting better. That's the only thing, is he's like ascending. This is from 2024. As always, go Vikes. Princeton Vikes. Joe leaves and everyone starts bullying Jake. My name is Jake, not Jacob. Fun fact. There's a nice little move. Thought you guys talked about how they could carry 5 defensive tackles. It will make it hard for sure. Kenny Clark getting snatch trapped there. Nasty. Yeah, he's really not giving you anything as a pass rusher. I'm behind on chat now. I'm getting distracted. But he sacked Burrow that one time. Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with Aziz on a small deal. I just don't like if they let Hendrickson go and then it's Aziz and Miles Murphy. I'm not down. Yeah, Walter Nolan can make sense as a draft pick for sure. They can't just, yeah. The struggle I have is can they afford to just get to the draft without anything? Anything else, a defensive tackle. Joe tweeting from the kitchen. He sure is. I just didn't want to abandon the stream. You guys are leaving because Joe's not here already. He's trying a pass rush move there. Just didn't work. This is a good offensive line, of course. Mekhi Becton there. James is doing his own thing. He's got some videos up on the Locked On Bengals Shorts stream there. I think this has been a pretty tough game for Slayton. He's done okay a little bit. He's also gotten beat a little bit. This is a really good run blocking offensive line, obviously, in the Eagles. What's your gut telling you about Mike Green or Jax? Who's JPJ? James Pierce Jr. There's more smoke about Pierce for sure. Best run game in the league, yeah, for sure. Trey is staying here, by the way. Any signings happening? Just checking over here on Twitter. Brandon Stevens to the Jets, 3 years, $36 million from the Ravens. That is a bigger deal than I would have expected for him. probably will get a comp pick back for the Ravens. People might be leaving because it's time to drive home. Yeah, we've been streaming for a long time. Haven't eaten any food today yet. Very hungry. Oh, Jalen Hurts. There's more smoke around Pierce. I would rather have Mike Green too. T deal not being done is ridiculous. Yep. You're not wrong. Be a great day to get that deal done. That's a nice bull rush there. Nobody else helping him finish, and he couldn't finish, but move the guard. Yeah, time for the gym. I'm feeling that too. I would like to go to the gym. Heard someone on a national podcast say Pierce might not be taken in the first 2 rounds. Yeah, the character concerns on Pierce are interesting, but they also obviously exist for Mike Green, and so he's getting in a fight there. Jordan Mailata, very good. You legitimately can't play against power. Definitely have that concern. I get it. All the guys that are in consideration for the Bengals in the first round, Pierce, Green, Nolan, all have concerns against the run. All have concerns for character. So that's a little bit concerning for the Bengals. Like the guys that on paper should be a fit for football reasons, there's a run stop, have character issues. I'm not really sure why he's on the field on passing downs. It's one of my takeaways watching this. I guess I'm going to stop the poll at this point. I guess I'll let it keep going. Why not? Jahad Campbell, sneaky dream pick. You want an off-ball linebacker at 17? What are your plans for Jahad Campbell if you draft him at 17? Because I'm not opposed to it necessarily. I'm just thinking he's an off-ball linebacker, and that's a lot at 17. Have to be a real special player to be an off-ball linebacker at 17. Let's see how TJ Slayton does against the tush push here. I mean, they got to stop. Watch Pierce against Jackson. I'm out on Pierce Jr., non-factor in the biggest game of the year for them against an NFL player playing out of position. All right, we're on to our second game here. Get some Quentin Nelson matchups with TJ Slayton. Why do you think they're tone deaf? They're just getting other deals done. I think that, like, there's not really any tone deafness here. This is just kind of – the order is not ideal for what fans are more interested in right now. Jahdae Barrett at 17, Will Johnson at 17, Xavier Watts at 17. Jesus. Some bad quarterback play sometimes when I glance up. Membo top 12, I think I agree. The first time you've seen the tush push stopped. Congratulations. It's always nice to have a first time. So here he's lined up. Which one is he? Way outside the guard of the 3-tech. I just don't want him on the field in that situation. Y'all got to stop trolling. Like, I'm never going to believe the Bengals traded Trey Hendrickson to the Cleveland Browns. Not giving up ground to double teams, which is nice. That's a big problem the Bengals had last year. He's definitely got the body that makes him hard to move. Hear me out. What am I hearing out? What is Bosa compensation? Did Bosa sign? Colts film room. David Mulligetta is your cap space's worst nightmare. Trade back for Donovan. Tate Ratledge in the second. Maybe. Got to find an impact player, really. That's like the one thing that I really want to see from the first two picks is find guys that can be high impact players for you, or kind of regardless of position. And I know it's not exactly regardless of position, but they kicked that ball out of bounds. Damn. Quentin Nelson got him on that one a little bit. Campbell gives you a guy that can spy on Jackson, help slow down. He's very athletic. Does Zach Moss medically retire? I'm not sure. I'm hoping for the best for him. It's a pretty bad sign that the neck injury is still not resolved at this point. We're looking at the nose tackle the Bengals signed here, number 93 for Green Bay, TJ Slayton, to Daryl Slayton, who reunites with his former defensive line coach. So here he is, getting in on that run stop there. Starks has sounded not very locked in for the first round at this point. On the ground on that one. Didn't see what happened to him. Tate Ratledge in the second. Yeah, he tested like a great athlete. That's very interesting for him. Underwhelming. How do you think underwhelming? What's your take there? I see him not giving up ground to nose tackles. He caused an interception in the first game we watched by batting a pass and deflecting it. That was collected by one of his DBs. He doesn't give you much as a pass rusher, but wasn't expecting him to. I feel like he's played the run decent. Definitely holding up on double teams, which is the biggest thing you want him to do. But this isn't like a top-end player or anything. Definitely not that. Slayton more durable than Rankins. He started every game the last 2 years. He should be more durable. But this isn't a full-time snaps kind of player. He's a run defending, primarily a run defending player. You're going to see him. He's playing a lot of nose tackle in this game. He's in the A gap there between the center and the left guard. He beat the left guard, but then he got cleaned up by a puller. Hasn't missed a game in 4 years. Only going to play 20 to 25 snaps a game. Never underestimate the Bengals' rotation issues. No, I mean, that should be better with Golden, I hope. Good job there evading the cut block. It doesn't end up really impacting the play, but you like to see the awareness. Watch here. The cut block comes and just gets around it. It's a pretty bad cut block. And he's just kind of shooting upfield, but he sees the cut block and then he tries to get upfield. The run gets strung out. Joe's just getting some food. He's fine. Air frying up some chicken cutlets or something. Donovan at 17 or trade back. Oh, yeah, okay. Izuriaku, whose last name I can't pronounce. He's not really giving you much as a pass rusher, that's for sure. One-on-one here, too. Gets back into the quarterback's lap a little bit, in the passing lane a little bit. Maybe forces this throw to go somewhere Will Levis doesn't want to put it because he's right over the hash there. Maybe he wants to put this over the hash, and Levis ends up putting it a little bit behind TB. So gets the guard in the lap of the quarterback there. And here we get a goal line situation. He's in there, nose tackle right beside 94. If they run that, that's a touchdown. It's a touchdown anyway. Corner market feasting today. Nate Hobbs, 4 for 48. I like Nate Hobbs a lot as a fit. That is a little bit more than you can really afford to pay a slot. But going to catch up on Twitter for a second and look away from the film. See what's going on. Charlie Goldsmith tweeting, 2024 Packers had a top 10 run defense, a top 10 run defense in short yardage situations, and TJ Slayton was a part of that. Yeah, I think it's a solid signing. Let's see. Robert Hainsey to the Jaguars, 3 years, $21 million, interior offensive lineman, a center. What else we got here? Nate Hobbs, 4 years, 48. Mentioned that one. Brandon Stevens, a 3 year, 36. So, yeah, a lot of corners moving today. I guess the Bengals are not really going to get in on the corner market in this free agency. All right, looking back at chat here. Replace Hubbard with Jack Sawyer. Doesn't sound like the Bengals are interested in Jack Sawyer, but they will have a chance to talk to him as a local guy pretty easily if they want to in the future. A lot of this is just him eating up double teams. Who's out there left for pass rushers like Chase Young? We were looking at this before. I can pull it back up here in a second. Well, this isn't a very good rep for him as I look back to the film here. Tries to split the double team, gets blown up, knocked way out of that gap. Steelers should trade for Super Bowl winning quarterback Kenny Pickett. In the draft, what? If you guys are referring to a previous comment that you sent, you probably have to write out the full sentence because I'm not going to know what you're referring to. He finishes this bull rush pretty well. Collapses the pocket. Xavier Watts, sure. Malcolm Kuntz, what about Malcolm Kuntz? Yeah, Malcolm Kuntz is still out there. We'll take a look at the pass rushers that are left in just a second here. Going to finish this Titans game, I think. Then I'll pause it. Mike Hilton prediction now that Hobbs went. Maybe $10 million a year. Maybe he is finding that he doesn't have as much a market as he hoped. I'm not sure. But looking at the corner deals that are going on out there, he's a little bit older. Is going to bring his price down too. So maybe $9 million, maybe $8 million. Any interest in Young from the Bengals? We don't know. Just speculating there. That's a name that one of the better edge rushers left in the market. On the ground on that one. Don't love that. All right, let's look at our remaining edge rushers here. As you can see, a lot of the top end players here are getting signed up very quickly. But here we have the pass rushers that are still available. We got defensive tackles on top here. They signed 2 defensive tackles now. Kuntz just back to the Raiders. Yeah, I think that's expected. It's often the case for guys coming off injury. But the best remaining, Hargrave signed, didn't he? Am I crazy? Hargrave signed somewhere. Hargrave. Browns? Slick Rick says Browns. Did that happen? Nothing has happened. Okay. Hargrave is not signed. So, looking at specifically the edge rushers that are still out there, Josh Sweat signed. Khalil Mack went back to the Chargers this morning. Chase Young is definitely the top guy at this point, but he potentially has gone back to the Saints or will go back to the Saints. We'll see what happens there. The next couple of guys here got signed, and then there's Azeez Ojulari, who the Bengals are said to be interested in. 31-year-old Dante Fowler, which I would be surprised by. Malcolm Kuntz, we mentioned, was just signed. Michael Haight, who was a nose tackle who moved to outside linebacker, is out there and had a good pass rush win rate. DeMarcus Walker is the guy that Joe Goodberry has talked about a couple times. Dennis Gardeck, another guy who's on the wrong side of 30, but a good pass rusher. And then it's like guys with a handful of snaps, right? Like very small snap count guys that would be left as like designated pass rusher types. Joy Tryon-Shoyinka would be like a post type kind of guy. But really there's not a whole lot. And this is where you land on the decision of, boy, does it make a lot of sense to keep Trey, given what's available for pass rushers. Hey, Joe.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm really hungry. I waited the whole time while you were gone.
Did?
I didn't want to
I
leave
would
the
have went
stream
faster.
It's okay.
I had made 2 chicken sandwiches, so
Nice.
I
didn't want to leave the stream alone.
I was selfish.
No, it's good. We've had a couple of signings. Kuntz back to the Raiders. Nate Hobbs, 4 years, $48 million. 1 year, $12 million for Kuntz back to the Raiders on a prove-it deal. David Mulligetta, the agent there.
I wants a chance to hit that market after a good year.
Yeah, but the Raiders probably were more willing than other teams to take a chance because he's done it.
Mm-hmm.
There were a couple of other things that happened. Patriots signing defensive tackle. But we're just talking about how the Bengals, like what edge rushers are left out there. Watched 3 games of TJ Slayton. Didn't watch like super closely on all of them, but
Right.
Does a good job standing up to double teams. Doesn't give you much as a pass rusher. Will occasionally push a guard into the quarterback's lap. Every now and then shows off some nimbleness. I think he got worn down a little bit. I think that there are probably some conditioning questions early in the year for him last year, just judging from the tape. There are some reps where he really, when he's getting double teamed on a passing play, he's just standing up, not really moving. But anyway, I can put that back on if you want and let that run while I get up. Or
I was going to talk to the chat for a little bit. They wanted to put a helmet on.
Yeah, go for it. I'm going to figure out a food.
And then I can't put on the
food thing.
Do that.
So I'll be back.
This is a real ass fucking helmet too. This is the one. This is the concept I made before they unveiled them. I ordered a white helmet off the internet, and I put the decals on them myself. Ugh, it is tight though. I think it's just a large, and I need an extra large. I want to knock the Iron Man helmet off. There we go. How's that look? Lunchtime for Jake. That is actually, it's almost 2 o'clock for him. Perfect. Now dance. Thoughts on the Tunsil trade? I wonder what the Texans are doing. Maybe they're seeing a situation where they're close to it, and sometimes you see that a guy may be declining. Excuse me. And maybe they're trying to get out before it's too late. Getting multiple picks too, that could be very helpful. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, right? Not all this year, but and then I wonder for Washington, you get a good offensive lineman who's been good. You don't have a lot of picks this year now. But, you're in the Super Bowl window of rookie season. Rookie contract, I should say. You should be going for it. So Pulling up here. All the chat, all the Twitter is talking about how the Bengals only have run defenders at defensive tackle. I think we talked about that for sure right after the signing. Nate Hobbs to the Packers. Jake really liked Hobbs. He got 4 for 48, max of 51. He got paid. I thought Hobbs was good last year too. I might be late on that.
On what?
Nate Hobbs.
Oh, yeah. 4 for 48.
Yep. Anything on Pratt, trade value? I think if anything for Pratt, it's a 6th or 7th round pick, and it may not even be this year. There's plenty of vet guards still out there if you're getting worried. A ton of them. They haven't really gone yet. I mean, the best age and talent level is still available in Tevin Jenkins.
Sure to dry up in a hurry for pass rushers, though.
No doubt. Complimentary players only left.
Not that there's ever much there. It's complimentary players and Chase Young. Chase Young is probably the only full-time player here.
And I wonder why, and I don't wonder, I can see why he'd be sitting there.
Yeah.
Given his bouncing around and effort questions at times.
Yeah.
I'd still take him.
Got to keep Trey.
Yeah.
And still not feeling very good about that.
I know. You get any update on that while I was gone?
No.
Well, you said that. Oh, okay.
No. Nope. I'll be right back again.
All right. Yep. Yeah, the Bucs center signed with the Jags. I see that. Where do we think we go to replace? I'll pull up the questions while I answer them. Where do you think we go to replace Jermaine Pratt, the draft or one of the free agents? I think they're interested in both. And because they don't have a linebacker number 3 either, that means they'll more than likely draft a linebacker. I would, if you were to rank the positions that I was confident they will draft at some point with their 6 picks, linebacker be up there. We should do that one of these days, Jake and I. Maybe we, as we get closer, as free agency wraps up. But I could also see them moving Pratt, whether that's release or trade, and signing a veteran, whether it's a low-end veteran or I don't really know how many. We should look at the linebacker free agent sheet as well. If we only had one more signing, I'll click on this. Not that we're only going to have one more signing. They at least have 5 more. If we only had one more signing you were happy about, who would you choose? Levi O, Chase Young, or Tevin Jenkins? Good question. I tend to side with protecting Burrow, which would make me think Tevin Jenkins. Plus, he's a good run blocker. I think they could use that. But if I could say that I don't know what they're going to do at defensive end at all, I tend to lean towards Chase Young. I would like to have Chase Young and Trey Hendrickson. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. I'm going to say Tevin Jenkins, but it's very close between Chase Young. And then Levi O is fine, but he's never been a really great player. But I would take him because he would be the best pass rusher on the team, on the defensive tackle room. So from Jonathan Williams, do we ever do a draft recap or analysis of last year? Look at the hits, misses, and players they should have gotten instead. We typically do go further back than last year. We'll go 3 or 4 years back. I actually have an episode coming out on Bengals on the Brain. I need to wrap it up and finish it. But it's a look at the 2021 draft, so 4 years ago, and how many mistakes they made and how they could have probably avoided those mistakes had they have done some things differently, whether it's looking at athleticism, production data, and or just the consensus. So there will be reviews, and typically not after 1 year, because you got to give these guys more than 1 year before you know what they are. We have a good idea after 1 year. Some people, here's the ends of the spectrum. Give a guy 2 seasons before you know what he is. make judgments on a player as soon as you see them or after the first season. There's middle ground there that I think you should be in. Number one, if a guy performs poorly as a rookie, it typically is a sign for how he's going to perform throughout his career, unless he takes leaps in development, which don't happen that often. Inconsistent players typically remain inconsistent. Players that hit the ground running and are great as rookies, typically those end up being the very good players. They end up holding that at least a solid line throughout their career. The Bengals didn't get any of those guys last year that we're talking about on that end, but they got a lot of guys with flashes and the potential to be good, like Mims and Eric All, but All got hurt, so we could throw that out for now. Is Zietler 34 or 35? We have him on the list. That's not what I want. Well, overall rankings, Kevin Zeitler is 35.5 when the season kicks off. It'll be 35.5. He's old. Very old. Gesicki, $8 million first-year cap hit. I think it's 7.7 or in that range. Why? Bengals are on dope. They may be on dope. My explanation of why they do this is a little bit probably borderline on the nefarious part of it, where I'm like, they are trying to make you think they spend a lot of money by spending a lot of cap space, which they did spend $12 million in cash. They spent a little bit more over cash over cap, but next year they won't. Next year, I think the cap hit again is 7.8, so it's a cheap deal for Gesicki next year. But when you tally these all up and you're not choosing to risk yourself by having some dead cap space later in contracts, whether it's year 3 or 4 when you're cutting these guys, you're limiting your roster. Bengals are engaged with negotiations to keep Joseph Ossai. Yep. This was in the Discord last night. I sent that to the Discord last night. James Rapine confirmed that this morning. And then now WLW, or what was that? WLWT, now reporting it. Interesting. Thank you, Jake. So I still think Ossai can be good. I wanted to keep Ossai. I wish they would have developed him better his first 4 years, but he's a young player still. He was young when they drafted him. And his highlights are very good. Like his wins are very good. I talked about it on the spaces this morning, but I would like to pull all the clips I have of Ossai on Twitter, put them into one video. If they sign him, maybe I will. And for subscribers this morning, was it this morning or last night? Can't remember. I retweeted a bunch of Ossai clips for this reason.
It was there when I woke up.
Okay.
The thing about defensive end at this point is they need like 4 guys. If Hendrickson's on one of them, they need 4. So if Ossai is one of the 4 that they're adding with Myles Murphy, and you still need 3.
Yeah.
There's a lot of work to do there. Ossai is a mulligan client. It would be great for them to start. I don't want to say mending the relationship, but like
extending an olive branch.
Having just getting a deal done with him. Having one thing where you can say, hey, look, we got it done once.
And based on the Kuntz deal, I bet it'd be a 1 year. Don't know the monetary for Ossai, but I bet it'd be a 1 year, $7.5 million deal, something like that. But DN2 would be okay. I'm not sure what you're saying there, Andrew. If you're saying Ossai is DN2, I don't think he is. I would feel more comfortable with Ossai at DN3, Murphy at DN4. But I'm picturing a team with a good pass rush, right? Trey Hendrickson, Mike Green, Ossai, Myles Murphy. All right, let's roll. If it's not that, that's how you go from being a good pass rush team to a yikes, who's getting back there? Nobody. We've seen that before. We've gone through stretches where the Bengals have had nobody.
They're about to be there.
Do I see positives with Cedric Johnson? I do. He was young. He's got long arms. He looks decently athletic and spry. He played with a lot of energy and motor. He didn't have a lot of snaps, so I would hope he would. Yeah, of course, there's upside, but you just don't know. I've had someone recently say, "Hey, you sound like you're a little low on Matt Lee." It's just that he was a 7th round pick. I loved Matt Lee. Everyone knows this. If they were around then, I've gained followers since then. So maybe they don't recognize or they weren't around. But I loved Matt Lee. But anytime a 6th and 7th round pick, it may just not make the roster the next year. Things happen. But I do think Cedric Johnson could be a DN5 and maybe a DN4 and maybe a DN3. But you have to start small with low pedigree prospects and see if they can outgrow it. Rather than a 1st round, 2nd round, 3rd round pick, you give them all the opportunities to succeed. And if they can't handle it, you pull back. Well, you got a stank face on right now, Jake.
I'm trying to figure out what this tweet is about. It's the guy that does Colts stuff for SI just tweeted a video about Osai, just showed a video of Osai winning from 3-Tech against the Cowboys. And St. Palmy tagged us in it, suggesting that. I mean, what do we have? That's not one of the teams James said, right? Oh, I can't look at my subtext.
Yes, Colts, Cardinals.
Okay, so it is one of the teams. So the Colts aren't. So we know that the Bengals are negotiating with them, and like you said, it'd be good to bring him back. But then you still need 3 more guys. Like if it's Young, so assuming Hendrickson is traded, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it's Chase Young, which I still don't think they're going to do, but I keep coming back to because he's the only guy. But if it's Chase Young, Osai, Murphy, Mike Green, and with that extra pick they got for Trey, where's our draft sheet? I don't have it here. Who's the 2nd round edge rusher? LSU kid. Swinton.
Sure.
What's his name?
I was going to say, Swinson.
Swinson. Something like that. Then you can say, okay, there's something there you can work with maybe. Maybe you can get to average. Maybe just below average instead of really bad.
Izaraku at 49, maybe it's Landon Jackson, maybe it's Jack Sawyer.
Is Izaraku like a 1st round?
He's on the verge. He's listed
right
as, I think he's listed as 35th on the spreadsheet.
I feel like he's getting a lot of hype.
Princely?
He's getting less hype to me. I thought he was like 2nd round now.
And now he's 59th overall on consensus. Yeah. So I'm just giving you
okay.
names that were in that range.
Yeah. So like if they add 2 rookies in the first 2 rounds because they have an extra 2nd round pick for Trey.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we assuming Trey is traded? Feels unlikely. Do you feel like it's unlikely, Joe?
I feel like normal logic does not apply to the situation because it's the Bengals. So anything could happen still.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be shocked at any of the outcomes? 1, he's traded for whatever picks. 2, they end up working out an extension. Would not shock me. They say, and maybe that could be a long-term 2-year plus or a 1-year extension or
if he takes 1 year again, he's
right
out to lunch.
Right. His agent is killing him. But none of that stuff would actually shock me that much because we're in the range of so many things could still happen that it is what it is. Do I think he ultimately gets moved? I do, because it seemed like they were so far off. But I don't know.
Do you think he sits out if they're like, play on your 1 year?
No. Well, he did threaten it last time. So I thought that was widely known.
I don't think it was. Yeah. So,
Bobby Brown got signed. Is that what I saw on your screen? Yep, Bobby Brown.
Beecham. I thought Bobby Brown was earlier. Where do you see this?
In Rappaport. Panthers aren't done. Adding Rams free agent, defense tackle Bobby Brown the 3rd to the defensive line. He was one of the younger guys. Not that we're even, I mean, if they were to go, would we be okay? Let me ask you guys this. Say they signed another veteran defensive tackle that could rush the passer. So now you got 3 veterans and your 2 draft picks from last year. Let's say they still really like Chris Jenkins and McKinley Jackson. You just spent 2 picks. And they said, we're just not going to draft a D tackle this year. Would you be okay with that?
Sorry, were you talking to me?
Everyone. I'm talking to everyone. Would we be okay if they went and got a veteran defensive tackle that can rush the passer still And maybe I'm trying to look at who's left. Morgan Fox, a 13.9 pass rush win rate. Solomon Thomas with a 14. Taquan Graham with a 14. LJ Collier with a 15. And just say, you know what, those are our 5. Know your worth, then add tax.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
See what the blue sky's at now. Almost 20K.
Oh
Almost
my
7,000
gosh.
new people. Oh, man.
Yeah, I think with most of the chat here, they would rather them just draft a D tackle for that third guy, someone with actual pass rush upside.
Yeah, I just hate pigeonholing them, right? Like
Yep.
I hate
Forcing myself to draft one because now I'm on the draft spreadsheet now. Now I need to draft a guy with a great pass rush profile. So we got Mason Graham. I'm doing great first. Great pass rush profiles, pass rush win rate, pass rush grade. Mason Graham. Let me go to the next one here so I make sure I'm on the right one. Yeah. Deion Walker, Derek Harmon, Thor Griffin, Riley Mills, Aeneas Peebles. And I mean, then I guess maybe Omar Norman Lott too has most of the pieces we're looking for. Other than that, and they all got to test well too for those guys. We have to check that out. But you could do it. You could get a Derek Harmon. You could get a Aeneas Peebles or a Ty Robinson. Not that he had good production data. Omar Norman Lott, supposed to go in round 2, round 3. But again, rookie defensive tackles. Do they actually help that much, Jake? If we're talking 3rd, 4th round?
no.
Right.
Not usually. Sometimes, but can't count on it.
If you're wondering why I didn't mention Walter Nolan, he has good pass rush data. He doesn't have great. He has got great run defense data, actually. So, would he jump right in and be an amazing pass rusher? Maybe not. Maybe not right away. Elijah Roberts, right? A Dion that can kick inside. That may be the option. Jake brought that up earlier.
The Bengals did sign TJ Slayton, if you weren't here. Somebody asked in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're in a real bad place, I think, with the pass rush. Especially if Trey goes.
Real bad. With very little fix.
And like if you can't rush a passer at all, I don't know how you're winning. Games that matter.
No, we just watched. How did the Eagles beat the Chiefs? We just watched it. Everyone's run defense pilled. You got to defend the run.
And rush the passer.
And they rushed the passer. Mahomes couldn't even
also
get to the top
have
of his
two-
drop back.
Also have 2 home run threats off of your run game.
Sure, all that. But the thing clearly the Bengals don't have are the pass rushers right now. And right, that's a decent point from Gary. Gary's been a good asset today. When talking about rookies, will they impact? Will they have that impact? Not if the coaches won't play them. Well, hopefully that issue is gone with Lou. But again, at what point, if it's a 3rd round rookie, D tackle, does he immediately play over Chris Jenkins? Probably not. Does he immediately play over McKinley Jackson? Maybe. Maybe not. He would have to be a pass rush specialist that instantly he's better. Because right now, the Bengals nickel defense, maybe BJ Hill plays in it. But is it BJ Hill and Chris Jenkins? That sucks. That's not good. McKinley ended the year strong. Not as a pass rusher. Yep. B-gap stuff.
B-gap.
Yep.
They didn't really have a nose tackle last year.
They did not. They tried to piecemeal it together. Did not work. And well, that's why I was saying earlier, like Jackson might benefit from this Slayton guy being there because I do think he can do a little bit more as a B gapper. Why not do both? Get a veteran and a rookie. You're right. And then just see how the chips fall. You don't want to cut a second rounder or a third rounder in year 2, though. That's the only thing. Typically don't keep 6 defensive tackles.
And none of these guys have inside-out versatility right now.
Jenkins just did not finish the year very well. Just did not leave a strong taste in your mouth. Despite the 2-sack game versus Cleveland, though, huh?
Mm-hmm. Is that the game where he hit the spin move?
Yeah. He hit it a couple of times this year, but yeah. He loves that damn spin move.
Like, what if we just chalk that up to a rookie wall?
Right.
Not that we should. Like, this is a guy that's a good athlete.
But he didn't play a lot in Michigan because of the heavy rotations.
Mm-hmm.
And they had so many defensive tackles there. He was close to hitting his season high in snaps with the Bengals.
Close to?
Yeah.
But he didn't hit his season high.
No, he was within 100, I want to say, if I remember correctly, because I looked at this before.
So it shouldn't be rookie wall.
I mean, he didn't do that consistently at Michigan. He did. I think he did it one time. This pass rush.
Those last couple of great games, and he's like a slightly below average player.
If you got rid of him, yeah.
Because the last 2 games were not good. Didn't play I forgot he was hurt too.
Yeah.
How many games was he playing with a club on his hand?
They were both hurt. Remember McKinley Jackson started the year.
I remember McKinley Jackson was hurt. I forgot about Jenkins.
Jenkins missed the first 2 weeks.
Now I remember.
Yeah, that's why they had what's his name out there, Lawrence Guy.
Yeah, I think that there is potentially a big upside play here for Slayton and Jenkins.
Yeah.
Because you're not asking Jenkins to take on double teams anymore, and he cannot. They needed a guy who could actually do that.
For sure. And it should free up those two because they had a lot of snaps where they were doing that if we could just eliminate those snaps from their grading, they'd be in much better shape. They might be able to play a little bit faster. And they should in year 2 anyways.
He wasn't playing in the A gap very much, so they're getting double teams to him in the B gap. Well, that's probably because they're playing 2 B gap players.
They were. They're very even at the end of the season.
Do I have alignment here? Yeah, I mean, barely anybody playing true A gap snaps.
Percentage-wise, McKinley Jackson was doing it, but 30%, like we said about with TJ Slayton.
Just trying to see if this is an early year trend or if it's kept up all year. Like it's more here, more here, more here, less here, less here, more here, more here, less here, more here, less here. About average, about average.
Mm-hmm.
So no discernible trend, I would say. Very game plan based. Well, now that we've refueled, there's still 1,100 people here, but nothing is happening now.
Tyler Booker is no longer an option at 17. No, he's probably unlikely to go top 25 anymore because of his testing at the combine. You can't take a guy. It's hard to take a pure guard in the first round. It's even harder to take a pure guard who tested as poor as he did. So he's now out of the option.
I mean, they've almost certainly backed themselves into an edge rusher corner.
Well, we've still got a long way to go, but yes, I would say edge rusher is.
I mean, unless Trey's on the team and they sign one of these guys we're talking about.
Trey and Chase Young, or even if it's Trey and honestly, they may overvalue Ojulari. That's what I said. And they may overvalue Ojulari and go and say Miles Murphy as the end number 3. They may not force themselves. And then they take Josiah Stewart in round 2 or round 3, Jack Sawyer or whatever.
Marcus Mbo. Actually, it's just Bo. The N is silent, I think. I saw. Or I
Is
heard.
it not like Ndukwe or
Should it have been? It's M instead of N.
Ndamaka? But you pronounce it, you don't say it, right? You sound it. I thought Mbo too, and then I heard Charles Davis just say Bo, and he's great at names.
Yeah, that's Charles Davis said it that way. So.
Yeah, and that's what made me
he's
go,
Purdue. Is that right? Am I remembering the school? What school is he?
We got it on our spreadsheet, sir. Mbo.
Yeah,
Purdue. You're correct.
Purdue football pronunciation guide. Let's see what we got here.
And I don't believe he tested at his pro day. Does not plan on testing at all. So something to consider.
Media. Where's my pronunciation guide? Media guides. Where's my media guide?
Would we have taken Najee Harris over Pirine? Did Najee get similar money to Pirine? I didn't want Najee, but if he got Pirine money, I would have taken Najee. The stars on our team want too much money. Here's why. Let me tell you this. It's the market value, number one. Number two, when the Bengals aren't willing to commit and guarantee multiple years of money, your recourse as a player is to say, then give me the highest paid contract you can. Right? Think of let's say I had 2 offers for you at your job. One is a 1-year deal where I'm going to make you highly paid. 2 is a 3-year deal. I'll guarantee that you're going to be here for at least 2 of those years, and we're going to pay you like 90% of that money. Which one would you take? And since the second option isn't available for the Bengals, they don't offer guaranteed money past year 1. The only option is to balance that out by making them very highly paid. That's why Joe Burrow got the craziest, highest contract, especially percentage-wise, we've seen, and that no one's going to surpass it. They have to balance it out a different way. And Burrow got some rolling guarantees. But like Chase, they might as well just give Chase $42 million right now, only guarantee the 1 year. Maybe there's another rolling guarantee later in his contract, but just let him say he's the highest paid guy and reset the market, because it's going to be a struggle if they don't want to do contracts the way every other team is doing them.
Burrow did get a lot of guarantees.
He did, no doubt.
And for Chase, I think they're going to have to do a similar rolling guarantee structure. I think that's what was in place with the previous contract that they didn't get done. And the issue was when the guarantees became guaranteed.
Right.
Because those rolling guarantees guarantee a year ahead of time. And so there were some issues with when those guarantees vested, which is why they feel like they have a framework for it.
And it's probably why I feel like some of the national, like you see Rappaport today say, they're actually not that far off, and he expects it to get done. It's probably because they're just hammering that stuff out.
Yeah, they got to figure out when those things are happening.
On Slayton, it was 2 for 15, right, Jake?
2 for 15.1. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we don't know the cap hit yet, which is more important to me than the overall. We're only 170 subs away from 1,000. If you're tuning in now, we could use those subs. Getting to that 1,000 benchmark is big for YouTube.
Well, my last bite of food here, Joe.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was reading some DMs real fast. Got lost. Will Cam Sample be back? I expect Cam Sample to be back, but he's not a pass rusher either. He's a run defender. Maybe has some defensive tackle versatility. Opinion on Chase Young. I like Chase Young. I think he had a very, very, very good year last year. I don't know if people recognized it because it was for the Saints, but I think as a pass rusher, he had a lot of high-quality sacks, a lot of high-quality wins. But he was playing mostly right defensive end. And he's played both, though. So, that's But does he feel more comfortable on the right side? Whatever it may be. Bobby Brown, 3 for 21, $7 million a year. Interesting. I like Chase Young. I think he didn't reach his number one status, or no, he went number 2, but his number one player in the draft status. And I think that hurts people in their evaluation. I think he's a fine player. I don't think he's a great player. I think he's a fine B-level starter. And Bengals could use some more B-level guys instead of C-level guys. Yeah, that dude named Chase won't shut the hell up about Chase Young, because that is Chase Young. Show some respect in here, all right? He's trying to see if we would be receptive to him signing in Cincinnati, all right? Tell Chase that we would take him. Come on, Chase. People are wondering if Chase Young's in our chat, Jake. He's trying to figure out, feel out what the reception
I thought it was unmuted. Yeah, I said we got Chase Young in the chat, huh?
Yep. Do I think they try to get ADG back? Only if there's no market for him. 139 subs away now from 1,000. You guys are going to push us there. Hit the sub button. What's it hurt you to hit it?
There's 1,000 people here right now.
Right.
All you have to do is every single one of you people, and I mean you people, YouTube viewers, hit the subscribe button, and then we'll qualify to monetize the channel.
Would you rather Chase Young or Bosa? I think I'd rather Chase Young.
Yeah, Bosa's
older, had his injuries. I would take Bosa as a complimentary player, but I think you could have Chase Young for the next 3-4 years.
Just trying to plan when we're going to record Locked On Bengals tonight. When do you think a good time to record Locked On Bengals tonight would be, Joe?
I don't think there's a good time. I would wait as long as possible. I'm going to wait.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm going to wait till after midnight to record my show for tomorrow.
Yeah, because yours is for tomorrow.
Yeah.
I want to get people tonight before they go to bed. So I want to try. I also want to beat Paul Dehner's live stream. So
when is his?
9. They're doing 9:00 p.m. streams this week.
What do we want to beat? We want to beat the viewers or the length? We're nearing 6 hours. Is that right?
Yeah, we've been I woke up, came downstairs, and we fired this up.
We did.
Game 400 subs today. Pretty good.
Thank you for keeping count, by the way. 68 subs away. You guys, who's going to be 1,000? I've got something to give away if we could figure out who the 1,000th guy is. Is there a way to know?
I don't think so.
If you can take a screenshot of it saying 9999 and then you click it and it says 1,000.
What if there are multiple people, though?
Some of you are trying to fudge that, I'm sure, but
948 now. Let's see. Our poll has been going for a while. We're up to 744 votes on the poll, and 368 said yes. I'm going to end the poll now, but 386 said yes. What did I say? 387. That's 23,000 worth of people. That will make people not sub right now. What will? Can I unsub and resub for one? Yeah, that's true. If we tell them that if they're at 1,000 they win, then everyone's going to stop. Because they won't want to hit the button until it's 1,000.
You're right. That was stupid. Right? People are saying I'm going to unsub when I get to 990. Mine says 533 because I've been here for 4 hours, says Hakeem Olajuwon. We've got a lot of famous athletes in the chat.
Hakeem Olajuwon and Chase Young?
I'll give you a chicken parm. Listen, I had a chicken parm. First, I did a Chick-fil-A sauce chicken sandwich. Then I did a chicken parm on Italian bread that we're our local bakery that's known for their Italian bread. It's the best. It's the best in the world. Maybe I'll think of a different. Maybe we can just, once we get 1,000 subs, we can do a trivia question. And the first one to get that can get the prize.
Oh, I'm not liking what I'm hearing here. I don't know if I can share it though.
Okay, you can text me if you want. Only if you want to. I understand.
Yeah, I'll text you. What is this group chat I got added to? Oh no.
Linebacker off the board, Cody Barton signing with the Titans, $7 million per year, 3 years, 21 total. Remember Cody Barton, Jake? Remember how much we talked about him? 2019 draft doing Locked On Bengals.
Yeah.
Interesting though on that.
Scary.
Yep.
Just on track to have the worst pass rush in the NFL like we feared.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Trey's back. Like my nightmare this whole time is like Azeez Ojulari and nothing. I've
The
said that all day.
chat's
And
upset with you for only texting me and not talking. It's not that big. You guys could guess what it is. It's not anything like that. It's not.
It's stuff we've already talked about today.
Stuff we talked about.
It's yeah. I don't think I should say anything else.
No, I know we're hungry. Chat. It's nothing crazy.
Yeah.
What'd you eat, by the way?
I had some leftover egg, potato.
Oh, from the brunch
hash thingy, and I had some
from your date.
A leftover piece of pizza.
Update from Mike Garafolo. Said Trey Hendrickson has talked to some teams, but nothing is imminent at the time. He's apparently not ruling out a return to the Bengals either, which is again
status quo for the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Really no movement there as far as I know.
Bozeman resigns with the Chargers. Bradley Bozeman. 5 months is okay, but not 6 years.
No, I get it though. Like if you would want to go month to month instead of going for the full year, go 50 for a full year, $5 month to month, something like that.
That's also would say, I don't want to give Twitter my money, and I completely understand you if you feel that way. Just know that if you do it on the website and not on Twitter's app or the Google app or the Apple app, they only take 3%. So they won't get a lot of that money. I would get 97%. So if you did want to subscribe that way, most of it's going to me. They did like a text. Wait, 1,000?
Thank you, individuals of the stream.
Should I go get the prize then and figure out how to give it away?
We could give it away to a random
and not have the
I can't see the subscriber, so we'd have to figure out that thing that
Oh.
We'd have to figure out a way to do a giveaway here.
Well, I was gonna do a trivia question.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
We can do a trivia question for the giveaway, and then the first person to answer it wins.
Correct.
All right.
I'm gonna go get the prize first. All right. Actually, no. Wait. I've got it, but I was thinking I could show it without going to get it. I'm gonna go get it. I'll be back in a minute.
Browns trade for Kenny Pickett. Oh, Joe's not here to react to it. Could you post a link, Joe, for the website workaround? Ask him when he's back. Whoops. I gotta stop opening my DMs on that screen, guys. Kenny Pickett to Cleveland Browns for a 5th-round pick and Dorian Thompson-Robinson. They got a 5th-round pick for Kenny Pickett. Wow. 1,000 subscribed on my screen, Tyrone. Also 1,000 watching. I see 1,000 subscribed. Did we go down? Now it's 1,002, 1,020.
I don't have the headset on. I'm just going to talk, all right? So this is from the Athlete Deck. You may see the Joe Burrow board I have up right here. Let me get out of the way. Well, they sent me another one that I'll send to somebody else. It's a Jamar Chase board that I think is pretty awesome. And you put it up on your wall
That's pretty cool.
wherever you see fit. And it's got the little mounting screws in there too. So I've got some trivia for somebody.
You have your headset back on now?
I do.
Kenny Pickett to the Browns for a 5th round pick in DTR.
Yes.
That's
What's up, dude? You scared me.
What's up?
hilarious.
What we doing?
About to do some trivia and give something away.
Some trivia?
Yeah.
All right. Any Bengals news?
No news.
Yeah, what do you mean no news? They signed a nose tackle? And
I told them that
defensive
earlier,
tackle?
though.
Oh, okay.
No news is good news.
Not in this case. I mean, it could be. There could be a lot of bad news, I guess.
There's Darius Smith and Bosa not realistic options for the Bengals. I don't think Bosa is
Yeah.
like super realistic.
You see what they're saying?
Smith could be. I
Oh,
don't know.
you're reading the chat?
Mini Joe.
Mini
Oh,
Joe.
okay, yeah.
It's true.
Did you eat that pizza?
Yeah, it was good.
All right.
Took the White Ranger helmet off. Placed it with Daredevil.
I did. I replaced it with Daredevil because the show was out. I thought it'd be fitting. Although
Who
my
does, your,
name.
who does your son want the Bengals to sign, Joe?
You got any players you want the Bengals to sign in free agency? He doesn't know what free agency is.
It's like now. We'll get a live reaction if somebody's first time hearing it. What a free
So when
agency
their
is.
contract runs out, and there might be people that have this question, so it's okay. When their contract runs out, say you sign for like 3 years.
Oh.
After those 3 years are up, you are now a free agent, and you can go and sign with whatever team you want if they offer you a contract. You just don't get to pick. So if they offer you a deal, maybe 3 teams offer you it, and you pick which one you want, most money, wherever you want to live, wherever you want to play, whatever the case may be. But you're a free agent, means you're free to pick. And so that's what started today at noon. All the players that weren't under contracts anymore were able to get offers from the Bengals and other teams to sign.
Who are the free agents?
There's
Some
there's
of the-
1,000
What
of
are
them.
some of the best ones?
Well, all the best ones are gone, and we can't. We're
of course.
as Bengals fans, we're not allowed to choose the best ones. Okay, we have to choose like the third best ones.
The comments are hilarious right now, by the
The
way.
comments are good. So like all these guys that are gray on the spreadsheet are gone. All right. So after that, the guys that are white are still left. So it's moving pretty quickly. The Bengals need to make some moves. They have only brought in one outside guy that was a 4 on our sheet, which is down here a little bit, but that's okay. He's a quality player. TJ Slayton was 222nd on our list. But they're making moves. They're getting ready to go. They're just
Yeah.
they're going to strike soon. Yeah, that's right. So need some offensive line help, some pass rush, and then they'll be all right.
That's all their defense did this year.
That's what we're hoping for. All right.
The best comment was, "Is that the dude you smoke in the 40 every year?"
That's him. Yeah.
All right. I'm looking at what we have to do to apply for monetization. I'm not going to.
Is he 6'2" yet? He is over 6'3" now. So he's taller than me.
Oh, the Packers signed Hobbs. Somehow I missed that it was the Packers that did that deal. Kenny Pickett is the most successful QB the Browns have ever had, said Zim. That's funny. Super Bowl champion. What's the trivia question then here, Joe?
Okay, I gotta think of it real fast to make sure it's hard enough. Give me a second. I'm pulling up StatHead because I want to make sure I know for sure.
Oh, I hope Kenny Pickett is starting games for the Browns next year.
This one's going to be topical. Okay.
Have there been any guard signings? There have been a
Tier 3
handful.
guys?
Nothing significant. Let's see. This is on our pass blocking page here. Aaron Banks was a huge contract. Ben Bredesen went back. Evan Brown, Patrick McCarry. So it's drying up a little bit. But there's still some options out there for you. Marvin Jones is the answer, apparently, Joe.
Good guess.
James Brooks, David Fulcher. You guys can't guess before the question is asked. Sorry. Yeah. Do as Susan says here. Hit the thumbs up button. Thank you, Susan. Good reminder. I guess that matters. Got 415 thumbs ups. It's pretty good.
What am I in college? Am I in college football finder? Dang it. Yes, I am. How'd I end up there?
Pass rush DT from the draft. Yeah. Seems like a good idea. What do you think Bengals fans are doing? Imagine Browns fans. I feel like Browns fans are like deluded always, but maybe not. Not all of them. They have good reason to be dooming.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Dobbs, Patriots, 2-year deal.
Okay.
Huge. Oh, I'm starting to feel tired now that I ate.
Oh, yeah?
The Kenny Pickett trade is something. You still looking at this trivia question here?
Yeah, I'm trying to narrow it down.
Ravens don't have cap space. Is that true?
There we go.
Name the former Bengal whose claim to fame rested on cigarettes. I got no idea. Over the cap is bogged down. Do I have a date? No. I got the itis? Yes. Joe nodded out because you're just looking down. They can just see the top of your head.
I know. I'm trying to. I've got it close. I'm just trying to see how I can propose it. Interesting. Okay. I think I've got it. Okay.
All right. Sean Brewer was a smoking tight end.
Let's get ready if you guys are ready. All right. We're going to do the trivia question, and it's topical for today. I want to know how many of these were actually. I wonder if I can. No, I don't need to go any further than that.
Travarius Ward to the Colts. There's your Lou Anarumo corner acquisition, apparently.
Since 2015. Okay, we're starting with the question. Since 2015, the Bengals have had 21 games where their defense has not recorded a sack in a game. Okay. They have only won 3 of those games. So if you don't get a sack, they are 3-18. But they did beat a winning team in their recent history That was a pretty big game. Who was that opponent?
I have a guess.
You do? Wait, though.
I'm waiting. I have 2 guesses.
They've won 3 games, beaten 2 opponents. So one of those teams they beat twice. Let's see if anyone can name either team.
Oh, the chat is moving.
Yeah. Woo! It moves so fast. I don't even know.
We can scroll up.
Okay.
You might need to say the right answer if you've seen it. If you've seen the right answer, say it.
Me?
Yeah.
All right, I'm scrolling all the way up. It is gone quite fast.
Just if you see the team.
I mean, we've seen the team, so
Okay,
because everyone has guessed every team at this point.
Yeah. So who was it?
I'm enjoying it. This going for a second here.
Well, remember they're 10 seconds behind us too.
They are. That's why I'm waiting. I'm kind of wondering why no one has guessed the other team though. I don't think anyone has guessed the other team. So I said the big game, and I was looking for that one. That may have been the easiest part of this, which is funny because the other team they did it to twice since 2021. Should that be the question? Is that harder? You know what I mean?
Well, I feel like you already asked the question.
I already asked it. I was just in my head of going, man, can't believe no one. So the team they beat twice without sacking them was the Carolina Panthers. That is not the answer. It's Carolina Panthers, both times this year and the year Mixon went off for 5 touchdowns, right? And then the real answer is the Chiefs.
That's
January
what came
2nd,
to mind for me first.
2022. So the 2021 season, the game that clinched the division, it is the Chiefs, which a lot of people guessed. Honestly, there's so many people in here and so many comments that I'm scrolling up as far as I can go.
I got it on the YouTube chat.
Oh, you do? Okay, because I was
that's why I said to say the team in case I lost it over there. But the winner, the first person to guess the Chiefs, the second guess was the Chiefs. The first guess was the Steelers. The second guess was the Chiefs. And
lots of Chiefs guesses.
The second 2 guesses were the Chiefs, but the first person to guess the Chiefs was Reformed Jerry.
Reformed Jerry, if you can DM me on Twitter, I will get your address and send this to you.
Who is here to tell us that he said Chiefs first, not going to lie. Scroll up. And
I did see
right.
his name. That was the name I remember. But when I tried to scroll up, I couldn't go any further. I was like, uh-oh.
I got it over here. I'll put it on the screen just so everybody knows we're not cheating. Now you're going to get it'll take a few seconds here, but here's Reformed Jerry beating out Nicholas Nail by fractions of a second. And then Fakeful JKM guessed the Chiefs. Brandon Schoenfield guessed the Chiefs. Gary Jellison guessed the Chiefs in all capital letters, had time to put his caps lock on.
Reformed Jerry guessed multiple teams. I will say that. He won. But
that was his first guess. His first guess was the Chiefs.
Yeah, he has Ravens, Bills, Chiefs. I'm just going through as I'm scrolling down. I didn't know he did this until I'm scrolling down. We should have said one guess only. But
we should have said one guess.
We're new to this.
We're learning. We're learning.
We are learning.
All right.
And next time I
for it.
I thought I saw Panthers. Hey, Wyatt Brown. Panthers. Good job over there with the other team.
What do you got for Wyatt?
I don't. Maybe a hat. I got a hat, Wyatt, if you want. If you want to DM me.
I would have never guessed the Panthers.
Right. That's why when I saw it first, I was like, "Ooh, no one will get this. I'm going to go with a bigger team." And then I got to the third game. I was like, "Panthers again? What the hell?"
I would have guessed Ravens was my second guess. My first guess was Chiefs. My second guess was Ravens.
Not sacking them?
Yeah. Because, I don't know. For some reason in my brain, it's possible that they managed not to get Lamar on the ground, but somehow win. Do you guys like Dre Greenlaw? Yeah.
Yeah.
Coming off an injury. So there's that, but.
Pretty major injury. And he played a little bit last year and looked okay when he did.
Didn't play much, and then they shut him down again.
Yep.
So not really clear what's going on there.
Gesicki ran 91% of his routes from the slot or out wide, but Next Gen Stats says all of his snaps, at least, was 80% wide or in the slot.
Sorry, what?
Nothing we don't know. Mike Gesicki plays wide receiver.
Yeah, he had one catch in line all year.
For -7 yards or something?
Negative
Did he
9,
like hit
I
a
think.
screen?
Yeah, it was a bad screen. Cody Ford eyes starting spot. Uh-oh.
Get the fuck out of here, Jeff. I like Butch,
What?
but
Sometimes he writes things.
where do I DM you? On Twitter. Are you on Twitter still, Wyatt? On Twitter at Joe Goodberry. I guess Instagram works too. If you have my Instagram, feel free. But on Twitter.
Commander Cody. They've given me all the opportunities to see what I can do, and I think they'll give me a true shot to be a starter. Cody Ford loves the Bengals.
Listen, Hobson is a good dude, number one. And he's good at his job. You got to remember, this is a state-run media. He does what he's supposed to do. He's good, though. I like Jeff.
I like Jeff, too. Oh, I have 23 subtexts to catch up on again.
Good Lord. You usually text back on all those? Or is it just right
No,
now?
I go through them, and if there are like questions, I'll answer them. If there's a common question, I'll send out another group message. And a lot of them I just want to like read them and get them off my unread queue, because otherwise they pile up. Well, what do you think, Joe? Should we
Wrap it?
wrap up here? I mean, I know
Probably.
there's still 1,000 people here, but it's been slow for a while. And like the whole NFL has been a little bit slow for a little bit here too.
You see
Kenny
this, Jake?
Pickett trade. What's that? Almost at 100K. on
Very
Twitter.
close. Probably within the day at this point.
Well, maybe I should follow you, huh?
Do you know what?
I'm kidding.
But I should give some stuff away when I get to that. I actually was going to give that skateboard away when I got to that. But you know what? This chat is awesome.
99,930.
Yeah. We're
If
reaching
you were
there.
streaming this on Twitter.
Probably would have got up over it.
Yeah.
I will say this. It's been a long time. It's been 16 years of growing Twitter. If you want to get on social media and get Twitter's the slowest growing of any of them. But it's cool and I'm grateful and it's awesome. But I'm also happy that is the most followers of any account other than any Bengals actual account and Bengals players. So
It's pretty good. Pretty good. Do James and I still send out texts to subscribers? We do. I put that link in the chat at some point. I'll put it in here again. It's joinsubtext.com/LockedOnBengals. That's been going on today.
the secret news that people are asking, because it wasn't actual secret news, but it would be in the text. You would get it first if you're a subscriber. I'm telling you, I find value in it as well.
That is true. You would be first. That's the downside to live streaming. When you react to stuff, you just sometimes say something unfiltered, and then people get
That's
all
the upside. That's why people like it.
Mm-hmm.
They're just
Or
hanging out.
do they dislike it? I don't know. One of the last thing I wanted to do here before we wrap up
Okay.
is I want to see if we can get this going on Twitter again.
Okay. Hit the button.
So for the 17 of you watching on Twitch still, I'm going to shut down Twitch again. And we're just testing at this point. We're waiting to see if anything's going to break. Oh, I turned it off. Oh, I haven't turned it off yet. No, I've turned it off. No, I haven't turned it off yet. As soon as I hit save, I turn it off, I guess. So we're going to shut down the Twitch side of this again because we're about to wrap up overall. And just going to see if we can get the Twitter to work as a test.
Okay.
Does James bully me? Jesus Christ. Hey, look, it's working on Twitter.
Oh, really? Man, Twitter is back, huh? They fixed all their issues.
Yeah. It says you're hosting. Let's see.
I got a question too over already. So
yeah, it says you're hosting on Twitter.
how about that? Goodberry is live.
How do I see the?
Oh, really?
Whoops.
Whoop,
How do I
got
see
it.
the chat here?
Oh, there is.
Yeah, it says you're hosting.
Try not to double sound us here.
I turned it off. Oh yeah, we got our first Twitter. Now you got to keep streaming.
I actually do have some news though.
Okay.
I have to be very careful with this one to make sure it's all right. The Dolphins are playing in Spain next year. Is that right? Do you know that, Jake? And I'm going to double check because I'm doing this live. Can you hear me?
I muted myself. Sorry.
Okay.
I don't know. I haven't paid too much attention to the international stuff.
So it says they are. So the opponent will be the Cincinnati Bengals.
Pittsburgh Steel. Oh,
Bengals are playing in Spain next year. Is the very good
word on the
source on that too. We'll save that for with that. If you guys stayed for anything, you stayed for that.
I guess yeah, that was some speculation a while ago. Is that Miami will play a home game in Spain. Cincinnati is scheduled to visit the Dolphins in 2025 and would have a good chance of being selected. 6th longest drought in the NFL without an international game. So interesting stuff. It was one of the possibilities, one of a few possibilities for that game, I imagine, and at least it is a road game. Interesting.
It's funny we can see the X comments now.
Yeah, I was trying to have that tab open. How many people are watching over there? Can we see a live viewer count somehow?
We're up to 2,500 viewers. So
it says 1,600 people are watching on Twitter.
Hey, Twitter, what's up? This is the first time I ever got to do this.
Oh no, we can't end now.
People are going to wonder what's going on. We're going to start getting some comments on here.
Is it counting? Is that like live viewers or is that just like total views though? Is my question.
Your eyes up here on Restream keeps going up here. So I'm assuming.
Yeah, I see that. But it says on Twitter, when I'm on your page, it says 1,744 views. Is that like current viewers or is that total views? Because now it says 2,075.
I don't know, actually. We're going to have to figure this out, I guess.
I guess we have to say...
We were closing up shop, and we couldn't stream on Twitter all day today. So we said, you know what? Let's try it one last time before we get out of here, and then it worked.
I guess we got to stay for a little bit longer. Why does it suck to be the road team on those international games, Craig?
Yeah, is there... That might give us our bye week too. That'll be one of the first games announced then, if that's the case, which is typically at the end of March. So it's probably going to start leaking soon.
Scott Albrecht on Twitter asks, have the Bengals made a great move yet?
No. That's fair. It's okay to say that, right? They haven't yet. We would love a great move. How about we love 5 great moves coming up, but they have not yet. No.
They've made a couple of average moves. 1 below average move.
Yeah.
And 1 above average move.
What's the above?
Gesicki. I think was the B move.
Yeah. We did earlier today. We've been streaming for 6 hours and 23 minutes. We did grading earlier for each move, and the chat was heavily involved in that. And I would say
rehash it.
Let's rehash it.
For those of you that are new here, let's go through them in chronological order. So the first one would have been Gesicki, right?
Yeah.
So what is your letter grade for the Bengals re-signing Mike Gesicki to a 3-year, $8.5 million per year deal?
Yeah. We weren't trying to take in the structure of the contract, right? I mean, the overall, but not the big cap hit year 1, even though you kind of did. But we talked about if Higgins gets 2 years of guaranteed money and things like that. For me, I said a B+ for Gesicki. I thought he's a great fit. I thought he stood in for T. Higgins on a couple of games and really performed well. And probably the offense would have had some of their worst days had it not been for him. And I think they use him correctly, which is important. He's not a guy that I have some angst over the way they're fitting him in, whether that's on offense or defense. I like Gesicki. I think he fits them personality-wise and their passing offense very well.
Got only one person from Twitter commenting a grade, and they're at a B+. You got a C+ on YouTube, some B's on YouTube. I'm at a B as well. Looks like the chat is not very active on the Twitter side of things. A lot of people.
Don't worry, no one can see your chat on Twitter. I wondered that
I
in
can.
the past. Well, I mean, other people don't know you're chatting.
You can. It looks
What
like
do you
this. I put it up on my screen here.
You didn't. I still see PFF.
Oh, please hold. My brain is only working halfway.
So what does it say it underneath? Oh, there's a chat on the right. See,
Yeah, you have to
I'm never
push it
using
in.
Twitter on the computer, so I never
So
seen it.
so let me see what it looks like on my phone then. How do I find your stream? Do I have to go to your page
It gave me an alert actually.
that you went live?
Yeah.
I can't even see it on my phone.
Right. There's people commenting like, dude, the chat's going crazy right now. What are you talking about?
Where?
Jake over here, Juicy Jake, or I clicked the wrong one. That was Chris. Twitter chat going crazy. What you mean?
Oh, here it is.
There
Okay.
you go.
How do I mute this? I guess I turned the volume down. So how do I see the chat on my phone? Test.
That's what I'm saying. I've never seen a chat on live.
Oh,
stream.
it's just okay. So let me do. Let's take this down for a second. So it looks like this.
I see your test now in there. Right.
So
I see.
there's an overlay on Twitter.
That just scrolls.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome. We're over 5,000 viewers now in here, Jake.
Yeah. This is what I thought would be the case. All right. So we've talked about Mike Gesicki. And in order to keep the show going, let's keep working through these.
Next was Cody Ford.
Cody Ford was chronologically next. Yep.
To me, it was a C- for me. He doesn't do anything for me as a player other than having versatility to step in on a 4 out of 5 spots. And I think you can get through many games with Cody Ford stepping in. And that's the baseline you want for a backup lineman. He's got versatility. He's not going to get you killed. I think after a couple games, couple weeks, the chances of him getting you killed increase. And that's why I don't think he should even be in competition to be a starter. But I understand why you would tell a guy like that, like, yeah, you'll compete to be a starter. And I expect the Bengals still to bring in a veteran and a decently high pick.
Yeah. For me, it was a D+D. I don't remember what the letter was I used at the time, but it's a below average for me. Like, it's a passing. The way I talked about it at the time was that it's a passing grade, but you would like to do better. Like, you would like to do better for your guy coming off the bench there. But if he's planned to be a backup only at guard, then I'm probably leaning C-.
Yeah.
I don't want to see him at tackle. I don't want to see him starting. And I'm concerned about him when he goes on the field. And so I think that would be the case for most backups in the NFL. But because of those reasons, I'm a little bit lower than, average. I think that, I would like to see them get better there. When we were talking about Ford earlier in the offseason, I said that I would be fine with Cody Ford being the second lineman off the bench, but not the first. And he is getting paid to be the first lineman off the bench.
I agree. Hey, Jay, can you take away the people that have signed on the spreadsheet that we got showed on the screen? And then we can see what's left there as we're talking.
Yeah.
Bring Kevin Zeitler home, right?
Yeah. Don't lowball him this time.
Next guy was chronologically BJ Hill.
Yeah, I gave this one. What did I give this one? Do you remember?
I said B. You said B-.
Did I?
You might have said C+, but you were teetering between the two.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this. Okay, yeah. So like my idea here was that this is a floor raising move. This is a required floor piece that this defensive line really needed. This one, in retrospect, looked a little suspect when we started talking about T.J. Slayton, the first
Yeah.
external player the Bengals signed. But B.J. Hill is still a good, solid player for you, who's going to occasionally give you some pass rush wins, who's going to do his job, who playing next to a real nose tackle should help him too in run defense, because the Bengals were asking him to take on double teams. Like Slayton as a signing, I'm actually is growing on me, but I think that's just like any real nose tackle would be pretty appealing to me at this point. So yeah, I think I'm on a C minus there, or sorry, a B minus there, because I do think that he's a necessary option for the team, but where we're at now is that there's shaping up to look like the worst pass rush in the NFL next year, and so that's a concern with that signing. But even in a vacuum, could they have done better? Probably not for that money, but they only have space for like 3 other defensive linemen to go with their
Right.
2 second-round players, and so now that's one of them, and we're about to talk about the other. But what was there anything that you had for a rationale for your B that's different from what I've shared?
No, I think he's a fine player, and that's why I give it a B. You don't. At the time, there was no Slayton, so right. My idea of what I envisioned for the next guy was that it would be a pass rusher. But I also mentioned at the time that nose tackle could still be a need. They never really filled that spot. And so I was like a B. But I could probably go down to a B minus now with the idea of Slayton afterwards. And maybe that's unfair, but I kind of feel like, okay, well, now you really don't have any pass rushers on your top 4 defensive tackles as we stand here today. And is that where you want to be? It's not where I want to be. I'd rather have a rusher somewhere in there. So I'm at a B minus. Yeah, I'll stick with that for now.
Okay, let's talk TJ Slayton, the last one here. Oh, we got Samaje Perine. Was Perine before Slayton?
Perine was next.
Okay, Perine was next. I forgot about this one. What did I give this one? I don't remember. I think I was a C plus because I like Samaje Perine. Maybe a B minus. No, not a B minus. Probably C plus. I think this is a better than average move slightly, but not significantly. I think that this is a move that is a great scheme fit for the Bengals. I think that he does work within the Bengals system. He'll be familiar with the scheme. I think he's better than they've had at RB2 in a while, and they just haven't had a good RB2. I think Chase Brown showing what he can do as a dynamic player is something that, because they have it, they don't need Samaje Perine to play the kind of snaps that he played when he was a backup to Joe Mixon, because they don't need to take Chase Brown off the field on every third down. It's a player that they can put on third downs when they want to put him in on third downs, and not because they have to put him in on third downs because they don't trust the other running back to block. And so it's not like it needs to be a big part of the plan. It doesn't mean that I don't want them to find a better RB2. If he's part of RB2A versus RB2B, great. I think that it probably means that they're unlikely to spend significant resources adding another RB2, which maybe is a downside to this move, right? Because if you lose Chase Brown for any period of time, you lose quite a bit because you do not have the dynamic player in the room to back him up. So that's what you would like to see at running back. But I think Samaje Perine is a good, solid player. I think he's a really good blocker in that system, and he can catch the ball at an adequate level. He can run the ball at an adequate level. He's just not giving you much upside.
And I'm more of a C minus. Remember we talked about, you said I've always been a little bit lower on, and my probably a C to C minus. He's not getting paid a lot. I know we're not really factoring in.
No, I think you factor in the contract. I just think the second-year guarantee was a separate topic for me.
And even Andre Perota on Twitter's got some projections for cap hits. He's got Hill between 8.5 and 9 this year. Perine 2, Slayton at 7. At $2 million, that's nothing. They gave him nothing. And it likely means that Zach Moss is actually significantly hurt, won't be on the roster, which stinks for him, just to throw that in there. I think Perine gives you some size, some power, some third down, some pass protection. Fine. I'm okay with it, but it's a C. Doesn't really move the needle for me much at all.
No, it doesn't make them better, but I mean, like all of their moves today are kind of floor moves.
You could say he does make them better than where they finished last year. They didn't have an RB2, even serviceable one. Khalil Herbert was passable at moments, and that was it.
It's not significantly better though. Like he doesn't. So this is floor versus ceiling conversation, probably, right? Like he raises your floor.
Yes.
And
Again,
he doesn't really elevate.
that's all
your-
they've done this so far in free
And
agency.
that's what I was just saying. Like, this has all been floor raising stuff, which is kind of disappointing. But at the same time, if you think about the way they lost games last year, it was mostly floor issues. It wasn't really ceiling issues. So if that was the theme of free agency, then okay.
Fine.
But this idea that
But the ceiling isn't okay. We still need to touch the ceiling a little bit here, right?
Oh, for sure, especially on the defensive side of the ball. And that's where I was going to go is the idea of this free agency period, if you listen to Duke Tobin, is he didn't want to pay more money for the same team. And right now, they're on track to pay more money for a very similar team. There's a difference. TJ Slayton is a different player, and it's something they didn't have last year.
Yeah.
And is a floor raiser.
Yeah.
He had a ceiling raiser in some ways.
Because they didn't have that.
Because they just didn't have a nose tackle. So he certainly raises the ceiling of your run defense.
Are we on to TJ Slayton now?
I think we're on to TJ Slayton.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to let you finish.
I feel like I've been talking a lot. They didn't have a real nose tackle last year. That means that guys like BJ Hill and Chris Jenkins were taking on double teams, and McKinley Jackson, who finished the year well, wasn't ready to deal with that early in his NFL career. So maybe it's him and McKinley Jackson as your nose tackles, and Chris Jenkins and BJ Hill as your starting three techs, but they don't have that pass rushing juice anywhere in that room. Your run defense potential shoots through the roof just by virtue of adding a true nose tackle to your roster, and a nose tackle who we learned later ranked really, really well in ESPN's run stop win rate, was part of a really good run defense in Green Bay last year. And so for all those reasons, I like the move. But how much can a nose tackle move the needle for you overall? Raising the floor, sure. Getting you into situations where you can set your pass rushers loose, that is important. And now you need to get those pass rushers going. You need to find the juice, interior defensive line, and on the edge. And whether that's in the draft or free agency, they'll need to do both, because they still need like 4 edge rushers and very clearly 1 defensive tackle. And if you get a good defensive tackle to round out that room, then you can have a solid rotation there. And you have guys that all have their roles, and that's awesome. You get a guy that can kick inside.
Did you put a letter grade on him?
On the edge, that's pretty good too. No, I didn't. I was getting to it. I would say that is probably a B- move for me, C+ move for me. I think Roy Lopez was a more attractive player here at the same position. But I do think that adding a nose tackle, a real nose tackle who had skins on the wall, was important.
Yeah. I'm going with a C+ for TJ Slayton. And I'm going with that because of some of the reasons you mentioned. Number one, they did not have size. They did not have power like that on the defensive tackle room last year. They didn't have a true nose tackle last year. Getting that is helpful. People that say, well, you can't rush the passer if you can't defend the run. Well, you're right. They do need some of this. The BJ Hill, TJ Slayton, McKinley Jackson, Chris Jenkins, actually as run defenders, you're solid there. Why I don't go higher than that is because you've added another guy that cannot rush the passer. You've added another guy that isn't some high pedigree, high level performer day in, day out, right? He's a solid role player in what he does. That's valuable, raises the floor again, helps your ceiling a little bit, but it's still not a defensive tackle number 1 type of guy. They still, if you looked at the defensive tackle room, you would say these 4, from what we know, not very good. Could they work together? The 4? Sure, they could. Could you get more out of Jenkins and McKinley Jackson next year? You better hope you do. But is it good? And do they have a defensive tackle number 1? Do they have an impact player? They don't. So I probably shouldn't pile that all onto Slayton. He can't control that. He's going to do his job. And if he does it the way he's been doing it, that's a good addition. But because of that, I can't give too high of a grade, because you're starting to pack this defensive line with guys that cannot rush the passer. And the clock's ticking. We need to get some pass rushers on this team, and they need to come soon. You're muted still.
I was muted. Yeah, he's not like DJ Reader a few years ago, right? Like he's not that level of player. Poona Ford
not
was
as
mentioned.
Young either.
Yeah, Poona Ford was mentioned as another guy who could have been preferable in addition to Roy Lopez if you're into that. Even just having kept DJ Reader and having DJ Reader for another year this year, maybe you prefer, but still think it's a solid move. It's just The issue with it is the two moves together. You put BJ Hill and Slayton together is where it's like, okay, where's the upside here with this group? As we're over 7,000 viewers now on Twitter, Joe.
And if we were to factor in the cap, you could see them having a $7 million hit. It's just they're going to overinflate these guys that are C-level players. And if you're a subscriber on Twitter, I've talked about this for a while now. They have continued to pay C-level players, tier 3 guys, and have struggled to find the B-level guys that can really fill out your roster, right? They're overpaying a little bit on the C, missing all the B guys unless they draft them. And it's making their roster a little bit weird, where they often will have no depth because they don't pay their backups, and they don't have enough impact players that if it's not the big 3 or Trey Hendrickson making a play, no one's there to make it.
Johnny Price on Twitter wishes we were interacting with the chat more. I'm not seeing much chat to interact with on the Twitter side of things. I'm not seeing any questions coming in or anything like that.
Right. They're leaving comments.
Yeah.
Run defense is important, though. Can I say that? Can we also agree that run defense is important? You got to defend the run.
I said on yesterday's podcast that I'm run defense pilled.
You've got to be physical. You've got to be tough. You got to send waves at these offensive lines. And the Bengals, at least now, because such a major issue. They started last year with Lawrence Guy and Zach Carter playing way too many snaps. Remember that? It was dreadful. And that's because McKinley Jackson, Chris Jenkins were hurt. But then they ended the year without Sheldon Rankins, and McKinley Jackson and Chris Jenkins were playing too many snaps again. Jay Tufele played all year, too many snaps. If we can keep, and I made this point on Twitter, you want Chris Jenkins, McKinley Jackson as defensive tackle 3 and defensive tackle 4. Those guys will play 300 to 450 snaps each, and they'll get their development. But you're not relying on them to be full-time every down starters or 2 out of 3 down starters. To the point where if they don't develop, we're in a bad situation. So instead, we're going to allow these guys to develop. We're going to put some veterans in front of them. And I don't think this precludes them from drafting a defensive tackle at any point. Now, when you get to 5, if they sign another veteran, well, now things get tight. But at this point, as we sit here today, they could still draft Walter Nolan at 17, Derek Harmon in between there, maybe, whatever it may be. And then they get to, it falls off a little bit as we go. But we were saying, we looked at the spreadsheet earlier, we're probably looking at a pass rusher. They still need a guy, and I'm probably going to lean towards any defensive tackle I take in any of these mocks. It's got to be a guy that can get after the quarterback, because they really don't have that. If I was lining up the nickel defense, especially on the inside, BJ Hill can do it. Maybe Chris Jenkins can get a few of those snaps, but I need a guy that can get after it. I need an athlete that can get upfield and get past these guards, and they don't have it on the team.
Yep. Just going through some of the questions that have come in since I said people weren't asking questions, and then they started asking questions. Mike asked on Twitter, Harmon at 17 with this room makes sense. Yes. We'll go rapid fire here, Joe. Of the
It would
guards,
make a lot of sense now, actually, right?
Yeah. Let's go rapid fire though here. Let's not dig too much into the whys behind things. So the next question is, because there's a few here, and then we can circle back on some if we need to.
Okay.
The next question is about which guard of the remaining guards would you sign? And we were looking at this earlier. I mean, Tevin Jenkins definitely in play. Zeitler, Scherf, Reiser, Becton, James Daniels. I think I'm in on all those guys. Will Hernandez for sure, another guy that I'd be in on. There's a lot of guards out there.
Will Fries, we should mention.
Yeah, I have less conviction there. But,
I'm with you. A lot of people really like him. I'm just kind of like, yeah, I'd like to see what he can do.
It's because when you come over to this handy dandy website and you type Will Fries in here, you take a look at his numbers here, and they're green and blue. Holy moly, sign that guy.
268 snaps.
Yeah, very limited sample size, but he's really good in those sample size, and showed signs of growth in year 3. Clear signs of growth. So,
but you can't. What's that? $5 million a year?
He's going to get a lot more than that, I would guess.
Then I'm out.
Yeah.
If they think he's that much better than Evan Brown, I'm out.
So, a lot of guys here that I think are good options. And Fries is one of them, but the price will certainly be a factor for all of those. Also, James floated Jedrick Wills as a convert to guard, reunite him with Scott Peters.
I'd be interested.
Yeah.
For cheap, though, Mekhi Becton type deal.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Out of all the available free agents, who would you prioritize? I have a single answer here, Joe, and that is, I think, Chase Young.
Ooh, good call. I'm going to pull up the sheet real fast. Of
Here it is.
all
I
of
got it
them.
on the screen here.
Yeah, I just wanted to look real fast. You were quick on that Chase Young call, and I think it's a great call.
You can
If I could have any, I'm with you on Chase Young. I would also consider I mean, Tevin Jenkins is young still and high pedigree, nasty run blocker, road grading type. I'd be close between the two of them, and I might lean towards Tevin Jenkins just to switch it up. But I think your Chase Young is a good call.
Tevin Jenkins also exciting. Both of them have question marks. You're dealing with that at this point in free agency. You're dealing with that as soon as free agency opened, quite frankly.
We're fully in wave 2 and teetering on wave 3 within a day, I think.
I mean, we were teetering on wave 2 before things started here.
For sure.
John asked how the situation has changed with Trey Hendrickson today. The Commanders are out. Right. There are some teams certainly that have acquired pass rushers. There are some teams that have dealt draft picks in the Commanders and some of the other teams that were talked about as suitors for Trey Hendrickson. I don't
There's
think
another
things
team
have
though.
changed
Can you answer for me? Did the Packers sign a pass rusher in chat? I don't remember if did the Packers sign one.
I don't.
If they didn't, the Packers inquired about Trey, so it's something to keep an eye on.
Let's look at Green Bay here. Green Bay has signed Aaron Banks, Nate Hobbs, Isaiah McDuffie, and Brandon McManus.
So they're still looking for a pass rusher.
Yeah. All right. But I wouldn't say that the situation with Trey has changed very much today. It's been very quiet for a couple of days, and if there's not the return that he's looking for in either money or trade value, then we'll see if they can get back to the table. I still remain skeptical, but it is possible. Someone asked if we're on Twitch. We're now answering questions from 5 minutes ago. This is what I was trying to say on rapid fire.
Well, this wasn't rapid fire.
We are on Twitch, but we are not currently on Twitch. We can only simultaneously stream to 2 platforms at once, and we wanted to try out Twitter streaming. Bengal fan survivor, do you think the T deal is done? No. Kinsey,
Neil, I'm going to put this right here while you keep talking. I think Neil's right.
Yeah, but I still want them to draft one, and then it gets really weird. Kinsey's question on Twitter, Tigers Talks, would you like them to sign Larry Ogunjobi again? We talked about this one a little bit earlier. The answer was very unlikely for me. It would have to be a very low money deal where he's competing for a roster spot, I think.
Yeah, I think that's what he'll get anyways. He's at this point in his career, he hasn't taken steps forward. If anything, he's gotten worse over the last couple of years, and I would think he's getting a contract to be a defensive tackle number 4 or 5.
Next question here from Johnny Price. How's the cap looking at the moment? We don't have details on all the deals signed today. This is what it looked like going into today. We've had BJ Hill and TJ Slayton be the 2 big signings that would line up for big cap hits and big cash spends. The cash spend is probably up a solid chunk of change. The cap space is probably down in the in the low 20s at this point.
I was going to say 25 or so if I'm just
probably a bit lower. 8.
Oh yeah.
7.
2 for Samaje.
Yeah, but those are going to offset. Those are going to push 960 plus. Probably, yeah, maybe 25, 20, 22, maybe 10 million lower.
Okay.
Ballpark.
And remember, you create space once you sign Higgins and Chase for a normal franchise. Let's see if the Bengals do that.
Yeah, what I was about to say is that this has pretty high cap hits for T. Higgins and Jamar Chase still on the books, and Trey Hendrickson is still on the books as well with his current contract. Run defense is more important in the AFC North, but the players behind them are a huge deal. Need to upgrade for Pratt. Yeah, linebacker deals have been going crazy.
We didn't mention that, though. Logan Wilson has to be happy to have Slayton in front of him after last year.
Totally. Gary Jellison, the Bengals were selling out against the run all year. Correct. Who do you want them to sign at linebacker? Let's take a quick look.
Yeah, can you pull that up? Actually, I was talking about that when you were eating. I was talking to chat. Maybe we could look at just the linebacker unit.
Greenlaw stands out. Devin Bush.
I'm telling you right now,
much better.
Devin Bush is actually made progress in his career, and he's only going to be 27 this year. KJ Britt is a downhill thumper. Divine Diablo can play. Tyrell Dodson can play, but he's smaller, more athletic, more coverage type. And Drake Greenlaw, despite being the oldest one of that top grouping and coming off a major injury a couple of years ago, very high profile when his heel went down and tore his Achilles right in front of everyone on TV. They should be much better this year, and I would take them on a 1-year prove-it deal.
Yeah. Guards haven't really signed yet. How would you feel about moving Ted to guard and signing a center? I think Ted's a center at this point in his career.
Yeah.
Can we get updated percentages on extensions for our stars? Jamar,
Sure.
100. T,
99 for Jamar.
95.
You're on 95 for T?
I still think it's happening.
Okay. I think the Rappaport today, he seemed upbeat and positive that it would happen. I said earlier today, I'm at like 60. I think I'm going to move it up to a 69% on T. Higgins.
Nice. You're right. 99 for Chase. Never rule out the disaster. Could any of this be seen as evidence that they're not planning on trading Trey Hendrickson, Joe? We're now 8 minutes behind on our questions.
Can it be? Yes, sure. It could be. Yeah. Rapid fire.
Don't think it necessarily is.
Doesn't have to be. No, but could it be? Sure.
We are not a happy fan base, said Chris.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. I think that we got through most of these questions here.
Do you feel like Chase's post as well that someone just brought up? And yeah, we did see it. We had it up here for a little bit. Again, what's your price plus add tax? What does that mean? Add $1 million. We're almost there. We're getting there. He's applying pressure the way he can.
Do you think the Bengals are missing out on B-level players or just not talking to them? I think they're probably not talking to most of the guys that have signed for other teams today.
I've got a theory on it too, that they miss the mark on B-level players because in free agency, it's mostly B-level players. T. Higgins is a B-level player. So he's a tier 1 guy. Milton Williams, tier 1. He's a B-level player. You struggle to sign those guys in free agency because some team will pay him like an A player.
Yeah.
And the Bengals won't do that. They need to find a value, so they are missing the mark on those. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah. I think that's most teams. The Bengals are just often not the team that's overvaluing.
Yeah.
Let's see. Onzarike feels unlikely at this point, unfortunately. John Allen not on the board due to money. I wouldn't say John Allen isn't on the board, but again, they have one spot left in that room now.
Mm-hmm.
And
how much can you pay?
Yeah. I'm sorry if this was answered before, but how was Slayton when he was with Montgomery? He was better than he was last year.
Played more nose.
How many more defensive players will they sign? I would say at least one, if not two edge players.
Linebacker?
Probably a linebacker. I don't know about a DB.
I don't know either now once it's starting.
Maybe a low-end DB.
Yeah.
What else we got here? Seeing if we can catch up at all.
Cooper Kupp just got released, says the chat from Neiman.
Yeah, sure. Hans Neiman in the chat, another famous person, famous chess player. Calais Campbell potential. I know you guys were high on him last year.
He would fit.
It's possible. Wouldn't rule it out. Especially if he's still around in the summer and the Bengals get to that point, they're like, we could be better here.
And what if you don't find a big left defensive end run defender? Maybe that's old school football talk and thought that you need a big left, but they always have had one. And what if that's like, all right, and then he plays D tackle in some pass rush situations. You don't have a guy there.
Yeah, you keep saying that. I still remain skeptical that that's something that they care too much about. But maybe.
That they have a pass rusher?
No, they have a big left defensive end.
Yeah, I don't know either. But they've always have.
Tim Scanlon asks, I've heard the Bengals cap isn't the issue, but it's an organizational cash issue for guarantees. I don't think it's either. I think it's a stubbornness issue. I think it's a cheapness issue. I think it's a difficulty with big deals that are top of market for non-quarterback positions issue with the Bengals.
I agree. Which is a cash issue because I think it's a self-imposed issue.
Will all these guys be top 53 that will count against the cap? So if we look at our cap line by line here, the 53rd player is making $960 million. I believe all the contracts they signed today will have cap hits that will push these down. So every time they sign a player, they're pushing cap hits off of the top 53. And so we're going to get just south of 3 million pushed off of the top 53. You're going to have a bunch of cap hits added. So whatever the cap hits you're adding are, you're subtracting 2.9 million. And that's what the new salary cap situation looks like. That's with offsets because you only roster 53 players.
Jake, I want to hit 10,000 before we get out of here, if we are winding down or not, but I definitely want to hit 10,000.
We're very close. 40 away from 10,000 total viewers, but that's counting 17 on Twitch. We got to get that plus 17. 9,000 of you currently watching on Twitter. 850 remain on YouTube. Because we told YouTube we were closing the stream down, and we're still going. Thank you, Scarlet Stash. Stream seems like a huge success. It has been fun. Didn't anticipate going for 7 hours. I'll tell you that. This is a day job.
And we had a marathon.
Any surprise the Ravens are so quiet? I don't know.
They're up against it. They have been.
This is pretty normal for them early in free agency too.
They'll find their values. Remember, they didn't get Derrick Henry wasn't for like a few days in, for sure.
Yeah. They're not usually day one players in a significant way for external guys. Not sure if this was discussed earlier, but are we expecting Osai back? Seemed like there was motion today. Yeah, this is a change from a week ago. I think this is a change because of
a lot of situations.
What's happening with Trey mostly. We're over 10,000 now.
Nice.
We got 9,339 here on Twitter watching. But anyway, I think that because of the situation with Trey, the Bengals are more interested in bringing Osai back than they were a week ago.
Yeah, and I also think you get closer to free agency, you start to get a better feel for what the other free agents are going to get out there. You get a better feel for oh man, we're not going to be able to afford this guy, that guy, whoever it may be, whoever we may have started whittling down your list to. And you say, you know what? At that point, I'll just take Joseph Osai. So yeah, I do think the Bengals have pivoted back to that. We talked about it last night in the Discord chat. We talked about it this morning. If you're a subtext subscriber from the Lockdown Boys. So now it's been reported widely, and I think they are going to try and keep him. Doesn't mean they're done at defensive end. Does it mean, I want to make sure I'm clear on that. Does it mean that they will sign another guy to compete with him? Does it mean Joseph Osai is DN2? Is he DN3? Is he DN1? Because we don't have Trey. Scary situation no matter what you look at. I would be comfortable with Osai as DN3. But is he placeholder defensive end 2 with Trey, and then you draft one? I could get behind that. If it's a first-round pick, Trey Hendrickson, Joseph Osai, and Miles Murphy, I can move forward with that and think you're okay. Otherwise, they need to be careful with what they're doing.
Yep. Agree with those points. Do you think Walter Nolan is out of the question? No. Not at all. Maybe more in the question than ever.
Yeah.
Any news on Kuntz? Malcolm Kuntz went back to the Raiders on a 1-year prove-it deal, which is kind of expected coming off the injury. Cody Ford anywhere he's needed, says Johnny Price, and I would reject that premise. Cody Ford at guard. Hopefully not a tackle. Who will fill the gap left by Pratt? We talked about linebackers just a few minutes ago. If you missed anything, this whole thing is up on YouTube. The whole video will be up on YouTube. If you feel like watching us talk for 7 hours, which I don't think you probably should do with your life. Wharton to the Carolina Panthers. Dalvin Tomlinson released by the Cleveland Browns. Tierre Tart back to the Chargers on a 1-year deal for $5.5 million.
And we should expect Chase Young to go to the Saints as well. And someone asked
for Treshaun Wharton, 3 years, $54 million, $18 million per year for Treshaun Wharton.
No, thank you.
Wow.
No, thank you. You ever look at his PFF grades? I know he had a lot of sacks, but like if you look and you're like, what is he? This guy just not know what he's doing? How do you collect this many sacks and just what are you falling into him?
Pass rush specialist. His pass rushing grades are fine.
Yeah, but he can't do anything against the run. He can't tackle.
That's a lot of money for.
It
I
is.
mean, that's the Carolina tax, right?
I want to finish 2 thoughts if I can here.
But also he fits pretty well next to
Yes.
Derek Brown.
And they lost out on Milton Williams maybe today?
Yeah, this is a pivot.
Yeah. So we should expect Chase Young goes to the Saints. If people are asking about Chase Young, I've seen his name a couple times in here.
Mhm.
Number 2, someone asked, can we get a first for Trey? Trey's agent, it was reported today that Trey's agent told the Bengals that he could get them a first-round pick. So then they said, okay, go ahead and go out there and see if you can get us a first-round pick. Go get the deal you want. Get the money you want. Get us a first-round pick. We both win. We'll figure it out from there. It doesn't sound like these other teams are as inclined to give a first-round pick based on what I've heard so far. Now the Commanders just make a trade for Laramie Tunsil. Sounds like they're out. Other teams that Trey, is telling them they want a first-round pick. If not, they will keep me and they will retain me. So if you're hoping for them to get back together, get back to the table and talk, I think we're getting closer and closer to that scenario potentially playing out.
Potentially. Also, if they had any plans to get into this defensive end market, maybe they have missed on guys. Maybe there are guys they're interested in that they haven't gotten on the edge market. Maybe Ode Ingbo was somebody they wanted, and then they didn't get it done.
Sure.
I'm totally speculating there.
He would have been a great fit with
Slate.
Trey.
Oh,
Trey.
with Trey. I also like the Sierra Cart deal for the Chargers. He was good there last year.
What did he get? Did it say?
$5.5 million for 1 year.
That seems to be bottom end starter money for O-line, D-line.
Like rotational player money, I would say.
Veteran rotational player, right? But even offensive lineman, we see Evan Brown get 5.5. Like that seems to be like the baseline, what it is. Yeah, Kinsey, you're on it. We're at 11-4 now total. I'm getting nervous.
Must be 11 on. What are you nervous about?
How can you end a stream with 11,500 people watching?
Well,
we tried to end this an hour ago.
Was it an hour? Guess I'm not going to the gym. Time is fast. I like this point from Mo.
Okay.
I mean, we've talked about this. Since the trade hasn't happened, you're running out of guys to sign in free agency. You can't fix this in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how does that affect negotiations if you can get back to the table? Can you get back to the table? Trey's going to be open to it if they're willing to, do the thing. But
yeah.
Malik Harrison back to the Steelers, 2 years, $10 million.
Interesting. Bet he got $5 million.
The Steelers, notoriously great linebacker evaluating team.
I mean, they did have Spillane playing well, get a good deal. But you're right. The guys they've signed have not been great.
Did we get an updated cap number? No, we do not have.
We have estimates.
Yeah, it's probably somewhere in the 20s right now until they get some of these other deals done. The other thing here is that's pretty noteworthy is the blanking. Everything just left my brain. Oh, they don't need to be cap compliant until Wednesday. Nothing really matters with the cap until Wednesday. None of these deals go onto the cap until Wednesday, and you do not need to be cap compliant until Wednesday.
Right. So you have some time to be flexible and get what you need to be.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, if we had to estimate, we're in the low 20s, 22, 23 million, in that range.
Yeah, just don't know what some of these cap hits are going to look like.
Yeah, we don't know yet. The Bengals could overinflate them. They could make them real cheap like the Eagles would. We'll see how serious they are if all these deals are. Hey, look at that. Zach Wilson to Dolphins.
I thought I saw Zach Wilson to Broncos.
Honestly,
I guess I saw that wrong.
That's a good spot for him, though.
What do you think about that, man? If they don't,
What are you thinking?
They've signed 2 defensive tackles.
That's all they've done.
I was thinking about Dalvin Tomlinson, and it's just like irrelevant at this point. They can't really sign Tomlinson.
People are telling us not to end it. Cooper Kupp, nice one.
Yeah, what are we supposed to talk about now, guys?
We've talked about everything. And you guys, we're telling you, we've been 7 hours We're about to hit 12,000 viewers. And we're going to have to do this more often because it's the first time we've simulcast and streamed onto Twitter. And now we can. We weren't able to do it before. We couldn't figure it out. Well, to an extent.
We didn't
knew
try
it.
very hard.
No, we were like, how do you do this? Keep it moving.
Ryan Kelly to the Vikings. So there goes.
People are saying we were at work. We couldn't watch earlier.
We've been working for 7 hours.
What?
All right. So
you can listen earbud,
another
man.
interior offensive lineman signs. Ryan
Who was
Kelly.
Okay.
Where did he go?
Center.
Vikings.
Second center. Austin Corbett also can play guard. Jake, he obviously was a guard before, played center for the Panthers this year. He did well there, but I still think he can be a solid starting guard.
DZSPKZ. They do have the cash. Cash is not an issue here.
Cash is not an issue for multiple reasons. Number one, every team gets all this money, right? Number two, we can see how much cash they spend yearly. And you can say they're going to spend this much. If you extrapolate it and keep the trend going, they're going to spend this much cash. And they're only here still. They've got they're going to spend a lot on Jamar and on T, but a lot of that's already accounted for because of the cap and the tag and the cap hit that Jamar already has. But it's not you don't know how much cash they have. We don't know how much cash is in their bank. We know how much they're going to spend in a roundabout area. And they still have a long way to go.
We also know that they could spend more if they wanted to, but they don't. Right. Especially with the way that these contract structures have happened so far. Corbett got re-signed, apparently, says Austin Ferris.
Oh, he did?
Somebody asked about Cooper Kupp. I don't see Cooper Kupp being relevant to the Bengals' plans at all. Johnny B answered that one, I think. If he could splash on one free agent, who would it be?
He picked Chase Young. I picked
Tevin
Jenkins.
Tevin Jenkins as well, of course.
Bring in Brandon Scherf. I'm down. Let's do it.
Should be it.
Those high pedigree guys tend to play a long time as long as they don't have a major injury. Scherf,
should be
Kevin
a solid
Zeitler.
player.
Yeah. Why was Ben Solak to play center? He was confused about. Did you see that?
Sometimes Ben Solak says things,
You have to see the Vikings depth chart. Can you zoom in for us?
Blake Brendel? Or no, Garrett Bradbury.
Yeah, they don't have a center. Oh, Bradbury.
So are they moving him to guard?
Maybe to play guard.
He could play guard. I feel like he could play guard.
Did Reisner play right guard last year for them? I guess so.
He did.
I need to stand up for a second.
Why is he
left
still
and right.
here?
He's played all over. Yeah, I don't know. Do they list free agents like that?
Oh, maybe that's what that means. Yeah. We need a shutdown corner. No. I am skeptical that the Bengals are going to be interested in the corner market.
First of all, there's no shutdown corner available. Those usually happen in the draft in the first round. So maybe Will Johnson's still there, if that's what you're thinking. Other than that, no. Do they need one? Not every team has a shutdown corner. Would it be nice to have one? Hell yeah. You find one, let me know. Didn't the Bengals have like $5 million left in cap last season? Yes, they do roll over cap pretty often, Chris. It is a fair thing to bring up. There has been times where they haven't, like 2021 was like the least amount of rollover cap they've had in a while. Jake, you want to say something on that?
They keep money back in reserve for injuries, and then the amount that they roll over is based on how lucky they get with injuries.
Yeah.
Because the cap does, you don't want to be in a spot in the middle of the season where you need to restructure a contract or something to pay for a street free agent. It's not the end of the world if that happens.
Did you look at I don't know if you watched the show I did when I looked over guards, but Reisner, his pass protection data looks so good. He has not given up a sack in 3 of the last 5 years.
He's mean.
Or whatever, or stinks.
Whatever the issue is.
He's got a smelly butt, I mean, it happens sometimes. Your butt smells.
Yeah. Oh, man. Is Samaje Perine the only running back to sign today? No, he's not. Pretty sure.
Who are the other running
I'm
backs? You're very confident in that. But actually, I'm
99%
not
sure there's some other low money running backs that have signed. Maybe they weren't today though. Oh, I need to do this first.
What are you doing?
Aaron Jones, but that was
Aaron
returning.
Jones, right?
I guess those guys were also returning. Elijah Mitchell, was that a cut player? No. So there's one other one.
That was today.
I guess I got confused because it's
So
returning. So one of two today.
Aaron Jones would have been an awesome fit with the Bengals, but I understand why he's going back.
Yeah, I mean, are you really interested in paying somebody like starter money when you have Chase Brown? Do you expect a running back draft pick even with the Pirine signing?
Yes.
I think less likely.
You think less likely? How is it less likely? I think it's more likely. It'd be less likely if they signed any of the top 5 or so running backs.
Yeah, for sure, but I still think it's less likely.
If anything, it's no change. That's what I feel.
I think it's less likely.
I think you're drunk. You've been on this too long. You don't
No,
work anymore,
I think there's a
7-hour
very
shift.
real.
You're punch drunk.
I think that, and I need to record a podcast soon too. There's a very real chance that they see him as an RB2, and they get somebody else as an RB3, and they're like, okay.
Let's roll, because they haven't valued RB3 and 4.
And
for
they're
how
very
long now?
limited in terms of how much draft capital they have.
When they re-sign Travion Williams, can I throw like a mini fit, or is that overreacting?
No, Travion Williams would be a bad player to bring back. I like Travion Williams. I think he's a good dude. I do not think he's offering you much as a football player at this point. Like, he doesn't return kicks. They don't trust him on the field to do anything. It's tough.
Yeah. No, I agree. They clearly act like they don't trust him to do anything, and they can't, and then they keep him on the roster, and then, oh my God, we need him. Let's spend a 7th round pick to get a guy.
Look at that. Your brother's here.
What are you? Is he in here?
It's the bottom chat message there. Now it's not the bottom anymore. But there it
He's on
is.
YouTube. Glenn, we're on Twitter too. I don't know if you know.
12,900 people here.
Yeah. 13.
13,000 people here.
I was thinking 5,000.
Burrow seems to hate Travion Williams. What happened to Herbert? Herbert could be back. That's what I'm saying. Like, he could be RB3, and that's just their RB room.
Yeah. RB4 for Herbert. Let me get a draft pick. I'm not settling for this bullshit anymore, Jake. You may, but I'm done.
So you're drafting an edge rusher, you're drafting a defensive tackle, you're drafting a running back.
Right.
What else are you drafting?
Linebacker.
A guard.
Linebacker.
A linebacker.
Guard.
What's your last position?
Yep.
That's all you get.
I'm trading back.
Nope, that's all you get.
Another
You
pick.
get 6 picks.
All right. Then
signing linebacker Oren Burks. Isn't that an edge rusher? No, I'm confusing him.
Did we get Oren Burks?
Confusing him with a $5 million.
So Oren Burks, let me tell you everything I know about Oren Burks, because I remember him as a draft prospect all these years ago. Another 30-year-old, I think, that they're signing, or at least close to it. Oren Burks out of Vanderbilt was a athlete, but small. Needed time to develop. He did some edge rushing stuff as well there. I think he was a 5th round pick. I'm doing all this off memory, and he was drafted 10 years ago at least, or close to it. And he's bounced around between Packers and the Eagles this past year. And when he had to step in after Nakobe Dean went down, Oren Burks was fantastic for them. And in the playoffs and in the postseason, in the Super Bowl, he was a monster. I couldn't believe how good he looked. That last stretch of the season, there he is right there on PFF. He was so damn good. He's a good athlete. He's a special teams captain. This is a Akeem Davis Gaither replacement more than I think it is a Jermaine Pratt replacement. You get an athlete, you get a special teams captain, and a guy that can step in and play for you and make some plays.
$2.5 million a year. Yeah, definitely Akeem Davis Gaither replacement. This is the backup money they're paying here, but the way he played in the playoffs, it's hard for me to imagine he doesn't get a chance to find the field in some sort of sub package on defense.
Yeah, he's going to be the 3rd linebacker, I think, unless they draft a guy that has to play. And we'll have to see what linebacker 2 looks like with Pratt up in the air, whether that's And I'm telling you, Jahad Campbell at 17, not against it at all. If you want to get a face, if you want to really revamp the middle of this defense with a couple of run defenders at defensive tackle, TJ Slayton, Jahad Campbell, you can have a lot of fun. You can defend the run much better. And then Oren Burks becomes your special teams third linebacker athlete that maybe you can put in there in nickel. But last 2 years, he's played a decent amount. And yeah, he plays a ton of special teams his whole life.
Pretty much every special teams unit.
Yep. And what year was it? What was the draft? 2018? I can't believe. I'm saying 10 years ago. I can't believe it was 2018. It was actually closer than I thought. I was thinking 2015. But he's only 30. So turning 30 soon.
So with Hill and Gesicki, 30-plus-year-olds this year they're signing.
Yeah, that's a lot of 30-year-olds. Hill, Gesicki, Pirine. And Slayton was a 2-year. He may hit year 30, right? On the second. Because it'll be 28. No, that'll be 28 and 29. Can Burks rush the passer? He did in college. I don't think he's done it much here. Jake, I don't know if you can scroll down a little bit at his career numbers.
Yeah, sorry.
Once you're done. Yeah, when you're done with that. He had 5 sacks 5 sacks in his career. Okay. 18 pressures. He had 4 pressures, 1 sack last year. So that's just mostly blitzing stuff. He gets decent marks last year, 72 as a pass rusher, but they're a blitz-heavy team. San Fran, I forgot a couple stops at 2 years in San Fran as well. He's just, again, he's a Akeem Davis-Gaither replacement. So it's not like he's going to be on the field too much, but he can be if needed.
That's a lot of moves for the Bengals today, huh?
That is a lot of moves, actually.
So
well, they needed a lot of guys, though. We started the stream with that. They need 7 to 10 players.
How do we get this going in here? What extra column do I have?
Date of birth. You just create an extra column there first on the other page and then post it.
I'm really slowing down, huh?
Where
was the column?
Yeah.
Right.
It should be where ages.
Right. Between type and age. We also, type, snaps.
Yeah. Put it in between there and then you should be good. Chris asked, so Joe isn't going to restructure his contract? Talking about Joe Burrow? No, I mean, he could if they get crazy with signing players. And at this point, I don't think they're signing any crazy players. But there's no need for him to restructure. They have so much cap space. If they get tight, if they go and get Kevin Zeitler and Tevin Jenkins and it gets tight, then yeah, they could restructure him. But as of now, I don't think so. What do we have on Oren Burks there? 4? Yeah, that makes sense.
That's probably where I would have him too. I'd probably have Samaje as a 4.
He's a 4 that I like. If I had to grade it, to me, it's a C+. Not so much an upgrade from Akeem Davis-Gaither because I like Akeem Davis-Gaither. He's a very similar prospect, very similar type of athlete, very similar skill set. Just a little bit older, more special teams. I should take that back. Akeem Davis-Gaither was very, very good on special teams last year. These are very comparable players to me.
Minimal impact on the salary cap here, $2.5 million per year. That should be like a net $1 million cap hit this year, maybe $3 million cash max, I would say. For Oren Burks, it shouldn't be a big deal. But I mean, this is very much in line with what they've done in previous years. They've just done a lot of smaller moves today. They brought back a couple of their guys, and historically they're doing a couple moves in that bucket. And
now hide the date of birth. Hide G for us while we're here.
I can just delete it. Oh no, I guess I need to keep it here because
those colors are wrong.
This color is wrong.
Yeah, we can fix it later. Fours aren't the worst. We can go to previous years here, Jake, when we're done. Now that some people may have never seen these. We do them every year. We've done them since 2019 where we score and grade these guys before the Bengals sign them. Sometimes it's after because we have a grade on them. We'll go and watch the tape. But if you look, a lot of 3s and 4s have been good for them. Quentin Spain, Larry Ogunjobi, a lot of 3s at that first one down at the bottom there. Riley Reef, Chidobe was a Mike Hilton, a 2.5 on Hendrickson. Xavier Suafilo was a 4. 3s and Josh Bynes. That didn't work. Von Bell, great 3 signing that I was really excited about. Mackenzie Alexander, a 3 that didn't work. Trey Waynes, a 3 that the Bengals thought was a 1, the way they gave him a contract. He was not. He was cut 2 years later. They mostly play in that 3 range. We're still waiting for that 3 guy to be signed this year, right?
I mean, for an external guy.
Yeah,
they got 2 of their
external
own.
3. We're waiting for an external 3. I'm thinking, and an offensive lineman.
Yeah, there's got to be a guard here coming. I think an edge rusher is coming too.
An edge rusher, we had Osai in there, and then Tevin Jenkins. And, we'll have to see how we feel about it. But, yeah, good in coverage. I think Oren Burks can play. If you could end up with a Jihad Campbell there, you take him out on rundowns, take Burks out on rundowns, pull in and play a little nickel. Is Akeem out? Akeem's a free agent. David
I would say
Mulligetta.
this probably means he's out.
I was getting there.
Sorry.
No, you're all right. I was going to say he signed David Mulligetta as his agent. I would assume he's out.
Coincidentally shares an agent with Logan Wilson.
Interesting.
$2.5 million, though, is not significant money. That is what they paid Akeem Davis-Gaither to play a handful of snaps at linebacker, not be a full-time player. Now, the Bengals are going to play more linebackers in their base defense without Golden, we've been led to believe. So he will probably or could probably be playing a little bit more than ADG. But ADG did end up having a relatively sizable role on defense. And some of that is, of course, Logan Wilson getting hurt.
Yeah, and he made a couple big plays. Remember week 2 versus the Chiefs, had that interception over the middle of the field on Pat Mahomes, obviously.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, Akeem Davis-Gaither, he's about to have his breakout year. Never happened for him, but I did like him.
Nick B says this just doesn't match hitting this offseason with everything we've got.
No, you're correct. I'm with you.
Well, I agree with that. I also think that a lot of the deals that have been signed today are deals that I don't think are great deals.
We only had a couple that we said while they were happening that we would do. And that's typical for day one. This is 5-6 years we've done the stream basically on free agency, or at least talk during. Day 2, day 3, in my opinion, is when the deals start happening where I'm like, I wish we were in on that guy.
Mm-hmm. The Treshaun Wharton deal was inflated significantly. $9 million in incentives up to $54 million. The base value is $45 over 3 years, which is still a lot of money for him. $15 million.
I'd rather have BJ Hill. I'm going to stop myself short. We'll have to see the cap hits before I'm completely confident in that. Because I'm sure if Wharton's got like a $5 million cap hit the first year, then I'm going to say I'd rather have that.
He's got a $5 million. I don't know. The structure does matter on these for a cap hit perspective. Darius Slayton back to the Giants, 3 years, $36 million. So can't trade T now. Darius Slayton was the only other option. So that's sarcasm.
Cooper Kupp now.
Yeah, that was sarcasm.
Okay. I didn't know. MVS is trying to get a deal here.
That's Mac Wilson Sr.
MWS, very different. Remember Mac Wilson, though?
This is apparently an Arizona Cardinals defensive player.
Yeah, the guy, Alabama linebacker. He wasn't a good prospect, but people loved him. He tested so poorly. And then the Browns took him, and he's still found a way to have a decent career.
Funny.
Is BJ Hill contract good or bad? On the surface, it's fine. Let's see how the Bengals structured it. We don't know those details yet. Let's see how big they made the cap hit year one before we know.
And we could find out the BJ Hill numbers late tonight. We could find them out tomorrow. Since it's a re-signing, we don't need to wait for Wednesday. So we could find that out. We could find that out, and that's only re-signing today, technically, isn't it?
You can go back on these streams, right? Because Hunt's asking, do we talk about Burks? Yeah, go back the last 5 minutes.
You can on YouTube for sure. It looks like you can on Twitter too, actually.
He's on YouTube.
Yeah, but you can on both, just to be clear. You're about to get an echo here for a second.
Brian's like, I was a Mac Wilson truther, no lie. There was a lot of Mac Wilson truthers.
I got to use the bathroom again here, Joe.
Do your thing. Enjoy yourself. Not too much, though.
I'm going to just have a normal trip to the bathroom, if that's okay.
Okay. Why have a normal trip when you can have a good trip? We talked about the Burke signing. Yes. Cracky says, more is on the way. All hail Cracky the Bear. Cracky the cocaine bear. They structured it cheap. That could mean a lot of things, Zen. We were talking about the BJ Hill contract. They structured it cheap. Well, does that mean they made it so it's very low in year one, cheap in year one? Or are you saying they did it in a manner of which the Bengals tend to do things, which limits their ability to spend even more money? Can we have Kupp, Higgins, and Chase? Unlikely. Why? Because wrong one. There we go. From DeBoss. Why is it unlikely to have all three? Number one, it'd be expensive. Number two, they signed Gesicki to pretty much be wide receiver 3. Other than that, they could. And I think they like Andre Osubach to be their rotational guy as well. Jake Joe, how can I get you some money for all this work? The super chats are off. I don't know what you mean by off. Off the chain? Off the heezy? You can get us money by subscribing on Twitter if you guys are interested in that. I spent a lot of content there, a lot of conversation there. Or hitting the subscribe button on YouTube will allow us to do this more often, and you can get monetized on YouTube. Jake also does the Lockdown Bengals podcast. He gets paid from that. And I do Bengals on the Brain presented by First Star Logistics. I get paid from that. So watch those things, and it helps us. Oh, no. Mac Wilson, 5th round shadow team pick. Yeah, we had a lot of I can see the rosters on the shadow team if you're in on the league we do. A lot of Mac Wilsons out there still. I trust nothing without a KJ report. Hey, KJ is my man. He's a subscriber on Twitter. I don't think we can answer this. Is Charlie Jones a potential cut candidate after the draft? We can't answer that until we see how the draft plays out. I don't expect them to get a return or a receiver, but if they get a return man, that could change some things. We'll see how that goes.
Got to be monetized to get super chats. Yeah, I'll work on that between now and our next stream, maybe.
Let's just have this stream all night.
I'm
J-Lock, dude, you're trying to kill us.
Tired.
Well, we've plateaued at this point. This is the first time we started losing a little bit of viewers.
Have we? Because it says 15,400.
Yeah, we were at 15.7 just a little bit ago. Now they're starting to.
Oh, okay.
Kinsey's keeping track, though, over here.
Yeah, I saw that.
Thank you, Kinsey. Let Jake know when you want him on your show. He'll gladly come on.
Yep.
Yep. No, why do you
Not
gotta say it like that?
Not today. I did not get to the gym, and I'm not super happy about it, but that's okay. Tomorrow we're not going to do an all-day stream, and I will make up for it then.
Hit the follow button. I did not tell them to do that. I'm getting very, very close to 100,000 followers on Twitter, though. But I assume the people watching are mostly all followers. If not, please hit the button.
Also, hit the subscribe button for Joe Goodberry if you're interested in getting behind the scenes, nice, interesting insights and details about what is going on that you otherwise wouldn't get. So
I just promoted all your stuff, Jake, while you were gone in the bathroom. So it's very nice of you.
I'm trying here. I'm not doing a very good job. You're going to get good film analysis stuff, a lot of good clips, a lot of good statistical analysis there in the subscriber-only section, in addition to information that otherwise you might not get as much access to.
Mr. Cohen says,
Yeah.
if we had to place a bet right now in the position taken at 17, assuming Trey stays, little caveat there, what would we put?
What? Can you put it back on?
No. Place a bet on what position, assuming Trey stays at 17.
No.
It's gone. The chat's going. It's gone.
Oh, say it again.
What position would you place a bet on being the pick at 17, or assuming that Trey stays with the team? I'm still going to say D.
Still edge rusher. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's too many of them. That's why I think it's harder to say D tackle, because to me it's only really Harmon and Nolan.
Yeah, I was thinking about D tackle. Does D tackle kind of work its way into that scenario at that point?
And I guess Kenneth Grant, but
I think Kenneth Grant is not somebody I'm considering at this point if I'm the Bengals. Should we do a mock draft to end up? Maybe that's how we get out of this.
Mock draft.
If we get through a mock draft without the Bengals making another move.
We can do that. If you guys want a mock draft, say something in the chat. If not, we are considering slowing this thing down and getting out of here. My ears hurt from the headphones.
Yeah, that happens when you play games.
As we're going to approach 8
like
hours.
A degenerate. That's a lot of small deals for the Bengals today.
No doubt.
Like this is a lot of activity for them on day one for people to be real upset about who the activity was for.
2 years in a row though of early activity, but short deals, right?
Mm-hmm. 2-year deals for guys right around 30. Like this is crazy. This age column is crazy.
Not normal.
Maybe it is normal now. I don't know what happened to our ages.
Geno Stone was younger. I don't know what happened either, but we can still see from the colors what they would have
old for running
young.
back. Old. Yeah. Not old. Not old. Old. Not old. Not old.
And every year I eliminate 29 and older, and maybe I shouldn't anymore.
I don't think you can anymore.
I can't anymore.
I think over like 31 and up.
Right.
For sure.
Until they sign Kevin Zeitler. Then
But also remember, like this is just an older class in general. Pretty sure. Because COVID year.
COVID year. So 2021 draft class for the majority. So even the young guys are 26 rather than 25, 27 even instead of 26.
All right, people are ready for a mock.
All right.
They're way behind. They're like 20, 30 seconds behind, I think.
Do we want to do fan speak? I just had a brand new consensus board as of this morning.
Sure. Fan speak. Am I still logged in as you? Nope. Got to log in as you real quick. There it is.
Oh, there you go. You're good.
Why do they call it Bengals big board instead of?
I explained it. I'm going to have to send them another message.
Which one do you do here?
Same. Do the same. So they go consensus. We're assuming we're keeping Trey at this point after day one of free agency.
I would take either of these trade offers. This one's pretty good.
2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah.
4
I think we can get Harmon at 32, you know? All right.
Age is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. You guys just have to eliminate the guys who need guarantees. Yeah, it's just so hard to know.
You're right.
I guess it's just like all the tier 1 guys. Welcome back, John. All right, ready?
Ready.
How about now? Should we trade up?
No. Wait, what happened? Okay, you stopped it. I'm like, why is Mason Graham and Will Campbell still
Should we trade up?
No.
Should we trade up now? Oh, wait, we're just on the clock, and we're picking Tyler Warren.
Available. Tyler Warren, Mike Green. Can you zoom in just a little, slightly? There we go. That's perfect. Tyler Warren, Mike Green, Walter Nolan, Jahad Campbell, Josh Simmons. We are in great shape.
Yeah, I would love to trade back.
Do we do the chat makes the pick, or are we just doing this ourselves? Since they're so far behind, I don't think we can wait.
Yeah, it would be a long time to wait.
You got a pipe in your hand or something?
I got a pen.
Oh, okay. Thought you were smoking a pipe.
Yep, smoking a pipe.
I would like any of these top 5 guys.
Yep. Yep. What happened? Colson Loveland, Matthew Golden.
Not crazy?
After today,
You got to hit resume first. We must not be at the right pick.
no, we are.
Okay.
I just paused
After
it
today,
as it became our pick.
Give me Mike Green, but also Walter Nolan.
Yeah.
But also, we didn't get a guard. We didn't get an offensive lineman. Like, well, I'd have no problem with Simmons. Joe, are we getting a Jahad Campbell video? We are. I kind of had to take a break from watching draft prospects. It might go on Twitter because we're going to be watching guys we signed. Like, I'm going to be watching TJ Slayton and Oren Burks before I get back to draft prospects. Probably make that one video. I say we go Walter Nolan.
Are you considering Tyler Warren here?
Sure.
I kind of want Tyler Warren.
Oh, you do? People are going to lose their minds in here. No, I see some Warren comments. Hang on. Let me scroll up. Where are they at?
The first 3 are all great. I share the platypus's concern about Green's off-field stuff, and we just will never know on the outside. Yep. We're not private investigators. Tyler Warren gives you that Eric Hall piece at tight end and more, significantly more.
Yeah, a future. I mean, if we talked about this with Gesicki, he's probably only here for 2 years of that 3-year deal. By then, Warren's a full-fledged number 1 tight end and a stud.
Yep. Meanwhile, Mike Green could be a very productive pass rusher for you. Walter Nolan could be your DT1 of the future. And Jahad Campbell could, I mean, I always have concerns with first-round linebackers.
I know. It's not a great hit rate.
But Jahad Campbell could elevate your second level of your defense.
Yeah, and
I would say Campbell
may
is
need to
like
do
third.
more often.
Campbell's probably 4th place here, though. Maybe 5th place.
I think we need to discuss between Green and Nolan because as of day 1 of free agency, they have not solved those issues. Not that they've solved O-line either, and Simmons should be maybe number 3.
I think edge dries up quicker. I think I go Green. Discarding character concerns.
Right. We don't know enough. I think we go, well, because Nolan's had some questions too. That's the thing. But
yeah, that seems to be
more unfounded, maybe.
More school specific, like before he transferred. Oh, Michael Hoyt to the Bills.
Interesting.
I would have done that deal. $8 million. Matt Collins, Patriots.
Interesting.
Not in the Bengals market. $8 million a year for Hoyt.
I think that's
I don't know. He's not a defensive tackle. He's a nose tackle that converted into or maybe he's just a 3-tech that converted into a 2-point stance player.
Yeah, I wonder what he'll play for them. Back to the mock. I am with you on Green because I think it falls off a little bit quicker there.
Yeah.
You mean edge rusher opposite of Trey Hendrickson.
Skirton, Grant, Warren, Shadur,
The
Nolan,
Steelers. Pierce
Jahad.
and Campbell.
Oh, I hate this.
To the Ravens. Yeah, great fit. Derek Harmon to the Lions. All right.
All right. Hoping for
Alvin Banks to still be there somehow.
any of these
linemen, Gray Zabel.
Really.
Yeah, Connerly.
Like,
Donovan Jackson. I mean, the top two guys here, we can. The shittiest part about signing the two guys they've had signed in free agency is now,
Yeah.
can we draft Tyreek Williams anymore?
I would
Or is he
love
just
to.
too much run defense?
I love Tyreek Williams. You know that.
I know, but can you ever rush the passer if those are your five?
Nope.
No, ever.
Not with those guys. You'd
I
have
say
Osai kicking in.
I say we're looking at Donovan Jackson, Xavier Watts,
Trey Amos.
and Trey Amos.
Probably these running backs a little bit, but not very hard. Caleb Johnson, Judkins, Henderson, all interesting. Alfred Collins, TJ Sanders, maybe a little bit early, but we're missing those guys next round.
Maybe a little bit early. Norman Lott in round, Deion Walker in round 2 or 3.
I mean, after this, Norman Lott becomes more interesting to me.
For sure.
In third round.
So does Deion Walker to me, because Walker has good pass rush data as well.
I'm just off of Walker.
I know. I say we stay at the top here and we go with the lineman, Donovan Jackson.
What do we think of Donovan Jackson?
He doesn't have an RAS yet and stuff, so I think it's hard to.
What's our draft sheet called? There it is.
He's down further. Yep. Because then of a data score. No RAS and all that. Yep.
What if we just guess 75?
That won't bring him up high enough. They would say no second round for us on there. They would say you're better off waiting for Tate Ratledge or just drafting Tate Ratledge.
Mm-hmm.
Or Wyatt Millum, to be honest with you. That's our number one up there.
He did not look good to me at the Senior Bowl in terms of dealing with power. And if you're kicking him into guard, I'm worried about the anchor.
This is the trade back scenario then, right? Will we get an extra 4th rounder?
I mean, what about Trey Amos?
I'm in.
What about Alfred Collins? How's his pass rush stuff? Not great. Not good. Not good at all. What does chat think here?
They're all over the place. Watts, they're saying we're overlooking Xavier Watts.
I don't think we're overlooking him. I would love to pick him here, honestly. But do I love picking him and passing up on? Oh, I don't know. Maybe talking myself into it.
Again, if we're not trading back, then.
Well, so like, how do you trade back in this?
You pick a spot, pick a team that's coming up. So let's say Panthers.
There's no way the Panthers are trading up, but.
And then you say, all right, give me your second rounder and 4th
You have
rounder.
2 4th-round picks.
And they took
All
it.
right.
Now we're back on the clock. Xavier Watt's still there. Tyreek went. Donovan Jackson went. Travion Henderson went. Darian Porter, Caleb Johnson.
TJ Sanders has good pass rush data, doesn't he? Anyway, let's pick
Yes.
Xavier Watts.
Let's
Xavier
go Watts now. And then let's try and get a guard here if we can.
Yeah. Did we already miss?
Tate Ratledge went. If you're wondering.
And Jared Wilson. Wow. So he wasn't even available to us before we traded back.
He was not. I thought I saw him, but I guess we didn't.
I can't.
There you go. Sure to zoom too much. Okay, might have missed out on the guard there. No, I say these are our decisions here. Deion Walker, Omar Norman Lott, or Wyatt Millum. And I think the guard maybe falls off a little bit more because I would still go Jamari Caldwell if we get to the 4th round with multiple picks. Miles Frazier, sure, if we get to the 4th round.
Miles Frazier, Jalen Rivers, Charles Grant, and then it's really big fall off.
Luke Kandra, and we're talking 5th, 6th round.
I just really don't know if Millum can hold up to NFL power.
What's his size?
He's just got the shit beat out of him at the Senior Bowl. .313. Short arms. We must have missed Savaina in this round.
Yep. Then I say we go Omar Norman Lott. Secure the defensive tackle spot. Let him be in a full man rotation like he was in Tennessee. We're not going to put too much on him and let him be one of the pass rushers. Yeah, we got a much lower grade on him. MSA production's not great, but his individual stuff is good because, again, heavy rotation.
Can't believe Deion Walker's pass rush stuff is so good. What about CJ West? When do we have to pick CJ West?
Next round, 4th, typically.
Yeah, I'm good waiting here.
I'll take Ty Robinson. Aeneas Peebles, I'd take. So let's go Wyatt.
West,
then.
Peebles, Caldwell, Walker, Lott. Those guys are going to be gone.
Let's go Wyatt then now. Because we can always draft it. We have 2 4th-round picks.
We do have 2 4th-round picks. We might double dip at guard here too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Miles Frazier on the 4th round. Oh, he's gone.
And he's gone.
Oh, never mind.
Ooh, we got real close to being able to draft Kevin Winston in the 4th round.
CJ West almost too. He's gone now.
Oh, fuck.
Go to the other
Angelotti.
I'll take Peebles though.
How about Stutzman here? We pick again in 5 picks.
Would pick Stutzman, Peebles, Frazier.
You just got a guard.
Yeah, but do we not need 2 as of currently today? David Walker, I would take for sure.
Stutzman, Peebles, Frazier.
We got some linebacker grades if you're interested.
I think there's a huge fall off after Stutzman. Cody Simon, I like quite a bit later. And Kaiser, obviously, for the golden fit.
Stutzman 78, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be crazy not to take him here.
Fantastic.
Yeah, would be crazy not to take him.
And he's a little bit younger.
Let's go. Stutzman it is. Danny Stutzman.
And we're hoping for Peebles, Frazier in 5 picks.
Yep. And I think we can get one of them. I don't know. That didn't look so great.
It didn't look great.
It didn't look so good.
They're gone. Oh, no.
Oh, we are getting. Yeah, I will take another edge. That's not a problem for me. And just say it is what it is. We'll look for a D tackle as we keep going.
Ooh,
ADG to the Cardinals, by the way, the chat says.
There you go. That explains some stuff.
2 years, $11 million, by the way.
What pick are we on? 2 years, $11 million. Good for him.
Good for him, indeed.
So next round, we can hope to get Mitchell Evans, or we're just not getting a tight end. Correct.
Javonte Williams to the Cowboys. There's a couple other blockers, actually. Conyers, Dipper from Alabama. Luke Lachey.
He's got the helmet, baby. Big mistake taking the linebacker. Never draft linebackers, Blake Meek says.
Big mistake taking linebacker? Is that what he said?
Mm-hmm.
Are we going right now? Do we pick? Oh, yeah. I'm taking David Walker. I think he's solidly standing out on this board. We need pass rush.
Oh, we don't have a defensive tackle at all. Whoops.
We have not taken one yet. No. We keep trying to let the board fall to us. I guess it's Riley Mills time. I'll take Jaden Blue also, running back. Luke Kandra.
Could have picked Kaiser here, gone defensive tackle. Peebles earlier, Kaiser here. That's probably, I don't know. Stutzman has a lot of athleticism. You
No
like
doubt.
that. Mills? Doesn't Mills have pretty good pass rush data?
I think he does. I think we looked at it earlier. I mean, decent, we're talking for this round.
I thought it was pretty good overall. He's just old. He's 24, but it's like Blues.
Yep, it is.
He's just old. And doesn't the film grades aren't as strong.
We take a linebacker. We did. Okay. Jackson Slater, Luke Kandra.
I didn't
You
hit
go with
start
him?
round. I didn't hit start round.
Willie Lampkin. There's our tight end. There's our tight end. There we go. Blocking tight end. There's our Eric All. I don't know why you're still scrolling.
Because I can't imagine the Bengals picking this guy.
We're picking him.
Yeah.
Lampkin. Najee to the Rams. That'll be interesting.
That's a great. Oh, Chargers, not Rams.
Oh.
That's significantly different. I mean, still a good fit, I think, overall, but you don't have any picks this round.
No 7th round pick. So here we go. It's the end of the stream as we're at 16,600.
Oh, no.
You're right. Click it. It always pops up. Mike Green, Xavier Watts, Wyatt Millum, Danny Stutzman, David Walker. These are a lot of good names. Riley Mills, Willie Lampkin.
So we got 3 defensive linemen, a guard, a safety, a linebacker, and Willie Lampkin.
We got our first review of our draft here. Ready?
After
After third round blows.
We're very bad at drafting.
It blows.
Damn, that's too bad. Let's catch up on the news. 1 year, $3 million for Javonte Williams.
Cowboys.
James has been crushing the shorts today. I'm gonna have to get on that after today because he's done a bunch today.
For lockdown?
Yeah.
He's like, hey, you guys just streamed for 9 hours. All right.
$5.5 million for ADG.
Good for him. Good for ADG.
Where's this Najee Harris deal?
Before we go too, I'd like to shout out the First Star Logistics crew is doing a draft party again for day 2 at the Mustache Bar. I think that's what it's called at the Red Stadium, Great American Ballpark. I think they're gonna have tickets and stuff for you to get there. It was a good ass time 2 years ago. Maybe I'll see you guys there. I'm gonna be there, but I just mean don't know if you guys are gonna be there.
I probably won't be there.
You just being a hater or what?
No, I haven't been invited, and flying to Cincinnati for day 2 of the draft sounds like a giant pain in the ass.
Oh, for you, that's a nightmare.
Yeah. But people in Cincinnati should go.
Yeah, no doubt.
No doubt. I don't see this Najee to Ricky.
Hang on,
Has Ricky been pretty good today?
We got an update for our grade from Bob. Sorry blows?
I thought he was pretty Ricky Scoops. What's his name?
Slick Rick.
Slicky
Ricky.
Slick Rick Scoops? Yeah.
Hey, you got it. That's your favorite account. Look at you. Okay.
My favorite
It's
account.
always something.
What else you got here?
Wrong. He's done.
I've still got it. Paulson Adebo.
Nice.
All right. Well, fellas and fellettes and
Is
fellas.
that how that goes?
and
Phillies.
fellanettes.
Fellas and Phillies.
Sure. Thanks for everybody that hung out. We did not plan to stream for nearly 8 hours, but then we went live on Twitter and 16,000 people showed up. So pretty cool. Make sure you're subscribed to Joe, following Joe. You can check out the YouTube channel where we will hopefully be monetized next time. Joe and I have links up on our Twitter feeds for those. And if you, for some reason, want to watch us get through 8 hours of free agency from the time this thing opened up when I crawled out of bed until 4:25, Jesus, the day is entirely gone. You can check that out on YouTube. But thanks for hanging out. It's been fun.
It's coffee time.
And about to go record Locked On. So make sure you check out Locked On Bengals. It'll be coming up here shortly as well. And then surely something will happen as soon as we're ready to finish that show.
No doubt.
That's how it works. All right.